Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
The human world. After the wedding, Bai Chen returned to the human world. Although he gained the status of a superior demon by recovering his pure bloodline and passing the trial of the Immortal Mountain, he also obtained chess pieces and territory. But he still returned to the human world. The environment of the Underworld is still too complicated. Moreover, he needs to return to the human world to carry out tasks and collect materials. For example, the last material. Little Bai Chen really has good taste, he actually wants this thing. At this moment, in front of Bai Chen, a fallen angel uncle with a weathered face was recommending his products with a smile on his face. Heavenly Stone. Bai Chen has already collected the ground dew, mountain core, and earth core fragments, and the only thing missing is this last sky stone. So, Azazel, what do you want? If I can accept it, I think this deal is pretty good. Bai Chen smiled and said. After she got the information that the heavenly stone was in the hands of the fallen angel governor, she captured the fallen angel governor who was hiding in Jiwang town. Well, it can't be called catching. He just casually threw a beam cannon at him, and then singed a layer of hair on Azazel's skin. I want the Sekiryudiai's gauntlet, and if possible, I'd like the opportunity to study Shirayusiai's gauntlet. Azazel looked directly into Bai Chen's eyes and stated his needs. You said you wanted. Of course, I'm just borrowing it. I'm not so naive as to think that a mere piece of heavenly stone can be exchanged for a divine destroyer. Azazel explained quickly. He knew the boy's temper and also knew the boy's strength. He had also heard about Wally's affairs, and he estimated that if he really wanted to fight him, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage over this kid. Anyway, the heavenly stone is not a precious thing. He took it away from the heaven when he fell from heaven and no one cared about it. Would you like to borrow the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet? Sorry, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet cannot be given to others. It must remain in my hands. Otherwise, I'll go berserk immediately. Bai Chen shook his head. The Sekiryudiai's gauntlet is suppressed by the will of the 3 mythical gods, so it has been in a dormant or shock state. But if it escapes Bai Chen's control and falls into someone else's hands, it will go berserk in an instant. Because the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was forcibly transplanted from Hayadu Issei's body by Bai Chen, the Red Dragon Emperor was filled with anger and resentment. There have been similar examples before. The spirit of the Lion King's battle axe went berserk for unknown reasons after the death of its owner. In the end, even after all the enemies were eliminated, the Lion King's battle axe did not recover. If the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet were released at this moment, the outcome would be similar. Really? That's really a pity. Azazel scratched his head in pain. He really wants to study the Sekiryudiai's gauntlet. What do you think of this? Scratching his head, Azazel suddenly had a good idea. Pure blood phoenix blood, give me your blood. Azazel clapped his hands, remembering this. He heard that Bai Chen's bloodline had surpassed that of Phoenix's ancestor and reached an incredible level. If this is the case with his blood, maybe we can research something. No, it's impossible. Without any hesitation, Bai Chen refused again. This time the rejection was even more firm than the last time. If he had to choose between the two conditions, he would even prefer to give the Sekiryudiai's gauntlet to Azazel to play with, as long as Azazel himself could withstand the consequences of the Sekiryudiai's rampage. There is absolutely no way he could give away his blood. Azazel thought that what he wanted was pure phoenix blood, but he had no idea that what he wanted might be the rarest blood in the world. He would only allow himself to research something from his own blood, and would never allow others to possess his blood privately or even conduct research on it. You're really not cruel, are you? Is there no room for negotiation at all? Azazel felt a little frustrated. He felt that his request was not too much. Forget it, forget it. Let's change another one. I think you should have no objection to this matter. After all, you and I are both fun-loving people who want to solve problems. Azazel finally said this. He could see that Bai Chen really wanted this heavenly stone, otherwise, with Bai Nong's usually indifferent character, he would never have thought of trading with him. Since Bai Chen has this intention, Azazel is also willing to make friends with Bai Chen. No matter how you look at it, regarding Wally's affairs, he really owed Bai Chen a favor. Wally's bloodline, the demon bloodline, was something Wally had never taken seriously. Azazel knew that if Valley focused most of his energy on the artifact, it would be difficult to defeat Li Zevim. Fortunately, he met Bai Chen. After testing, Bai Chen enhanced Wally's demonic bloodline to a terrifying level, which was not weaker even than Li Zevim. As Wally's adoptive father, this is something he failed to do. Of course, he also thanked Bai Chen for helping him discover something. Wally wants to break away from the fallen angels and start his own business as a terrorist. Never mind, let's just consider it as repaying a favor from both sides. Azazel sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. Is it a suggestion that I shouldn't have any objections to? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Bai Chen curled the corners of his mouth. He had already heard that the governor of the fallen angels probably meant to give it away for free. As expected, the governor of the fallen angels is a good person. Soon, Bai Chen finally got what he wanted. Heavenly Stone. Bite. Material collection completed. Synthesis materials, Sky Stone, Earth Dew, Mountain Heart, Earth Core Fragments. Is it synthesized? Synthesis begins. As the light of the system interface, Li Liaohao, flickered, the materials Bai Chen placed in it also disappeared. Synthesis progress, 5%, 10%. Byte. Golden synthesis task, synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the synthetic product, world-class item, mountain and river state map. Map of mountains, rivers, and states, one of the 11 pieces held by Ain Zol Gaon, also held by Aura. It is a large scroll approximately 1 meter long. It can trap the opponent in an extra-dimensional space with a very large coverage area. There are as many as 100 types of spaces, with various means of sustainably consuming the opponent's physical strength, but it will also randomly select an escape method from 40 escape methods. Once the opponent successfully escapes from the original Shanha Shejitu, the space will be immediately released and the ownership of the item will be transferred to the opponent. Ain Zolran controlled this item in this way. The improved Shanha Shejitu no longer has this drawback, requiring players to master all 40 or so escape methods before escaping. World-class props. Mountains, rivers, states and land map. Perhaps it should be called the revised Shanha Shejitu. The Shanha Shejitu allows Bai Chen to take the initiative in many things. Just look at the absolute mist of the disaster group and you will know. This space-type divine destruction tool has helped the disaster group accomplish countless things. Although the mountain, river and state map is not as powerful as the absolute mist, it is definitely the best among the best in terms of confinement ability. If nothing else, at least ordering Bai Chen can put your mind at ease. There is also the issue of the placement of Nyx, the goddess of the night, and Joan of Arc. Although they have gradually become accustomed to the life of being supported and even show signs of submission, there is still no guarantee that there will be no problems. On Nyx's side, even if they couldn't mobilize the entire Hell Alliance, they could still dispatch a few of the Underworld's main gods. The same was true for Jean's side. Cao Cao himself was indifferent to Joan of Arc's disappearance. What he was worried about was the significance of Joan of Arc's disappearance. Joan of Arc disappeared because of Orpheus's incident, and Orpheus's disappearance is of great significance. Besides, Joan of Arc was their partner after all. If she, as the nominal leader, did not behave as she should, it would be easy for people to lose their morale. So, even if it was just for fun, Cao Cao arranged people to look for Joan of Arc. However, there is no possibility of being found now. But has Azazel arrived in Zhu Town yet? It looks like a tripartite meeting is about to take place. As the captain of the DxD team, I have to take responsibility. After the wedding, Bai Chen had a conversation with the red-haired and green-haired devils and learned the subsequent course of action of the demon side. First, to unite with the basically crippled Bible pantheon to keep each other warm, and then actively expand contacts with the outside world and strive to form a strategic alliance with the pantheon that desires peace. The familiarity between the leaders of the three major forces is not comparable to that of the gods of other pantheons. If these three forces cannot reach an agreement, it will be even more difficult for other pantheons. In the meantime, the problems and obstacles encountered may be countless. What they want to ensure is that the talks go smoothly. Although the meeting was not particularly important compared to Bai Chen's plan to go to the dungeon world, it was something that Surzex and Achuka valued very much. They were both nice to Bai Chen, and Bai Chen had no intention of cheating them. Let's deal with Akino's situation first. She's been acting strange since the wedding. Bai Chen sighed and put these thoughts aside for the time being. Even if they wanted to go to the dungeon world, it would have to be after Akino and the three-party talks. Because he was not sure how long he would stay in this copy world. On Akino's side, just as Bai Chen thought, everything was going smoothly. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Devil. Please take any of the calligraphy and paintings hanging there. I'm not sure how much you paid for them, but it should be enough to cover your reward. The uncle with golden hair among his black hair raised his hand casually. Himejima Akino knew that this meant that she should leave after completing the commission. Yesterday, she was asked to leave after finishing the meal. No need for compensation, I just want to ask you a question. Himejima Akino said very respectfully. However, this decadent uncle sensed the dissatisfaction of the Thunder Priestess from the restless spiritual energy around him. Oh, Miss Devil, what do you want to ask me? Azazel rested his hands on the sofa, looking nonchalant. At least, on the surface he did appear nonchalant. What I want to ask is, what is your relationship with Baichio? Himejima Akino asked with a smile. Although she was smiling, the slight flash of lightning on her body showed that she was not in a peaceful state of mind. Ah, exposed? Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Azazel scratched his head lazily. He thought he could let Baichio feel the warmth of his daughter more, but he didn't expect it to be exposed the next day. He just heard that Baichio seemed to miss her daughter very much, so he asked Himejima Akino to prepare 10 tables of food yesterday. After Himejima Akino left, he called Baichio over from the Child of God's Watcher to have a meal. Since he achieved the result yesterday of making Baichio burst into tears after just one bite of the food, he ordered another table today. This was what he and Bai Chen had discussed. Bai Chen asked Rias to introduce Akino Himejima to him and asked her to work for him on a commission basis. Then, let him handle the matter between Zhu Nai and Bai Ji. 0 request flowers. This is the price Bai Chen has to pay, which is basically not a price at all. Azazel really couldn't think of what he wanted from Bai Chen. After all, Bai Chen had chosen to refuse what he wanted most, so he finally chose this condition. Since I can do Bai Chen a favor and have the opportunity to solve my old friend's problem, why not do it? He has done this much, and he believes Bai Chen will understand what to do. After listening to Azazel's words, Akino finally understood. He did know Baichio. What are you doing in Grimoire's territory? Also, what is your relationship with that man? Himejima Akino asked sternly, and a golden magic circle appeared on her hand. Because she hated Baichio in her heart, she usually called Baichio that man. Also because she had been feeling restless recently, the magic circle in her hand that was flashing with golden lightning showed signs of being out of control. Well, don't be so anxious. Haven't you heard that this town is going to hold a tripartite meeting soon? So, the appearance of angels and fallen angels is quite normal, right? Azazel spread his hands helplessly. Alas, now Baichio will never be able to eat the food cooked by his own daughter again. So, what exactly is your relationship with Baichio? Even if a fallen angel came to Jiwang Town, there's no need to ask the demons of Jiwang Town to cook for you, right? A black feather appeared in Himejima Junina's hand. She had accidentally found this feather in the room of this decadent middle-aged man. She was all too familiar with the scent of this black feather. That's the feather of her biological father, Bai Zhuang, the B*************** D father who failed to protect her mother. Huang. Along with the light of the teleportation array, the girl's question was answered. His name is Azazel. You can call him the fallen angel's erotic governor, a fallen angel who fell because of his desire for women's pleasure. Bai Chen cast a playful look towards Azazel. At least, in Himejima Akino's opinion, it was a playful look. However, in Azazel's opinion, this should be the signal to start the performance, right? Previous. Next. Well, actually, that's not wrong. Azazel felt that what Bai Chen said was absolutely correct, and this was indeed the reason for his downfall. I am Azazel, a fallen angel. Of course, I never regret my fall. I'm barely considered the boss of the fallen angels now. I'm here to work. After all, it's necessary to inspect the meeting site in advance. Boom! Azazel spread out his 6 pairs of wings, and Wang Er's inky black wings showed his powerful presence. The governor of the fallen angels. And Chen Jun. Mr. Chen, how did you get here? Himejima Akino asked in surprise. Because Zhu Nai needed me, I came here. Do I need any other reason? Bai Chen smiled and looked towards Zhu Nai. You can't say that he's actually been keeping an eye on Himejima Akane 990 nose movements, just waiting for a moment like this to come out and save the day. Union. Not just now, in fact, she has been thinking about Bai Chen for a long time. Chen Jun. Did you also notice this? Himejima Akino nodded slightly. Hey, isn't this the young senior demon Bai Chen who has been in the limelight recently? What's wrong? Is he related to the Thunder Priestess? What a sinister man. Azazel gave a perfectly mocking smile. Just right, it doesn't look like Bai Chen is acting at all, but is genuinely mocking. Azazel is truly a wicked fallen angel, no wonder he fell. From the moment Bai Chen first appeared, Azazel had been watching Bai Chen closely. He wanted to see if Bai Chen would behave differently in front of a female than he had in previous meetings with him. Ed. Azazel was about to speak when he saw what he wanted to see. Wow! Behind Bai Chen, a scarlet gold divine bird flew out and flew directly towards him. Death! Oh my God! Azazel's expression instantly became interesting. He had a premonition. Even he would have to lose a layer of skin if he was burned by this feather. Boom! The red gold divine flames exploded in front of Azazel. Azazel immediately put on full defense. He didn't want his old friend to come back and see his feathers burnt. Boom! In a breath, the phoenix's divine flame dissipated, leaving only Azazel standing there in a daze. Slipped away. Azazel shook his head and slipped away without even giving him a glance. I see. Are you planning to solve it yourself? Azazel thought for a while and finally figured it out. So, I'm just a tool. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, we didn't discuss how we should act in the first place. Azazel shook his head and poured himself a cup of tea. Yes, he just decided with Bai Chen to resolve the matter between Himejima Akino and Baichio, and there was no prior discussion between the two. The so-called acting skills are also improvisations, so it wouldn't be surprising if Bai Chen did anything. I just hope everything goes well. Azazel sighed like an old man, and then, collapsed on the sofa. The governor of the fallen angels is just so extravagant when it comes to things other than research. At this time, on Bai Chen's side. I remember Aquino lived in a shrine, right? Is that the shrine? Bai Chen and Aquino appeared outside the shrine. Using the magic of transfer, Bai Chen and Aquino were transferred from Azazel to Aquino's home. Himejima Aquino is a demon, yet lives in a shrine. This is one of the many contradictions in her. Yes, this is a Chinjun. Himejima Aquino looked into Bai Chen's eyes and said, "Would you like to come in for a moment, Chinjun? Let me repay Chinjun's kindness." "Ah, it's my honor." How could Bai Chen refuse such an invitation? "If I reject Zhu Nake, I will be sad." This is hot tea Chinjun. After a while, Himejima Aquino had changed into a shrine maiden's costume and handed Bai Chen a cup of hot tea. "Thank you, Aquino. I remember you were the leader of the tea ceremony club. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last tasted your tea." Bai Chen took a sip. It does have a unique flavor. Mr. Chen said before that he could completely transform my bloodline into demonic bloodline, right? Completely rid me of this fallen angel bloodline. If it wasn't possible before, is it possible now? Feeling the time was right, Himejima Aquino quickly interrupted the topic. "The girl with black hair in a ponytail has a hint of weakness. She used to be full of Yamato Nadeshiko style, but now she actually gives off the feeling of a little woman." "Yeah, but I don't think that's necessary. Aquino-san is already quite attractive now." Bai Chen shook his head. He couldn't do it before, but now, he can indeed transform Aquino's race into complete demons. It's just that, he wouldn't choose to do that. "Even after seeing me like this, are you still willing to say this, Chinjun?" Himejima Akunomi's purple eyes were filled with sparkling water. Bai Chen knew that if he said something wrong, tears might flow down her face in the next moment. "Two kinds of filthy blood, the devil and the fallen angel, are both in me. Perhaps, I am a woman entangled in filth and misfortune." Himejima Aquino revealed a sad smile. "I originally thought that reincarnation as a demon would allow me to remove the fallen angel wings, but I didn't expect that in the end, the two types of wings would coexist. Even so, would Chinjun still say she is beautiful?" "Azuna, have you ever heard of a saying?" Bai Chen shook his head and walked towards Zhu Nai. "What?" Zhu Nai raised his head, and his eyes, which had just lowered, met Bai Chen's gaze again. "This sentence is called 3.7, what is it called?" This sentence goes: "If a man makes a girl cry in any situation other than in bed, then this man is disqualified." Bai Chen paused and said, 1313, 1313. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen would say such a thing, and Himejima Aquino suddenly coughed. "I'm sorry, Aquino, for making you cry." "As expected. I've never been a qualified man." Bai Chen lowered his head, showing a weakness that he hadn't shown for a long time. "Well, what was shown was not something that came out naturally. Bukenjun, you are excellent, more excellent than ever before. I can't imagine the days without you, Chinjun." Zhu Nai shook his head frantically. If Bai Chen was going to deny herself, then she would have to deny herself to a very high degree. "Azuno, Azazel should be bringing guards." Bai Chen silently reminded Zhu Nai of this. At this point, Aquino understood everything. Why did Chinjun tell me this? This was Zhu Nai's first thought. As the governor of the fallen angels, the guards that Azazel will bring are Lexage. Himejima Aquino's eyes suddenly narrowed, she could only think of one person. Fallen angel, worship. Her father. That's right, this makes sense. This must be why she found Baichio's feather from Azazel. Baichio has arrived in this town. It seems like you remember who it is, Aquino. So, Chinjun, that's why you asked me this question, right? Aquino's expression darkened slightly. But she didn't become gloomy because of Bai Chen, it was just that the thought of Bai Chen and his deeds made her look bad. 30 when she thought about the man who was already in this town, and that the food she had cooked might have gone into his mouth, Akino's face turned even darker. Yes, so Akino, are you going to run away or face it? Bai Chen continued to ask softly. Are you sad because of your own bloodline, or do you want to use some other method to resist? Bai Chen said as he touched Himejima Akino's wings. Isn't it necessary to be sad about your own bloodline? Himejima Akino looked at Bai Chen a little foolishly. Yes, that's right. Actually, I know that Akino doesn't hate herself for having this bloodline, but simply hates the person who gave her this bloodline. Himejima Akino didn't say anything, which was considered as her approval of what Bai Chen said. So, I have a solution to this problem. Would you like to hear it? What method? Himejima Akino looked at Bai Chen with hopeful eyes. This method is. Bai Chen said as he touched her wings. Bai Chen's next words made her pupils shrink instantly. Use your fallen angel bloodline, which far surpasses his own, to completely surpass him in strength, leaving him with nothing but admiration for you. It's not about using his bloodline, but about surpassing his bloodline. If it comes to that, even if you, Akino, question Bai Chen on the spot and beat him up, no one will question you. Speaking of this, Bai Chen's mouth corners curled up slightly. Even though he tricked his future father-in-law before they even met, he still felt very happy. Azuno, I believe we can do this together. As long as you are willing to trust me, I can make you do this. Bai Chen whispered in Akino's ear. Yes, he could make Akino do it. Now his strength has reached the peak of the highest level demon with the nourishment of high-level blood, and it is no problem to raise Himejima Akino's fallen angel bloodline to the main god level. If Akino could get used to his own strength, defeating Bai wouldn't be impossible. Himejima Akino didn't say anything, but just subconsciously took a deep breath. Indeed, just as Chin-jun said, she has always adopted an evasive approach to coping. Using Chin-jun's method, she could have hit the man in the face, instead of just sobbing and escaping in Chin-jun's arms like she is now. But, Chin-jun, using this method will not harm your body. It's okay, Akino. For Akino, this little price is not a problem. Bai Chen said softly. Akino's voice trembled a little. She knew why it was so easy to increase strength. What price would no one can pay to be able to have the strength to defeat a cadre-level fallen angel? Although Zhu Nai already knew that Chin-jun was very strong, even stronger than her father, the difficulty of making others stronger was not on the same level as making oneself stronger. Chin-jun. Even if it means paying a huge price, will you let her find a way to face Bai Chen? Well, there is actually a price, but it's not as big as Akino thought. It only takes 10 days of sucking blood. Unless one wants to elevate a person to the level of a transcendent being, otherwise, it is only at the level of a main god, which is not too difficult for Bai Chen now. Bai Chen thinks it won't cost much, but, Azunai thinks it will cost a lot. Facing Chin-jun, who was determined to give her the possibility of revenge even at a great cost, Junai felt her heart beating heavier than ever before. Well, it's heavy, not accelerated. Come to think of it, Chin-jun, aren't you and Rias having a fake engagement? Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Himejima Akino changed the subject. Yes, it is true that someone would come to cause trouble, which was also unexpected. If it's a fake engagement, then why is Chin-jun so close to Rias? Rias really has the courage and nerve to do such a thing with Chin-jun and laugh in front of everyone. As she spoke, Himejima Akino's expression became more Yandere. Rias, indeed, showed a happy and shy smile, which she, as her best friend, could see very clearly. The more this happens, the more dissatisfied she becomes. Azuno. Rias's wedding has been ruined by the old Demon King faction. This level of compensation is what we deserve. This is the reason given by Bai Chen. Well, that was a reason that left Himejima Akino with almost no way to refute. After all, it was a fact that Rias's engagement ceremony was ruined. No, Chinkoan, I think I should be ahead of Rias. This time, unlike before when Bai Chen was whispering in Himejima Akino's ear, it was Akino whispering sweet nothings in Bai Tiao's ear. *BR. Before Bai Chen could finish his words, he was silenced by Himejima Akino. At this point, Bai Chen understood what he needed to do. To satisfy Himejima Akino, that's all. Very skillfully, Bai Chen's eyes turned blood red. Although it is a good choice to take advantage of a girl when she is mentally hurt. But as expected, being pushed in reverse still makes people more happy in some ways. The sunset in Juwang town slowly sets. Komio Academy. After all the students had finished school, Bai Chiu returned to Juwang Academy. The old school building, where her daughter was supposed to stay during the day. He knew that his daughter had left here, and now, Azuna should be in that shrine. But he was still not ready to see his daughter, so after hesitating for a long time, he returned to the old school building. At least here you can still remember people by looking at things. It's almost time to go back. Looking at the darkening sky, Baichio sighed. He didn't know that at this moment, his daughter was much happier than he was, swaying her waist with joy, as if she had forgotten all the troubles in the world. In a conference room at Juwang College. Are you guys the members of Dongshi's team? Not bad, not bad. Looking at the man and two women in front of him, Bai Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although there is no comparison with him, it is still quite excellent. Ah, is the young master of the Phoenix family so outstanding? He can actually become my captain at such a young age, and he can even stand in front of me and lecture us. In front of Bai Chen, a man with a mature posture said with a smile. This is a beautiful woman with two horns on her head and long curly cherry-colored hair. If you think this is a lecture, then so be it. If you are dissatisfied with this so-called lecture, you can also challenge me. Looking at the female demon named Roy Jen, Bai Chen said lightly. Roy Jen Belphegor is the second most powerful female demon in the game. But it is rumored that she likes beautiful human boys in their teens and 20s, and in the original plot, she claims to have a crush on Issei. Later, she was banned for using the king chess piece. That's right, king piece. She is a female demon who uses the king chess piece, and her strength is truly at the level of a demon king. Except for Durifia, no one knew what happened in the space where Bai Chen and Theodora fought that day, so Roy Jen had no idea what kind of monster he was facing. Okay, Miss Roy Jen, Mr. Bai Chen is my captain, a captain jointly appointed by the demon lords. It's normal for us to follow the captain's instructions. Another woman in the team spoke to save the situation. The girl with a quiet temperament is named Sikvera Agars. She is the successor of the Grand Duke Agar's family. She has the strength of a top-level demon. Like Sona, she is a strategic and tactical woman who wears glasses. Sikvera from the Grand Duke's family, Serorg from the Grand King's family, Rias from the Grimoire family, and Sona from the CD family are collectively known as the Four New Kings. Among them, in terms of their own strength, Sikvera and Serorg are much stronger than Sona and Rias. The main reason for Sona and Rias is that their followers are more capable. Sikvera-san has shown extraordinary power in her specialty, which is the manipulation of time. At the same time, she is also an avid fan of robots, and assisted Issei Hayadu in awakening the powerful modes of A times A, AXA, Transcendence and even Dragon God level. She was Issei Hayadu's absolute killer in the later period. You can tell how powerful it is just by looking at its naming method. DxD means Dragon Among Dragons, and is the nickname of the Red Dragon God Emperor. Bai Chen's team's code name now is Dvil Among Dvil, Devil Among Demons, representing the devil among demons, and they are the absolute best team among demons. The DxD team in the original plot has more meanings. In addition to the original demons, there are also dragons and downfalls. Although Bai Chen's current team only has 3 members, considering the future plans of Surzex and Equica, he believes that the number of people in the future will definitely be quite a lot. So, I must establish absolute authority before the team expands. Captain Bai Chen, I have an unwelcome request, and I beg you to agree to it. Roy Jen calmed down, but the other man had no intention of calming down. He looked at Bai Niao with eyes full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm like a lion. A look like fire that makes people dare not look directly at it. Normally, his gaze is gentle yet resolute, and only when he's fighting can he reveal such a look. His name is Serorg. Tell me, Serorg, what do you want to do? Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. He already knew what Serorg was going to do. The last person left among the three was Serorg. Serorg Ball, the next head of the Ball family and Rias's cousin. I want to fight Captain Bai Chen. Serorg made no secret and revealed his purpose. Sikvera-san couldn't help but touch her forehead. Is that really the case? Although she could understand Serorg's thoughts, she still couldn't accept such a radical and fearless approach. Yes, as long as you can win, you can ask for any conditions. But on the other hand, if you lose, you must obey. Bai Chen said lightly. Captain Bai Chen, are you serious? Serorg looked at Bai Chen quietly, but the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Absolutely. Bai Chen's words made Serorg completely determined. Serorg's idea was simple. What he really wants to be is actually the Demon King. Of course, becoming the Demon King is not the goal, but a means. He wants to change the banquet world into what he wants to see after becoming the Demon Lord. However, he also knew that it was impossible to do this with his current experience and background. Besides, there has never been a Demon King in the royal family. Therefore, before becoming a Demon King, one needs to accumulate one's own capital and strength. If it is this team, he believes that it will provide him with a high enough platform. Apart from anything else, just the fact that he could establish good relationships with those members of the team who had at least reached the peak of the Demon King or even higher was attractive enough. Although Sikvera's physical strength is not very strong, her talent is also very strong. Her talent in time and mechanical aspects make her have a promising future. Being here represents the Demon King's recognition of him. Serorg's eyes were filled with determination. At least, he wanted to become the captain of the DxD team first, so that he would be qualified to represent the Demon King in enforcing the law in the Underworld and officially enter the upper class. Serorg certainly thought so. Unfortunately, the reality was quite different from what he imagined. It was not because of this that he entered the upper echelon of Li Dezhou, but because he already had the strength to reach the top level, so he was temporarily appointed as the so-called captain. Bai Chen himself has no interest in the position of captain. On the training ground, Serorg took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. Bai Chen didn't do anything, just looked at Serorg quietly. Although he had no interest in this so-called captain, he still had to get rid of the troublemakers in the team. Quietly, Bai Chen's body moved naturally. It's as if Sikvera and Lloyd didn't notice anything unusual, but Serorg was instantly terrified. That is the vibration of life. That is the fluctuation of will. Sure enough, just as I imagined, Captain Bai Chen is indeed the strongest among the strong. A gleam of brilliance shone from Serorg's eyes. He had already seen that Bai Chen used moves and skills from the same school as him. Its name is Fighting Spirit. A new power that is born from the combination of mental strength, spiritual strength, vitality, fighting spirit, etc., which is born when both the body and the mind reach their peak. He had never seen any other Do Chi user besides himself, but today, he finally saw one. Although he didn't know how Bai Chen had become so unknown before using Do Chi, he was indeed more excited than ever before because of this situation. Bai Chen, fighting spirit. Is it difficult to learn this thing? I have blood that exceeds the limit of cat and goblin. I naturally produce it when I use my spiritual energy, demon power, and immortal energy to the limit. Isn't this a simple thing? Well, mandrill blood. Hage has a fearless spirit and courage. She felt that with Bai Chen's perversion, he might actually put his previous suggestion of getting the kitten pregnant into practice, so she said, as a sister, she was determined to protect the kitten. Younger sister. Well, the way to protect my sister is to sacrifice myself. The initial purpose was indeed to protect his sister, but later on, he couldn't tell whether he was enjoying the feeling or wanted to protect his sister. It's just that he is much more active than before, there is no doubt about that, so active that he even goes to Bai Chen's bed every day. As expected, cat demons are creatures that admire strength. On the training ground. Don't you use that thing, master of the Nemenian lion. Bai Chen raised his eyebrows and pointed directly, why are you still pretending? I've known for a long time that you are the user of the god-destroying tool. Do you think you have any hope of defeating me without using that thing? Yes, without using the God Slayer, even if Serorg unleashes all his fighting spirit, he will only be able to reach the Demon King level. He must put on the Lion King's armor to truly gain the power to fight the Dragon King. I see, Captain, do you already know? Serorg took a deep breath. This captain is truly extraordinary. Okay. Captain Bai Chen, I will do my best. Just to get your approval. Serorg shouted loudly. At this time, his purpose had undergone subtle changes. After witnessing that Bai Chen's fighting spirit was even more refined than his goal had changed from becoming the captain to gaining Bai Chen's recognition. I see you're quite proactive, Serorg. How about this? If you fulfill my conditions, I'll make you vice-captain. Bai Chen touched his chin, he noticed the change in Serorg's attitude. In fact, compared to Roy Jen and Seek Vera, he trusted the big fool Serorg more. Serorg is the kind of person who, if you fight him, will fight openly and honestly, without any shady tactics. After a fight, you can become close friends. Conditions? Could you tell me what the conditions are? Serorg asked hurriedly. It's simple. Just hold on while fighting me. Bai Chen spread his hands. Simple, right? I see. Is this the test Lord Bai Chen is giving me? With the honor of the great king's family at stake, Serorg will definitely pass Lord Bai Chen's test. A layer of fiery fighting spirit also emerged from Serorg's body. Are you ready? Bai Chen looked at his fist, wondering if he should hold back. For example, don't use fighting spirit and immortal arts. After all, boxing seems to be just a normal attack, but Bai Chen has a lot of normal attacks. For example, a normal attack with the power of the giant god soldier, a normal attack with the power of the pterosaur, or simply a strike that reached the pinnacle of immortal arts and fighting spirit, these are all normal. Ready. Kacha. The floor beneath Serorg's feet shattered. The space and air around him also grew thicker. Then let us show our strength to our adversaries, Regulus. Yes. My lord. In Serorg's hand, a golden lion appeared from space and responded to its master. Even if this body and soul fall into the abyss thousands of times. My lord and I will also pursue the kingly way tens of thousands of times, until our bodies and souls are worn out. Growl, boast, slaughter, and shine. Even if this is the body of a demon beast. Take possession of my fist, mighty king of light. Dance. Dance. Bloom to your heart's content. The tyrant beast is liberated. Regulus Re Leather X Imperial Impure Jujitsu. The golden armor wrapped around Serorg, and the surrounding space seemed to be shattered. Captain Bai Chen, please. Serorg raised his hand slightly and spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, he was almost unable to move. He had used all his strength to maintain his current state. If he moved even a little, he might lose his strength. 0 request flowers. In contrast, he gained the power to not be broken even by a direct hit from a Dragon King-level dragon's breath. Even Roy Jen showed a look of surprise, because this seemed almost impossible to her. The power that Serorg displayed now actually surpassed her slightly. She had previously thought that Serorg was a young brat with potential. She had never expected this brat to be so abnormal. Thinking of this, Roy Jen couldn't help but look toward Sikvera. This guy is so perverted, will the other kid in the team? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, Sikvera-san hurriedly shook her head, clearly expressing her meaning with her body language. Here I come. A faint white light appeared in Bai Chen's hand. Seriously, punch. There's no technique involved, just a punch to knock down the enemy in front of you. The ultimate immortal arts and fighting spirit strike. Plus dragon physique. Bang! With ease, this punch created a sonic boom, tearing the air into a vast vacuum. If you look closely, you can see cracks. Crack in space. Bang! When the two fists collided, Serorg felt a surge of emotion within his body, as if he were being suppressed by an extremely terrifying aura. Puff! Along with a streak of blood spurting out of the air, Serorg spat out blood, and his breath instantly weakened. But, he still stood there. Passed. After leaving this sentence, Bai Chen left. A few minutes later, Serorg finally came to his senses. He really didn't expect that he would be injured seriously by this punch. If he were to receive a few more punches, he would undoubtedly be severely injured or even on the verge of death. Originally, he thought Bai Chen was at most at the peak of the Demon King's strength. However, he actually possesses strength that surpasses his own. Horrible, truly horrible, is this really the physical strength that a demon can display? It seems that we have to listen carefully to what this captain says. Roy Jen smiled and shook his head, and Sikvera-san nodded hurriedly. They understood why Bai Chen accepted Serorg's challenge. Now, they just want to know how far they and others will go under the leadership of this captain. Everything went smoothly and the time for the tripartite talks arrived. I don't know if it's the butterfly effect caused by Bai Chen's arrival, but so far, there is no sign of the holy swordsman and Kirkbowl, who were supposed to appear at the corresponding time. After the teaching visit, Juwon College fell into a state of tranquility. Quietly, there is something abnormal. On the campus of Juwon College, Jitsu Kangna was doing the final investigation. As the student council president of Juwon College, she has this responsibility. She knew that Juwon College, as the venue for the conference, must have undergone countless inspections, but she still chose to go in person. Because she believed that she was the student union president of Juwon College, if there was anything unusual in the college, she would be able to detect it at the first time. This was an intuition that was above magic. Of course, today is different from usual days. Today, Sona is accompanied by a handsome boy. A young man who meant a lot to her. Bai Chen. As the captain of the DxD team, Bai Chen also has the obligation to patrol, so Tsang Na also went together. However, she would never admit that she went on the inspection as the student union president because she thought she could be with Bai Chen. Absolutely not. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in Tsang Na's heart. She had actually been worried about one thing today, but that person hadn't appeared in front of her yet. Judging from the feeling now, it won't be. Sure enough, she soon heard a sound that was familiar to her to the extreme. Sona-chan. A lively voice came from far away, causing Sona's expression to freeze instantly. It looks like you're in trouble, Tsang Na. Bai Chen also recognized whose voice it was. Yes, it's almost time, that person should be here. Sona-chan. Hearing this voice, Tsang Na looked at Bai Chen in front of him again and made a decisive decision. When hiding behind Bai Chen, Tsang Na showed a look of nervousness and a hint of excitement. I see. Bai Chen smiled and stood in front of Tsang Na the moment Serafal came towards Tsang Trap. I can't just remain indifferent at a time like this. Bai Chen stretched out his hand and accurately hugged Seraphul's waist in midair. Then, he exerted force with both hands and fixed Seraphul in front of him. In this way, Tsang Na should be safe behind him. Ah, Bai Chen, what are you doing? Don't disturb the intimacy between me and my Tsang Na. The demon girl Seraphul was a little angry because she failed to be intimate with her beloved Sona. She is still being bound by someone else, so what she needs to do is very simple: break free from this man. Then go find Sona-chan. However, the development of things was obviously not as she expected. Bai Chen's eyes flashed with a faint dark copper color, and he began to wrestle with Seraphul. Dragon power. Your power is so great. Seraphul's eyes widened, her rose-colored pupils filled with disbelief. She knew Bai Chen was very powerful, but wasn't Bai Chen's strength due to his phoenix flame? Now, without even lighting the flame, or even changing his expression, he was able to pin her down so easily. Seraphul didn't know that Bai Chen had been able to hold down Tiamat, who had transformed into a half-dragon, not long ago, and holding her down was now a very simple matter. Maybe it was Sona who gave me the strength. Bai Chen responded with a smile. I have to say, Seraphul has a good figure. You can clearly feel that it has been tempered, but at the same time it is still soft, like a piece of soft jade. I was so focused on sucking blood before that I didn't pay attention to this kind of thing. In the world of high school, kittens are actually quite rare, right? Bai Chen couldn't help but think. However, it seems that whether it is pure lowly like Orpheus or Kitty, they all have the demeanor of a queen in the later period. Orpheus was sculpted by myself, but the kitten grew naturally. After hearing Bai Chen's words, Seraphul was stunned for a moment, then revealed an extremely dissatisfied expression. What do you mean it might be Sona-chan who gave you the strength? It's obvious that you, a pervert, want to woo Kangna. Bai Chen, it's a canon, not a bubble. Seraphul, don't you think that Sona has grown up now, and that it's a disservice to her that you, as her sister, still cling to her? Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Bai Chen's words made Tsang Na, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, nervous again. She didn't object to Bai Chen's words. After all, her sister's doting on her had indeed affected her life a little. But, she knew what these words meant to his sister. What is the relationship between you and Sona? Why do you interfere in the affairs between Sona and me? Seraphul's tone was a little colder. It doesn't matter what you say to her, it doesn't matter if you hold her body, it doesn't matter if you even suck her blood. But, this man touched the spot that she absolutely didn't want to be touched. He tried to sow discord between her and Sona-chan. Of course, in her eyes it was provocation, but in Bai Chen's eyes it was just stating the facts. Do you think that if Sona and I had no relationship, would we choose to take a walk on campus at dusk? Bai Chen shook his head and asked back. Sona-chan. Is what he said true? Seraphul's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she cast an incredible look at her sister. Sona-chan, what is your relationship with this man? But this man has only been here for a few months. Her profile also shows that Tsang Na and Bai Chen have very little contact. 4.6. Tsang Na wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. There really is a relationship. But she felt it was not good to let her sister know. It's not that it's not good for Bai Chen and her, but it's not good for her sister. She heard that Bai Chen's bloodline surpassed Phoenix's ancestors, and if he fought against the Demon King, he would definitely be able to drag the Demon King down until his magic power was exhausted and his body was weak, thus ultimately winning. What Jitsu Kangna didn't know was that, in a sense, her sister's progress was much faster than hers. She had only performed 2 blood-sucking acts, but Seraphul had done far more blood-sucking and physical contact than her, and was much more intimate. Really, Sona-chan doesn't need me anymore. After a few seconds of silence, Seraphul spoke. This time, her tone was not as lively as before. In her opinion, Sona's silence undoubtedly represented her consent. It's not that I don't need you, I just don't want your doting. So-called love doesn't mean imprisoning someone by your side in the name of love. You can't expect her to be by your side forever, right? Love that deprives her of her freedom, is it still love? Bai Chen hadn't said anything final yet, because he didn't mean to get angry about this kind of thing, he was just presenting the objective facts. Of course, Bai Chen himself is not qualified to talk about things like love. At most, he was just satisfying his possessiveness and thoughts about the past. At most, could he express this kind of emotion towards Ravel? So, what exactly is freedom? Isn't Sona free now? Seraphol retorted. If I hide behind me after seeing you come out, I don't think this is freedom. Bai Niao said lightly. Seraph was silent. Sona, does Sona really hate her? Well, big sister, what Qin Jun said is actually nothing. As long as you restrain yourself a little, it will be fine. Seeing that Seraphol was getting depressed, Sona spoke words of comfort. Qin Jun was indeed too strong, and he directly broke her sister's defense. But she couldn't say anything to blame Bai Chen, because what Bai Chen said was what she had always wanted to say. There is no other way, I should comfort my sister first. If she gets angry and can't control her outburst, it will be a disaster. The house can be repaired, but to cause such a disturbance on this occasion is really out of place. Tsang Na. The tightly pressed bodies of Seraphol and Bai Chen gradually lost their strength and became as soft as water. Along with her body, her mentality and expression also softened. Sister has some things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Seraphol left the place without looking back. This, the sad place that made Sona say such words. Tsang Na, is it really okay to say something like this? Bai Chen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Tsang Na would remain silent, but he didn't expect that she would speak words of support for him in front of her sister. Yes, Qin Jun. After a few seconds of silence, he responded. It's thanks to Qin Jun being here that I have the courage to say this to my sister. Okay, since you have such a will, then feel free to consider me as your backup. After all, given the relationship between us, it's normal for us to support each other. Bai Chen respected Jitsu Kangna's approach and was even happy about it. This represents Jitsu Tsang's trust and dependence on him, and represents the difference between the present Tsang and the past. I still need to think about my sister's matter. Sorry, Qin Jun, I have to leave first. A complicated look was revealed in Tsang's rosy eyes. He said hello to Bai Chen and left temporarily. Bai Chen also expressed his understanding, saying that what happened today must have caused a great psychological shock to Tsang Na. But, impact is impact, right? Without impact, how can there be change? Who was the last person who needed comfort after a severe emotional shock? Oh, it looks like Akino. After leaving Kangna, Bai Chen continued his inspection. Suddenly, Bai Chen felt a strange breath. The breath of death. The breath of Hades. That's right, Bai Chen felt the breath of the underworld. That's right, Master, this is indeed the breath of the underworld, there's no doubt about it. Sky Dragon echoed. Osiris's Sky Dragon is based on the Egyptian god of the underworld, Osiris. Like the Osiris killed by Marquis Vauban, he is a god of the underworld. Naturally, he is extremely familiar with Kang's aura. 0955081330 Feilu 0133233011. Xiu. In an instant, Bai Chen's figure disappeared from the spot and moved towards the place where the breath came from. God of the underworld. Now that he has conquered the goddess of night, Nyx, most of the gods of the underworld are his enemies, that's for sure. No more. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and walked deeper into the alley. Yes, indeed, the aura of Hades has disappeared from this world, leaving only some residual information. The voice of, Great Sage, or more precisely, King of Wisdom, Charles, rang out, confirming Bai Chen's thoughts. King of Wisdom, Charles, has extraordinary ability in this area, and is even more sensitive than him. Even if he uses the cat demon bloodline that surpasses his ancestors, it is difficult to catch up. Can it be analyzed? Yes, you can. The analysis will take approximately 5 minutes, by which time we will be able to determine which underworld deity's aura it is, and track it down to the space it disappeared from. Charles, the King of Wisdom, gave a very reliable answer. Okay, then I'll just move around a bit during this time. Bai Chen smiled, turned around, and looked outside the alley. He heard a very small sound and felt an extremely weak breath. Although it was very weak, Bai Chen still detected it. Yes. King of Wisdom, Charles, immediately entered calculation mode after giving his response. 233. In her opinion, what Bai Chen was facing at this moment was indeed just a joke. So, you're here to get back at Wally? Turning around and looking at the man and woman in front of him, Bai Chen asked with a smile. These two people probably came here because they sensed the breath of the god of the underworld, because he knew very well that the degree of concealment of his breath would definitely not be discovered by people below the transcendent level. He knew both of these people. They were both from the fallen angel side, and they were also the holders of the god-destroying tool. Yes, it seems that you know something, Mr. Bai Chen. Originally, we came here for the breath of the Hades god, but now, I feel that you are more important than the Hades god. The black-haired young man stared at Bai Chen, paying him his utmost attention. Just like Tobio said, I also think your matter is more important. Next to the black-haired young man, the blonde lady exuding a lazy aura also became a little more serious and looked at Bai Chen warily. Ikai's Tobio and Lavinia. These are the names of these two people. It seems like we're in love. I'm also interested in you guys. Bai Chen's eyes flashed with blood. He is now at a critical stage of evolving to the Demon King level. How can he let go of such a high-quality blood source? Lavinia is a high-quality blood source. Ikai's Tobio and Lavinia. Among them, it can be basically confirmed that Ikai's Tobio is on the side of the fallen angels, while Lavinia is very close to the fallen angels because of Valley and Ikai's Tobio. Azazel was indeed very far-sighted. These three people alone were 3 god-destroying tools, at least 3 Demon King level or even higher combat power. Lavinia, a beautiful blonde magician and the owner of the god-destroying tool, Eternal Ice Princess. Having awakened a divine weapon since childhood, he was troubled by frozen monsters that materialized around him and were invisible to others, and was therefore regarded as a weirdo by those around him. After his parents were killed in an accident, he was adopted by Glinda, the Witch of the South in the land of Oz. After being taught magic and knowledge of divine tools, he understood that the frozen monsters were the embodiment of his own divine weapon, Eternal Ice Princess. A few years later, Glinda sent him to study with Mephisto Ferris, the chairman of the Grey Magicians, and to communicate with other magicians. After hearing the news that Glinda was attacked by the Witch of Oz, he returned to Glinda's house, but found it empty. In order to find his mentor Glinda, he has been hunting down the Witch of Oz. But her personality is a bit natural, in a sense, she is very similar to AIC, both are blonde and innocent. Lavinia loves Valley, who is a few years younger than her, very much and treats him like a younger brother. Because of his relationship with Lavinia, Ikai's Tobio is also very familiar with Valley. This is also the reason why they raised their vigilance to the highest level after meeting Bai Chen. The ability to seal dragon artifacts or even soul artifacts shouldn't have any effect on Blade Dog, right? Ikai's Tobio felt a little uneasy. Based on the information he got from Wally, he arbitrarily judged Bai Chen's strength to be this type of strength. I don't know if it's the power of a divine weapon, or the power of some original talent, or the special use of some special means like magic. The ability to analyze this far is enough to prove Ikai's Tobio's excellence. Ikai's Tobio is a second-year student at Hara Ryasora High School, and he inherited the bloodline of his grandmother, Ikai's Juba, whose original surname was Himejima. In his body resides the Black Blade Dog God, a divine slayer weapon that runs in the bloodline of the Himejima family. It is a combination of two different legends, King Lycaon, who was transformed into a wolf by Zeus in Greek mythology, and the Japanese ten-beam sword of Amano Habari, who slew the god of fire, Kagutsuchi. At birth, he awakened the forbidden skill, Yotenko's Blade Dog God, and was sealed by Himejima Juba's spell. When he was young, the fallen angel governor Azazel recognized the god-annihilating tool on him. Ikai's Tobio also awakened a clone of a black dog that could produce blades from its body and shadow, and named it Blade, calling it Blade Dog. As a teenager, he met Lavinia Renee, Samejima Tsunayoshi, and Wally Lucifer. Finally, after a series of adventures, he successfully released the forbidden ability of the god-destroying tool, killed the villain, and saved his classmates. Congratulations. Ahem. Later, Ikkyu's Tobio transferred to the Fallen Angels School, the Fallen, and learned about the world of supernatural powers in the classroom of the Fallen Angel Cadre Baichio. This was considered to be the true mark of the Fallen Angels' power. The reason why Bai Chen values them is their luck. This world is called the Devil's High School World by Bai Chen, but what is happening is not just the Devil's High School World. High School tells the story of Issei Hayadu, but there are other protagonists in this world. Ikkyu's Tobio in front of Bai Chen is one of them. Ikai's Tobio in Fallen Dog God, and Kanzaki Mitsuo in Denpachi, are both children of another world in this world. In contrast, Lavinia, who is beside Ikkyu's Tobio, naturally has quite sufficient luck. The Demon King level is a level of great significance to Bai Chen, which means that he can absorb the blood from Orpheus. In order to reach this level as soon as possible, Bai Chen has recently focused all his energy on deepening and developing the power of the vampires, and the number of times he has sucked blood has also been much more frequent than before. For example, the blood of the mandrill, the blood of the gods, etc., Bai Chen reached the highest level during this period of time. What's wrong? Seeing you care about me so much, are you planning to seek revenge on me on behalf of Valley? Bai Chen asked with a smile. When he left last time, in order to give Wally some motivation, Bai Chen made a promise to Wally. If Valley could defeat him in advance, the White Dragon King's wings of light could be returned to him. It must be because of this condition that these two people became hostile to each other in the first place, right? Although, Wally said he would use his own strength to get his things back, but I think it's okay if I do it for him. After all, I think it would be better for him to take it back from me with his own strength when the time comes. Ikai's Tobio said calmly. No matter how you look at it, the matter between Valley and him is a matter between their own people, and naturally cannot be compared with an outsider like Bai Chen. Of course you can, if you like. But, are you ready for the price? If there's no price to pay, why would I bother fighting you? I'm fighting Valley because I'm attracted to his artifact. So, why do you think I'm fighting you? Bai Chen spread his hands and asked with a smile. Are you interested in our artifact? Okay, I can wager my own artifact in battle with you, but in return, you'll have to wager Valley's. Ikkyu's Tobio displayed a spirit befitting a leading man. No, I only want her. Bai Chen pointed to Lavinia next to him. Artifact? What use does he have for this, Black Blade Dog God? His dogman form is so ugly, and his armor form can't even compare to the divine armor of the three mythical gods. What is he going to do with it? Huh? Lavinia took a step back in surprise. So, Bai Chen's target, is her. Is it the vampire's desire for a gifted medium? But I'm sorry, I can't agree to this condition. Levine, Zhao Liaozhao, is not something that can be traded. Ikai's Tobio's speech was quite decent, so decent that Bai Chen almost thought he was a villain. But Bai Chen thought about how he was dealing with those so-called villains now, and it seemed that he really was the ultimate villain, surpassing all the villains. No, Tobio, no problem, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Lavinia said something that was beyond accused Tobio's expectations, but within Bai Chen's expectations. But in return, I also want to join my own battle. What do you think? Lavinia turned around and looked at Bai Chen calmly, with a serious look in her lazy eyes. Lavinia. Ikai's Tobio wanted to say something. Of course, no problem. It's no problem if you two come together. Bai Chen showed his white teeth and smiled happily. Can he say that this is what he thought from the beginning? Lavinia, be careful. Accused Tobio's voice was heavy. Since Lavinia made this choice, he respected it. All he could do was to cooperate perfectly with Lavinia and defeat this powerful enemy. Lavinia nodded. She believed that she could do it if she was with Tobio Accuse. Then let's change the venue for now. Bai Chen waved his hands as he spoke. Looks like, it's time to beat up the kids again. Because there are a large number of people belonging to the three forces in Zhuang Town, and even many people outside the three forces, it would not be good if they were seen by others. As Bai Chen waved his hand, the celestial phenomena changed. No. To be precise, it wasn't a celestial phenomenon that changed, but rather everyone was directly transferred to 10 new spaces. A general space teleportation array is one in which the teleporter teleports the living being as a unit to another space. Bai Chen's magic circle uses space as a unit to replace other spaces. In this way, people will be teleported away without any resistance. After all, what everyone cares about first is the condition of their own body, not the condition of the space. By the time they discovered that the space around them had undergone tremendous changes, they had already been transferred to another space. Has the space been shifted? Accused Tobio noticed the situation around him, and although he acquiesced to the proposal to teleport to fight in order to avoid disturbing the talks with the fallen angels. But he didn't expect that Bai Chen had transferred the space without them noticing. In other words, Bai Chen can replace space at will when they are not careful. This is of great significance in battle. Yeah, after all, you've noticed that there are too many people in Zhuang Town, right? Bai Chen asked with a smile. It's not just us. The need for the trilateral talks has brought together a large number of powerful individuals from the three factions, and the combined power will attract even more power. Ikai's Tobio also narrowed his eyes. Staring closely at Bai Chen, a black figure gathered behind accused Tobio. Its name was Blade Dog. Blade Dog is the true form of the dog god Black Blade. Although accused Tobio himself is not without strength, he is essentially a blade launcher. If a three-way war broke out in Zhuang Town, he was not sure whether he would be able to survive. Even if he was qualified to go to hell with Cerzex to cause trouble for Hades in the original plot, he might not survive. After all, even gods fell in the last war. Let's get this resolved quickly. We can't be away from Teacher Chiu for too long. Lavinia narrowed her eyes and focused her gaze on Bai Chen. It was obvious that she was not very wary of Bai Chen. Bai Chen was the one who easily defeated Valley. To be honest, even if there were two of them attacking together, she still felt unsure. So, you must pay 100% attention. The light of the divine weapon on her body was dense to the extreme, and the ice attribute energy that was condensed to the extreme was restrained. Ice. The eternal ice princess of the Godslayer is generally a pretty violent Godslayer. Bai Chen said with a smile. Careful. Seeing the change in Bai Chen's expression and eyes, the first thing that Ikai's Tobio thought of was to remind Lavinia. It was normal to attack the weak first, and he had indeed always had the upper hand in the battle with Lavinia. Blade Dog. The big black dog beside Ikai's Tobio displayed unprecedented spiritual power. As a fellow divine destroyer, the black blade dog god would not feel any fear even when seeing the amplified Arubian. This will actually make it more passionate. Cut off the world, and let the world wail for 1,000 generations. In an instant, accused Tobio and Hada turned into a black mass, corroding everything around them. Cut off the transformation and everything will be praised. My name sinks into the darkness of shadows, deflects the polar night, and transforms into a false god. You, sleep under my black blade. Turn into stupidity, extraordinary creator. The big black dog turned into a black-bladed dog god clad in the clothes of night. Forbidden hand, Yatangwang's chaotic blade dog god. The black blade dog god is similar to Susanoo from the world of Arcane Killer, and can communicate with his master's mind, but he is not a piece of equipment, but an individual with independent consciousness. In addition to being able to execute the master's orders, it can also make independent judgments to fight. Ikkyu's Tobio realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly took out his sickle from the darkness. Blade Dog also pulled out a sword from the shadows and held it in his mouth like Zoro. Zero request flowers. Humph. Lavinia wouldn't be so naive. She reacted immediately and a layer of ice shield appeared in front of her. She knew what Ikkyu's Tobio meant. He wanted her to take the damage first, and he took this opportunity to counterattack Bai Chen. Because it is obvious that blocking is no longer possible. An ice shield condensed to the extreme surrounded Lavinia's body. When the ice shield was just formed, there was an explosion. Click. As Bai Chen's fist collided with the ice shield, an ominous sound came from the ice shield. Can't you see it's pretty hard? Bai Chen smiled. Although he was just testing his skills, he had also initially used the Dragon Clan's Demon King level body and the Cat God magic and sorcery to enhance his physical fitness. The fact that Lavinia was able to take on this task was enough to prove her excellence. Of course, excellence alone is not enough. Excellence has always been a gift given by those in a higher position to evaluate those in a lower position. It's not enough. Bai Chen tapped his toes lightly, and stepped into the air, making a burst of explosive sounds. He changed his trajectory in the air again. Where? Lavinia didn't notice Bai Chen's movements for a moment, so she simply covered her entire body with ice. It's a pity. This time is different from before. Click. Bang. The fighting spirit easily penetrated the ice, and a white and tender palm appeared at Lavinia's neck. What? Seeing Bai Chen capture Lavinia in an instant, Ikai's Tobio stopped and the sickle stopped in front of Bai Chen's neck. Now that Lavinia is in Bai Chen's hands, he absolutely dare not act rashly. Or, am I a step too slow? Ikkyu's Tobio had never imagined that during the time it took him to use his killing move, Bai Chen had already reached Lavinia. Bai Chen, you have time to chant, right? I can't just stand there while you chant, right? Although the chanting time is very short, it does exist. It is very short for others, but for Bai Chen, it is enough for him to defeat a magician with a fragile body. Seeing that Ikkyu's Tobio chose to stop, Bai Chen nodded with satisfaction. It's a wise choice. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would threaten the lives of others. Bai Chen smiled. Of course, he did not hand over Lavinia to Ikai's Tobio because of this. Ikai's Tobio had never reached an equal agreement with him. He could defeat Lavinia at any time, but even if Ikai's Tobio placed his sickle across his neck, he would not be able to threaten him. That's what you said, then you should return the person to me first. Seeing Bai Chen saying this without any movement of his hands, Ikai's Tobio was also complaining in his heart. First of all, you have to understand that even if you put a weapon in front of my neck, there is no way you can fight your way in, understand? Bai Chen held Lavinia in one hand and reached for the sickle across his neck with the other. Gala gala gala. As his fingers exerted force, the sickle made a rather ominous sound. Hearing this voice, Ikai's Tobio's face turned completely dark. Where on earth did this pervert come from? Ikai's Tobio couldn't help but roar in his heart. How about if you promise me one thing, I'll return her to you. Bai Chen looked at Lavinia and cast a silence spell on her. H+. Although Ikai's Tobio retreated temporarily, he still did not put down the sickle in his hand, because he had not given up the idea of finding an opportunity to rescue Lavinia. However, he discovered a very painful fact. No matter how hard I tried to find this man's weakness, I felt like he had seen through me. If he was the only one who felt this way, it would be fine, but since Blade Dog felt the same way, then he must be right. In fact, this also reflects the strength of accused Tobio. Most people, when facing an overly powerful opponent, don't even realize that they have been seen through by the opponent. My conditions are actually very simple. I have a treasure. If you can get out of it, I will return her and the White Dragon Emperor's wings to you. How about that? In Bai Chen's hand, a simple and unpretentious drawing emerged. Treasure. Ikai's Tobio frowned. He knew that the other party would not return Lavinia to him so easily. But it is obvious that this drawing is a trap. Although the other party did not show obvious hostility or murderous intent, there was no doubt that the other party had the intention of teasing or even educating them. Why, are you scared? Bai Chen threw the drawing away casually. This blueprint is a treasure that Bai Chen obtained not long ago, a world-class item, the mountain, river, and state map. If you can do what you say. Ikai's Tobio didn't waste any time and rushed directly into the drawing. Bai Chen was stunned by the speed. It seems that the other party is indeed a decisive person. Bai Chen sighed. It seems that Jianxiong seems to have realized that he has no ill will towards them. That's right, Bai Chen himself has no ill will towards them. At most, he was interested in Lavinia's blood. However, there is a high probability that these two people will join his team after this meeting. Now that there is an opportunity, he might as well educate them in advance to avoid trouble in the future. But he really made the wrong choice. Although in his opinion, Ali was most likely undergoing a trial or something like that, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. But, without Bai Chen's permission, Kaite's Tobio would never be able to come out of the Shanha Sheiji Tuesday. Bai Chen had a purpose for locking him up, and he couldn't be released until that purpose was achieved. It seems that accused Tobio is quite courageous. Bai Chen put the blonde girl down in his arms and said with a smile. Lavinia snorted coldly and then lowered her head in self-blame. She knew that it was because her side died too quickly that accused Tobio fell into such a predicament. It's because of her, it's all because of her. Want to watch the live broadcast? Bai Chen smiled and said. Of course, it depends on. How could Lavinia not want to see what's going on with Tobio accused? He had stepped into a place that was most likely a trap without hesitation just because she was captured. How could she not want to know about his situation? Moreover, she was very curious. If he had captured her, he could have just told Ikai's Tobio to stop, so why did he insist on letting Ikai's Tobio enter that place? Could it be that? Is this just his bad taste? Wrong. His purpose should be. Lavinia's eyes widened slightly. 0. The target, is she? Then let's take a look together. It won't take long. Bai Chen drew a line in the air, and the scene in the map of mountains, rivers, and the country appeared in front of him and Lavinia. It won't take long, what's wrong? Lavinia asked immediately. It won't be long before I go in and rescue them. Bai Chen said with a smile. Could it be that you thought what I said was that it wouldn't take long for him to come out? Bai Chen ruthlessly shattered the last hope in her heart. I believe he will be able to come out. This was Lavinia's only retort. Then you can just look forward to it slowly. Bai Chen did not comment on Lavinia's stubbornness. Facts are facts after all. Just as Bai Chen thought. After a few minutes, Lavinia could no longer hold back and showed a rather out-of-control look. In just a few minutes, she saw Bai Chen use countless methods. Demonic spells, fairy spells, white magic, black magic, fallen angel power, witchcraft spells, elven magic, and so on and so forth. There's even dragon language magic. The complexity of it was so great that even she, a magic master who had meticulously studied countless magic spells, felt ashamed of herself. In addition to its complexity and rarity, its power was also astonishing. This was the only time she saw accused Tobio being suppressed to the limit after entering that state. If we continue down to 5.0 like this, accused Tobio will undoubtedly be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Enough. Enough. We give up. Anyway, this bet only involves me. As long as I admit defeat, there will be no problem, right? Lavinia finally made up her mind. Then you should know what it takes to admit defeat, right? Bai Chen shook his head. He was willing to accept the loss, so of course there was nothing much to say. He was just shaking his head at Lavinia's strength. I know, you have vampire blood. Lavinia's eyes were quite determined, as if she was determined to go to hell if she didn't. Then I won't be polite. Lavinia felt fear, nervousness, and even a hint of anger and excitement, but she also felt pain in her neck. Bang! As the scroll unfolded, a young man in a high school uniform fell out from it. It was quite some time later when accused Tobio came out of the Shanha Shejitu. Lavinia hurried forward and prepared to help the seriously injured accused Tobio up. Although she was seriously injured and lost consciousness, she knew very well that Atsuo Ikai's was not alive. It seems that not only the man's methods, but also his strength are almost perfect. I'll help you with this little thing. I look forward to meeting you later. Bai Chen stretched out his hand, and the teleportation array gradually rose under the feet of Lavinia and accused Tobio. He knew very well where the fallen angel's base was in Juwang Town. Although he couldn't send it directly to Lavinia's residence, which he didn't know, it was still no problem to send it to the vicinity of their base. What? Lavinia gave Bai Chen a complicated look and slowly disappeared into the teleportation array. Perhaps she was thinking of something she shouldn't have thought of, but an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Just after teleporting the two away, a voice came from Bai Chen's mind. Master Bai Chen, please tell me where he is. Master Surzex wishes to discuss something with you. I've searched the entire Zhu Academy, but couldn't find Master Bai Chen. A rather businesslike voice. Gyurifia's voice. Bai Chen can establish a connection with people who have his blood in their bodies. Just now, he felt the situation on Gyurifia's side, so he started the communication between Gyurifia and him. Oh. What's going on? Bai Chen shook his head. Didn't he expect it to be this late? Today, I tasted new blood and had new experiences, so I felt a little absent-minded. Top-level luck blood, intermediate talent blood, intermediate mirror-breaking blood, quite good quality, and because of Bing Ji's own artifact and physique, it has a feeling of ice drink, which makes Bai Chen linger. The battle only takes a short while, and the main time wasted is on sucking blood. Even Ice Princess Lavinia herself did not notice that the time had changed from evening to night. Lord Surzex requests Lord Bai Chen to visit the conference room. Originally, Surzex-sama wanted to discuss the matter we mentioned earlier. However, since we haven't been able to find Lord Bai Chen, I've been told to go directly to the meeting room after I find him. Gyurifia said very respectfully. Okay, I'll be right back. Bai Chen said with a smile. His words made Gyurifia completely believe one thing, Bai Chen was indeed not in Juwang College just now. Why do I feel that Master Bai Chen has a special smell? As soon as they met, Gyurifia pointed out the differences in Bai Chen. As a descendant of Bai Chen, she could feel some of Bai Chen's physical signs at such a close distance. It was visible to the naked eye that the blood flowed faster, and even showed a clear expression of joy. Coupled with the unfamiliar blood and energy, Gyurifia had already deduced 80% of it. Did he engage in vampire sucking? Isn't having us, his descendants, enough? The Demon King's blood is definitely better than other blood, right? Gyurifia said as she walked. Well, you have to try something new, otherwise you'll get tired of it. Bai Chen acted very calm and composed, not feeling like he was caught cheating at all. What? Catching an adulterer? Gyurifia herself didn't admit that she was the wife, so why did she catch him cheating? Besides, isn't it good that she behaves like this? It means that she has begun to care about him in all aspects, and of course he will feel happy. Moreover, he was telling the truth. Blood of the same quality will naturally have the greatest effect the first time it is sucked. Besides, if we only talk about the quality of blood, cough cough, Eurifia may not be able to compare with Lavinia. Top-level luck blood is so rare that Eurifia may have won in other areas, but overall she is not inferior. Eurifia didn't say anything, but subconsciously opened her cherry lips. So, can this kind of thing be said so openly? But she soon realized the logical flaw. In my current position, I am not qualified to take care of such matters. Although she was concerned about the person Bai Chen mentioned whose blood was no worse than hers, she didn't say anything in the end. She just walked quietly towards the meeting room with Bai Chen. She noticed the change in herself and was quite troubled by it. Click. Eurifia opened the door for Bai Chen, and Bai Chen walked in without any hesitation. Isn't this kind of treatment normal? As soon as he walked in, Bai Chen saw an acquaintance. His eyes met Seraphal's, and then Seraphal looked away unnaturally. That evasive and lost look seemed to show that he cared deeply about Sona's affairs. Or maybe, has a psychological shadow on him. Bai Chen looked around and saw that they were indeed the core of the three major forces. Every force has two top figures. On the demon side are Surzex and Seraphal. Seraphal's main responsibilities include diplomacy, and Surzex is the #1 demon lord. On the side of the fallen angels are Baichu 040 and Azazel. Azazel is the governor of the fallen angels, while Baichu is known as the most powerful attacker among the fallen angels. On the angelic side, there were Michael and Paul. Perhaps because of the extremely powerful phantoms of the 10 incarnations that had appeared in Jiwang town before, the fallen angels and angels brought many more people than before. In addition, the guards of each force also have considerable strength. On Bai Chen's side, there were him and Eurifia, and on the fallen angels' side, there were Valley and Lavinia. Valley is the wielder of the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, and Lavinia is the wielder of the Divine Destroyer, Eternal Ice Princess. Both are among the 13 existing Divine Destroyer artifacts. Of course, there is actually another god user who should come, Jusmasuo. However, Ikai's Tobio temporarily withdrew because of Bai Chen. The angels were no less impressive, with Diorio, Shido Irina, and Zenobia standing behind them. Among them, Diorio is the user of the God-annihilating tool, Brilliant Sky Thunder Prison, which is the second-ranked God-annihilating tool. He is also very powerful, and if he fights with Wally, he will undoubtedly win. Bai Chen was a little surprised to see Zenobia and Irina. Did they actually become angels due to the change in the plot? Is it really okay for Zenobia to become an angel given her personality? Aren't you afraid that she might fall from heaven one day? Because this meeting was of great importance, the three major forces all brought bodyguards of sufficient quality. Chen Jun, you are finally here. I thought something happened to you. Surzex said with a smile. Bai Chen arrived at the right time, as the meeting would start in about 10 minutes. Lord Surzex, how could I be late? Bai Chen smiled. Well, actually I was almost late, but that was obviously not something I could say in this situation. Are you the person ISE mentioned? You're actually a demon. When Irina saw Bai Chen, she covered her mouth lightly with an incredible expression. She remembered that Yi Chang had told her that he had a good friend who helped him cure his delusions, and finally showed her a photo of this good friend. At that time, she just sighed that her friend was quite handsome, and she didn't expect to meet him in person here. But, is he a demon? Is such a handsome guy actually a devil? It's such a pity. No, Irina, your judgment is not quite right. Beside Irina, the angel with golden wings spoke kindly. Isn't he a demon? But, he's sitting on the demon's side. Irina was also a little confused about the situation. What else could it be but a demon? Sitting there as a human. Because she had been educated in the church, Irina was not very well informed and did not fully understand Bai Chen and related events. Mr. Chen is truly the son of the dawn. He can be an angel or a devil, right? Michael said with a smile. The son of the dawn is used to describe Lucifer in mythology and legend. It is not the devil Lucifer, but Lucifer, the first angel and later the first fallen Lucifer. When Michael said this, most people looked at him with a look that said, as expected. Sure enough, Michael also knew about this. It's just like they say. Bai Chen waved his hands, and the wings of an angel and a devil appeared on his body at the same time, while the red glow and the golden light reflected on Bai Chen's face. Irina's eyes almost popped out of her head. Angels and fallen angels are incompatible, and angels and demons are even more incompatible. How could two powers appear in one person at the same time? My issue shouldn't be the main topic of the meeting, right? If you really care, you can ask me after the meeting. Let's focus on the purpose of this meeting first. Bai Chen retracted the wings of the angel and the devil. Since Irina was so interested in him, he didn't mind fooling her. If Irina has wings, does that mean she has become a reincarnated angel? I'm really a little upset. But, why believe in Michael instead of believing in him? Bai Chen decided to find an opportunity to persuade Irina to rebel. Considering how naive Irina is, maybe she can be fooled successfully. Seeing that everyone was present, Azazel shook his head. Now, everyone from the three parties should be here, right? Since everyone is here, why don't we start the meeting early? Azazel said casually. The people in charge here all knew his character and didn't care. No problem. Surzek said with a smile. It's the same on our side. Michael showed a gentle expression. There are three main topics this time. First, the strategy for dealing with the Trouble Group and Orpheus. Second, the exchange, cooperation, and confrontation with various mythological systems around the world. Third, the worsening three major racial situations and how to address them. These three questions, no matter which one, are quite tricky. These are all issues that, if not resolved, will lead to the risk of racial decline and even extinction. First of all, it's still Orpheus's problem. Orpheus and the group of disasters gathered under Orpheus' power are the first things we have to deal with. Michael's voice was very gentle, but within that gentleness he conveyed an extremely firm will. Don't worry about Orpheus. According to my information, Orpheus has been missing for quite some time. The silver-haired young man who was posing beside Azazel said calmly. Not long ago, he almost had a fight with Chow Chow because of this matter. Of course, he didn't intend to say that he was a member of the misfortune group, and Azazel didn't allow him to say it for the time being, so he was just speaking based on his own information. Is he missing? If this information is true, then the threat posed by the Trouble Group will be greatly reduced. Surzek analyzed the situation very carefully. In fact, he had long planned to bring along Bai Chen, Aquika, Azazel, Michael and a large group of people to hold Orpheus back. If Orpheus is missing, or even confirmed to be unable to take action, that would be really great news. Eurifia looked at Surzek quietly, her eyes filled with anxiety. She knew. She knew something about Orpheus. Don't worry about Orpheus. Orpheus is on Bai Chen's side. He might even be able to help them. There's no need to worry. Even though she was extremely anxious, she could only watch quietly. Restricted by the contract, she couldn't tell anyone even if she knew about Orpheus. Don't worry, there's only one person in the misfortune group who can be considered a threat, and Orpheus has never been a threat. A voice came into Eurifia's ears. It was a voice she was extremely familiar with, Bai Chen's voice. I hope so. It would be great if it wasn't a threat. Eurifia was worried that if Orpheus could be easily fooled by Bai Chen, wouldn't he be fooled by others then? Wouldn't our Orpheus then become an enemy? Eurifia thought very carefully, but it was impossible. After witnessing the brilliance that Bai Chen had once displayed, OSS had already made his choice. The discussion of the disaster group is over. The final conclusion is quite simple, which is to unite to fight against this terrorist organization. Originally, this was only something the devil needed to do, but the reach of the trouble group was too long, even reaching into the realm of fallen angels and angels. It was normal for the three parties to unite to fight against the trouble group. The result achieved is simple, but the process is quite complicated. This is how political negotiations are. Of course, there are also people who don't want to make things so complicated. So, how about this? Let's sign a peace agreement among the three of us. That way, we can find solutions to the next two issues. Seeing Surzex, Michael and the others talking in detail, Azazel finally couldn't help it. Let him be the first to take the lead. Really, everyone is clearly longing for peace, so why is no one willing to propose it? Let me be that person, Azazel complained in his heart. He is indeed a governor with a strong personality. In the original plot, he first proposed the idea of peace during the three-party talks, and later used his abdication as a bargaining chip to resist the three major forces and other pantheons and pull Orpheus into his camp. Although he is very frivolous, he is destined to be a governor who transcends time and will be remembered forever. Well, he is remembered in the heavens as the first angel to fall because of a woman's and in the three realms he is remembered in the underworld as the governor of paddling. After so many years of fighting, so many years after the death of the first generation of demon kings and gods, I believe everyone has realized 10 problems. As expected, peace is best, right? Azazel said while looking at everyone with a smile. After hearing what Azazel said, no one present showed any abnormality. It seemed that the angels had also told these people the news. At this time, they either inherited the Lord's will or changed their faith, but no matter what, they still belonged to the same sect and worked for the same doctrine in God. Azazel 557. What do you mean? Michael couldn't hide his surprise. He had never expected that Azazel, who he had always considered a frivolous man, would actually say such words first. He originally thought that it must have been him or Surzex who said it first, but he didn't expect it to be Azazel, such a big shot. But, it also seems somewhat normal. Given Azazel's character, he said it out loud without giving up on himself, and both he and Surzex need to think carefully about it. My point is very simple. All that matters is that the three major powers sign a peace treaty. If the three of us continue to fight among ourselves, it will be difficult for us to survive in this world. Whether it's the fallen demon king on the demon side or the fallen god on the angel side, neither of them wants to see the three major factions being swallowed up by other factions, right? A ray of light flashed in Azazel's eyes. Being the leader of the three major forces is indeed a high-risk job. I am so lucky to be alive until now. If possible, he really wants to be a salted fish, just researching artifacts every day, or playing with women to spice things up. This is indeed not what the demons want to see. Dad, Surzex mused. Although the demons were the most powerful, that was because all the demonic forces were united. The devil has 3 transcendents, but Lizevim, the son of the former devil Lucifer, is from the old devil faction. The struggle between the devil's reformists and the old devil faction is really serious. It was evident from Bai Chen's last wedding that the old demon king faction was still intent on stealing, and the power they had accumulated was definitely not weak. If Bai Chen himself wasn't a bug, it would probably have developed into a riot that would have thrown the entire underworld into chaos. It would be good to be able to unite with other forces. Anyway, the old demon king faction will regard them as a thorn in their side regardless of whether they unite with other forces or not. If that's the case, why not do it drastically? We also believe that this is not what the gods wish to see. Michael said as he prayed. So, is that the decision? Does anyone else in this room have any objections? Feel free to share your thoughts. Hey, how about starting with you, the son of the dawn that Michael calls? Azazel was referring to Bai Chen. If I have any objections, Azazel, do you think you still have hair now? Shouldn't I have roasted you like a chicken the last time we met? Bai Chen asked with a smile. Forehead. Puff. Beside Azazel, Valley couldn't help but make a sound. Very quickly, almost in an instant, the moment Azazel turned his head to look at Valley, Valley's expression returned to his usual aloof look, leaving Azazel stunned. This kid Wally seems to be a little different from before. Well, it seems this person has no objection. Azazel smiled. He dared to bother with Wally because Wally was basically his godson, but he had an average relationship with Bai Chen, and he had no intention of making enemies with Bai Chen. Wally, and Blade Lavinia? What do you think? Lavinia nodded gently, her eyes a little vague. No opinion, Wally said lightly. All I need is to be able to fight against the strong. Valley also said lightly. Then Valley won't be a problem either. He can still fight strong men in peacetime. Wally hasn't graduated yet. He needs to graduate from the young powers of the three major sects before he can think about other things, right? Azazel hinted at something. Why don't you first defeat Bai Chen on the demon side before going out to train? Azazel turned around and cast his gaze towards the Angel One. What about you, Joker? Brilliant Sky Thunder Prison, the second-ranked Divine Destroyer, is even capable of defeating the Holy Spear's user. Your opinion is also very important. Azazel concealed the desire in his eyes and swallowed his saliva. Greedy, he is really greedy. It's a pity that Diorio's strength is equal to his and even surpasses him in some aspects, otherwise he really wants to capture him and study him. As long as I can eat delicious food from all over the world, that's all I need. Or rather, only with peace will I have more time to travel, right? Diorio said with a smile. In fact, he is also quite annoying. He was originally traveling, but when he was called by the heavens, he had no choice but to go there to work. What he didn't know was that it was far more than that. His value was very high. His actual combat value alone was top-notch in the world. How could he be allowed to retire like this? Just like now, isn't he being pulled here to work? Not only the angels, but also the demons and fallen angels have tried their best to implement the strongest security measures. The number of members of the three major forces patrolling around Juwon College has reached the limit. A lot, indeed a lot. However, most problems cannot be solved by multiple means. Are there enough people besieging Bai Chen? But Bai Chen displayed extraordinary strength, causing his opponent to lose the whole game due to a single careless move. Such an extraordinary life form. It does exist. For example, the God of the Bible, the Beast King who crippled the God of the Bible, and even those alien visitors from Exody against the God of Elegance. So, are you leaving just like that? Signing a peace treaty? Azazel was serious for a rare moment. I have no objection to signing the covenant, but... Surzex spoke, but... Azazel frowned. Surzex, what are you planning to do at this time? But I think that even if we sign a peace treaty, there will still be a lot of opposition and friction. That's natural, but it should be much less than it is now, Azazel said. That's true, but I think in order to avoid chaos in governance, we must be prepared. Surzex supported himself with his hands. This is what he wanted. What preparations? Azazel couldn't help but ask. As long as Surzex doesn't object, it's fine. If he does, a war will start, and fighting will be really troublesome. As for the disaster group and the external god system team, there are teams that can punish the disaster group and represent us to the outside world. So, I suggest we set up a team for all three realms. What do you think? A team specifically designed to deal with situations like this. A specific team has already been established, the DxD team. What Surzex needs to do now is to promote this team among the main right forces. Is there a special team ready to handle this situation? That's a good idea indeed. Michael also agreed. So, how should the three major forces form this so-called team? Azazel asked. In fact, when he asked this question, he had already thought of the candidates for his side, and by the way, he had also guessed the candidates for the other two sides. The initial plan is for each faction to send out a representative. On our side, it's Chinjun. Surzek said with a smile. Then the only one on our side can be Joker, Michael said to Diorio. Diorio, who felt that he had been pushed into another task and had no time to have fun, silently cast a resentful look at Michael. The fallen angels are definitely the ones with the Blade Dog. Azazel spread his hands and said. Although Blade Dog did not come, if we had to choose a representative, he would undoubtedly be the most suitable. Valley is weaker than Rengu in terms of power, and also has some personality issues. Ikai's Tobio is more reassuring. However, thinking of Blade Dog, Azazel subconsciously glanced at Bai Chen. The situation of Blade Dog's battle has become so bad, he doesn't think that he can make things better if he goes up. In other words, if Bai Chen wants to do this, he will really become a hairless crow. Isn't this great? Using humans, who are now the primary forces, as our watchdogs. Surzex looked at the three men. He could sense that these three individuals were extremely powerful humans, and even if they were taken individually, they would not be weaker than the so-called four demon kings. Although Diorio will be reincarnated as a 10-winged fallen angel in the future, Diorio is currently just a human being, and the angel's reincarnation system has not yet been established. If these three are representatives, then there should be a general representative, right? I see that you two seem to have your own plans. I don't need to tell you anything, right? Just ask the other two if they have any opinions. Azazel said I was already lying down. Anyway, Blade Dog definitely doesn't have any objections. He was seriously injured because he had an objection, and he doesn't have time to come here now. XS. Michael couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Azazel must have recommended someone stronger than the White Dragon King. Even such a person was given a severe lesson. But fortunately, Diorio is a very easygoing person and would not provoke Bai Chen or anything like that. I'm definitely going to travel around the world, exorcising demons. Captain, of course, I don't want to do that. Diorio almost spoke his true feelings. So, is this a done deal? If this is confirmed, then peace can be maintained, right? Azazel sighed. Finally, we have come to this point. Isn't it just a peace? We have all agreed and signed a contract and it will be over soon. Why do we have to hold such a long meeting? Azazel knew this was a necessary process, but it was still too troublesome. Yes, the prerequisite for the formation of this team is peace, so, the peace contract. Surzek said. Let's just sign it. Michael added with a smile. No, it seems that we cannot sign this contract now. Just as everyone was about to sign the contract, a young man's voice came from the conference table. Everyone was shocked. Because, the one who made this voice was none other than Bai Chen, who had been silent all this time. He disagrees with the peace treaty. How is that possible? Why would Surzex bring me here if I didn't agree? Everyone move. Bai Chen stared intently at a distance not far away. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a map of mountains, rivers, and states unfolded from his hand, instantly taking in the entire conference room. That's the feeling. Akwika was the first to stand up. He was about to say something when he was immediately swept away by the map of mountains, rivers, and the country and disappeared on the spot. He was the second person besides Bai Chen to notice it. It was precisely because he realized what it was that he lost his composure. Swish. The entire conference room disappeared into this space. Time is of the essence, this is all Bai can do. As soon as the conference room disappeared, the space where it was located shattered. A head emitting a sinister and ferocious aura appeared and swallowed the entire conference room into its mouth. Ah, I don't think I got a good bite, what a pity. If it bites, even a god would perish. What a pity. Beside the giant beast, a grinning young demon floated in the air, admiring the magnificent view created by the tyrant. In the young man's hand, a golden cup sparkled with brilliant light and exuded a mysterious aura. Of course, compared to the young man, the one with a greater presence is undoubtedly the giant beast that suddenly appeared. It was a giant beast with 7 heads, a leopard, a bear, a wolf, and a dragon. Each head wore a crown, and on the crown were written 3 numbers, 666. This is the ferocious beast engraved in the Bible. His entire body seems to be made up of various beasts, full of primitive power and savagery. Jiang, awe. In just a moment, countless magic spells bombarded the Beast King. The guards performed their roles very loyally. However, these effects are really limited. The 7 heads of the Beast King simultaneously let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The huge sound waves directly lifted up the earth, adding another mark to the earth that had been damaged to the extreme. At the same time, with the Beast King as the center, all the guards within a few hundred meters exploded. Even though they were at a considerable distance, the guards further away had their bodies blown apart, and they could barely maintain their form. This is the power of the Beast King. Violence. Cruelty. Chaos. This is everyone's first impression after seeing Beast King 666. Let's treat everyone well. The young man said this, but there was no hint of command in his words. Because he really could not give any orders to the being called Beast King, all he did was release the Beast King. As for controlling the Beast King, he had given up on this idea long ago. At most, he would lure the Beast King, the big nuclear bomb, to act as a 490 cleaning machine in various places. For example, now. After just transferring to the Shanha Shejitu, Bai Chen released everyone again after realizing that the situation outside had changed. The mountain, river, state map was his fastest means of disregarding everyone's will and directly transferring them. Teleportation arrays and the like made it difficult for superiors to forcibly change their positions. Back in the human world, no one quite understood what had happened. They just knew that Bai Chen had the ability to instantly transport them to another place. Excuse me, what exactly is going on? Michael was the first to ask Bai Chen a question. Take a look outside. It looks like something interesting is happening. Bai Chen said lightly. After saying this, Bai Chen looked in the direction of Li Zuim. Beast Emperor. Was it actually figured out by Li Zuim in advance? Is it because I've realized that transcendent level combat power is not enough? Is it because I've already used up a lot of the cards in my hand, so I have to resort to this kind of battle? In short, there is only one thing Bai Chen has to do now. Go home. I have to go home first, only then will I have the strength to resolve this matter. After Bai Chen finished speaking, everyone extended their perception toward the outside world. After sensing the violent presence, they instantly withdrew their perception, revealing expressions of headache and understanding. They finally understood why Bai Chen transferred everyone without saying anything. If they hadn't been transferred, I'm afraid the top brass of the 3 major factions would have lost most of their combat effectiveness. It's really a headache, Li Zuim. Releasing a monster like this, as expected, shouldn't I have let you go from the beginning? Seeing the damage around him, Surzex's face darkened. Although the core figures were protected by Su Yang, Surzex was still concerned about the demons responsible for the protection. He did not blame Bai Chen for not rescuing everyone, because he knew that this was probably Bai Chen's limit. Moreover, he knew exactly who the culprit was. Azazel, Michael, perhaps were about to recreate the war in mythology. The destructive magic on Surzex's body seemed to be destroying everything around him. Since this brat Li Zevim can do this, then let's do it. After all, as long as we can hold him off, the other gods won't sit idly by. In Azazel's hand, the noble phantasm of the golden dragon Lord Fafnir appeared. With the help of Fafnir's power, he can further enhance his strength. Well, although it is still far from enough, I still have to express my attitude. Everyone, can you help me hold on for a while? When the three giants were about to discuss how to fight, Bai Chen stood up. Hold on for a while. Bai Chen, what you mean is? Azazel narrowed his eyes. No way. He shouldn't have understood it wrongly, right? Mr. Chen, do you have something important to tell me? Sirzex was also concerned. He was just about to give Bai Chen a heavy task. After all, there are only 3 of them who are beyond the Underworld, and each of them has a lot of work to do. Help me hold on for a while, I'll be back soon. When the time comes, I can handle the Beast King by myself. Bai Chen glanced in the direction of the Beast King, then retracted his gaze. Although he is now confident that he can deal with the Beast King. But, this kind of situation where he wasn't 100% sure, he didn't like it very much. He didn't want to see himself put in danger because of dealing with the Beast King, or be shown to be weak in public. Only the unknown is the most frightening and awe-inspiring thing. You mean? Michael began to doubt his life. Before, it could be said that he had misunderstood, but now that Bai Chen said in person that the Beast King would be handed over to him, there was absolutely no possibility of misunderstanding. Bai Chen really wants to take down the Beast King by himself. Michael couldn't believe it. The Beast King had taken so much effort from the gods to seal, and yet Bai Chen was so sure of it. Even the reincarnation of the god of the Bible couldn't do this, right? Bai Chen, are you sure? Azazel asked in a deep voice. If you say yes, I will definitely wait until you come back, even if it means risking my life. Azazel's eyes were more determined than ever before. Bai Chen knew that just one sentence was enough. By the way, if I leave, I'll leave these 2 to you to help in the battle. They should be able to play a role. Before setting off, Bai Chen threw out 2 scepters, one black and one white, and then disappeared into the teleportation array. Although there are restrictions here and teleportation is basically impossible, Bai Chen's attainments in magic arrays are close to a quickest level, so it is still easy to get out. 0.8. The 2 scepters thrown out by Bai Chen, one black and one white, turned into black and white particles in his empty hands. In a trance, a seductive and sacred posture gradually condensed. It's a shame that I can't have a proper fight with you today because of my master's order. Lilith Mon, transformed from the black scepter, looked towards the golden-armored angel next to it. Although it was different from the Ultra-Ange woman she knew, this one was indeed Ultra-Ange woman, not Holy Angeman with green armor but golden armor. When Bai Chen used the angel's true feathers and the cat demon's hair to synthesize it, Bai Chen thought he was playing with Pokemon and summoned a shiny Pokemon. Facing Lilithman's ridicule, Ultra-Ange woman simply nodded. She knew what she should do, complete her master's orders, that's all. This is it. Michael's eyes almost popped out of his head. Seraph. 12-winged seraph. He definitely didn't see it wrong. Nor did he perceive it wrong. Although it's a little subtle, it's definitely the seraph of the 12. The reason why he felt strange was because Ultra-Ange woman was not the seraph of this world, but the seraph of Digimon White's world. However, because he and Lilithmon are Digimon weapons awakened by Bai Chen's blood, they are also contaminated with the aura of the seraph of this world and are extremely close to the seraph of this world. Not only 12-winged seraphim, but also 12-winged demons. Why didn't this guy leave me a 12-winged fallen angel? Azazel complained in a very unpleasant manner. Azazel, please don't do anything with this new seraph. As if sensing Azazel's thoughts, Michael said to Azazel with a smile. This guy Azazel definitely wants to test this new seraph, to see if he can trick her into joining the 30 fallen angels, right? This is absolutely not possible. Although the Lord is no longer here, the seraph, as a symbol of heaven, must never fall. Well, I know. I know I wouldn't dare to make any moves on Chen's people. Azazel waved his hand. Does he dare? How could he dare? Having 12 winged angels and 12 winged demons as servants, this kind of standard is not much different from the God of the Bible, right? In addition, Bai Chen had just said that he would deal with the Beast King alone. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. This guy, could he be the God of the Bible? Okay, I'll assign specific combat methods to everyone. Please follow the designated plan. Suddenly, green communication arrays appeared beside everyone's ears, followed by the voice of the Demon King Aquika. After receiving the news, Aquika rushed here immediately. After all, this is no joke. If we don't handle it properly, maybe all 3 major forces will be buried here today. As an expert in numbers and formations, Aquika has amazing accomplishments in studying this kind of large-scale offensive battle. After all, the only person who could be defeated by a formation master like him who has reached the transcendent level by ganging up on him is a strong person like the Beast King. The other side. Bai Chen reached his home in one step. In his home, a little girl with black hair and black eyes was already waiting there. Orpheus. Infinite Dragon God, Orpheus. After receiving Bai Chen's contact, Orpheus entered the door opened by Bai Chen and returned to this world. After Bai Chen gained the ability to travel to the copy world, Orpheus went to the other world at Bai Chen's invitation. On the one hand, Bai Chen was worried that Orpheus had been tricked, and on the other hand, Orpheus himself also had a certain interest in the other world. And now, Bai Chen has finally waited for that time, so he called Orpheus back from that world. Roughs. Orpheus looked in the direction of the Beast King. Although there were countless obstacles between them, he seemed to be able to see the Beast King in the distance at a glance. Even when facing the Beast King, there was no wavering in his gaze. Perhaps this was the composure of the infinite dragon god. No, I am the one who will deal with the Beast King. Bai Chen corrected Orpheus. Not enough. Orpheus shook his head and slowly walked towards Bai Chen. It is indeed not enough. Unless you fight with all your might, it is difficult to suppress the Beast King. The Beast King has an incredible ability to recover in a short period of time even if his limbs are cut off or his head is chopped off. Only absolute power can suppress him. For example, Orpheus herself. Although the power of the infinite dragon god is not truly infinite, it does allow him to use his power at will during battle, and it is also very easy to always maintain the maximum output. Only infinity can deal with infinity, this is Orpheus's idea. Therefore, if one wants to suppress the Beast King, she is the only one who can do it. Of course, she could choose not to take action. After all, the Beast King was not stupid and would not easily provoke Orpheus. But, if it was Bai Chen's request, Orpheus felt he could give it a try. 0955083130, Philu 0133433251. Bai Chen has already proven her potential during this period. She only needs to wait a little longer to fulfill her wish. So, she is willing to take action. Orpheus, you know I won't do anything I'm not sure of. You think my power is not enough, isn't that why I came to you? Bai Chen looked into Orpheus' eyes and said solemnly. So, what Bai Chen means is... Orpheus opened her cherry lips slightly, she seemed to understand what Bai Chen meant. Although I'm a little anxious, I think the time has come, Orpheus, I need your blood. That's why Bai Chen said it would take some time. According to his calculations, Lavinia's blood has basically allowed him to reach the bottleneck of the highest level demon. In the absence of a large amount of new blood, we can only rely on time to slowly grind it out. This time is not long, maybe just 1 or 2 months or at most a few months. What a pity, there is no such leeway now. Morning, is that time coming? Orpheus was stunned for a moment, remembering what he had said to Bai Chen before. She had asked Bai Chen if he needed her blood, and Bai Chen's answer at the time was that he did not yet have the ability to bear her blood. In other words, is it possible now? Well, Orpheus. Bai Chen nodded. Actually, it's still a little off. According to his calculations, one must reach the Demon King level to absorb Orpheus' blood. The current situation is that he believes that you can reach the Demon King level after absorbing Orpheus' blood. Of course, the two are different. It is definitely not an easy task for Bai Chen to absorb Orpheus' blood now. As you wish, I will grant you my blood. A few seconds later, Orpheus responded. After giving this response, Orpheus stood there blankly, looking at Bai Chen quietly. Orpheus, could you please tilt your head? Bai Chen said slowly in an extremely gentle tone. Orpheus responded softly. Orpheus, it might hurt a little, please. It was the same response as before, but the reaction was a little bigger. Maybe the word pain made her care more. Orpheus, remember to relax and don't resist. A rather delicate feeling. But, not bad. This is how Orpheus felt. After feeling that slight pain, Orpheus completely entered the state. Experiencing this unprecedented experience, a tear involuntarily flowed from the corner of Orpheus's eye. A sudden tear. It was so sudden that even Orpheus himself didn't know why he suddenly had this reaction. Unlike Orpheus's fantastic feeling, Bai Chen felt the most direct impact. The blood of the infinite dragon god was rushing through his body, causing him to feel unprecedented pain. But besides the pain, his body also felt the pleasure and satisfaction of sucking blood, which made him subconsciously continue and even intensify the blood-sucking behavior. An unknown amount of time passed, and just when Bai Chen's mind was about to vanish from the powerful impact, he finally felt a sense of relief throughout his body. A feeling of unimpeded flow and sublimation 897 came from all the extraordinary meridians, and every drop of blood was pulsating. I was excited for the arrival of this moment. MJU 4 NDA 2 NTC 3 ODM 1 NDM WMDCZOJ smiley face. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the high-level blood of luck, the top-level blood of talent, and the top-level blood of mirror breaking. Bite. Host advancement detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the color synthesis task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the golden synthesis task. Synthesis materials, 7 holy swords plus will of the God of the Bible plus 3 sacred artifacts plus higher dimensional angel * 9999 equals holy sword Emperor Esther. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. Bai Chen once again updated his blood-sucking record since coming to this world. He even crossed a great realm, directly refreshing from the main god level to the dragon god level. The other side. On the front battlefield. Surzex looked at Li Zevim in front of him and took a deep breath. At this time, Surzex could no longer be called a demon. He was a new existence that surpassed the demon race, representing the purest and most primitive destructive power. With the others holding the Beast King back, Surzex had the opportunity to face Li Zevim alone. Li Zevim, why do you want to go to such lengths? Is all you desire chaos and destruction? Looking at the young man in front of him who had a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face and a sick smile, Jax's voice was very low. You ask me this question. Ha 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 ha. You ask me this question. Li Zuim seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He laughed heartily, and his waist bent at an extremely exaggerated angle. Do you think you, who want to unite the demons, angels, and fallen angels, are qualified to ask me such a question? Chaos and destruction. Isn't the idea of allowing races that are supposed to be enemies to coexist peacefully a form of chaos and confusion? Li Zevim himself actually doesn't care about the relationship between demons and other races, not even other people from the old Demon Lord faction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to stand idly by when other people from the old Demon Lord faction were about to be destroyed in the original plot. What he pursued was something even more extreme and crazier, a level that those rubbish who only wanted to regain their past glory could never imagine. Mass-producing powerful evil dragons, directly attacking artifacts in various places, building their own Phoenix production line, using the power of Orpheus to rebuild an obedient Orpheus, and even resurrecting the Beast King, these are things that Xia Luba and others dare not imagine. He chose to speak out about the three major forces at this time only to refute Surzek's. He himself did not care about such things. Anyway, his goal from the beginning was the whole world. Perhaps it's really as you said, the fusion of the three major forces is chaos. But what's wrong with chaos? Surzek shook his head. In his opinion, Li Zevim still didn't understand. Whether to maintain so-called purity and slowly disappear, or to become chaotic and survive, I think there is no need to hesitate. Just like the current demon reincarnation system, it does indeed lead the so-called demons into conceptual chaos, but ultimately it also allows the demon race to continue. I think this is what I'm pursuing, the exact opposite of what you're pursuing. Surzek's body was completely transformed into the purest destructive force. At this moment, even an enemy of the same transcendental level would gradually perish in the destructive force if they touched Surzek's. Take Li Zuim for example. Li Zevim is of course a transcendent, but there are also differences in strength among transcendents. Surzek is a strong man who will not lose points even if he fights directly with the top 10. Li Zevim is much more weak. Really? That's why we're here, isn't it? Behind Li Zevim, the Holy Grail was shining with a strange light. Although I cannot use the Holy Grail due to my physical condition, if the Holy Grail were my own, the result would be different. The Holy Grail, is this what you used to resurrect the evil dragon? Surzek narrowed his eyes. The Holy Grail, one of the three holy vessels, the power left by that B****************** D God is still quite useful. Don't look at me like this, I respect that God very much. Li Zuim smiled cynically. Oh. Really? Suddenly, such a voice made Li Zevim's face change. The Holy Grail is truly a valuable item. I'll keep it with you for now. I'll come get it once I'm done with my business here. That's Bai Chen's voice. Surzek felt a little better. Was Bai Chen's situation settled? Jian gang gang gang. With a sharp cry, the divine bird of the sun descended into the sky. The spirits sing, the eternal power governs all things. The highest and most ancient God, the God of life and immortality, manifests himself here. His life, his soul, and even his body. Life and death are here, and they will also be rekindled here. Those who call your name, all. God descends. Ares winged dragon. This is not the word spirit of God's armor, but the word spirit of God's true body descended into the world. A red gold divine bird was circling around the young man. The blazing divine flame seemed to burn through the surrounding space. He just stood there quietly, and the white robe on his body seemed to emit a holy glow. A pair of star-like eyes seemed as clear as ever, and the pure black pupils revealed a strange charm. Mystery and the desire to explore are the thoughts that naturally pop up in the minds of anyone who sees this young man. Just like the abyss, it attracts all beings to approach and fall. Pterosaur, how do you feel when you first see this world? The boy is spiritually connected with the gods around him. Yes, it was my first time seeing this world. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that LA's Pterosaur had seen this world. All other times, they had shared vision with Bai Chen's permission. My lord, this is a wonderful world. It would be even better if there weren't this mindless guy below who only knows how to destroy. The Pterosaur was referring to the Beast King who was roaring below. That's why I called you out. This way you'll have more opportunities to face opponents of the same level. That's right, after evolving to the Demon King level, Bai Chen has the power to make the three mythical gods appear in the world. Leave it to me, I will definitely burn this guy to his most primitive state. No, I think it's better to leave it to me. A sturdy figure responded to the will of the Pterosaur. He was extremely familiar with this voice. So he was extremely unhappy. It's that rough guy's voice. The rough fellow named Giant God Soldier is absolutely powerful in terms of strength, but in the eyes of Pteranodon, he lacks elegance and style. The Master's order is to eliminate that person. As expected, the three of us working together is the most efficient. This was the voice of another red and black guy, and Pteranodon was quite familiar with it. Originally, Pterosaur wanted to confront these two people, but when Sky Dragon brought Bai Chen out, he decisively backed down. In that case, you two should stop holding me back. After saying this, the Pterosaur transformed into a scarlet gold divine flame and rushed towards the Beast King. The Master's intention is to deal with the Beast King as quickly as possible, so he will undoubtedly be the one who contributes the most among the three mythical gods. As for how to maximize your effort. Of course, we should just start hammering before those two guys come out, right? If he could crush them the moment they emerged, wouldn't that prove his unique role among the three mythical gods? Oh my god! You're so despicable. The giant god couldn't help but smack his lips. How could you do this? I bet you can't do it. Absolutely not. Although the Sky Dragon said this, he still accelerated the time of his descent. Just when everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the golden bird next to Bai Chen, two more divine beings emerged from behind him. When the sky thunders and chaos reigns, the form of the Sky Dragon appears. Gathering the dead gods in a chain, their power can be infinite. The sky, the underworld, and the earth are all under you. He who calls your name is your lord. God descends. Sky Dragon of Osiris. The red-black Hades dragon was filled with majesty and pressure, but the words he spoke were not consistent with his majesty at all. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that I would come out before you go for it. After saying this, the Sky Dragon swayed its body and joined the battle below. Look! He knew that Pterosaur couldn't handle it in such a short time, so he still had to rely on him. Fortunately, Bai Chen was the only one who could understand the Sky Dragon's voice, otherwise he would have lost all his dignity. Seeing that the Sky Dragon was coming from behind, the giant god soldier also lost his composure. When it arrives, the sky of yellow sand will howl, and a scorching wind will blow across the desolate earth. Under you, the living can become corpses, and the dead can also come back. War, power, thunder, your body has already appeared here. You are the guardian of the Obelisk. When your name falls from holiness to evil, you will return. God descends. Obelisk as giant god soldier. After the giant god soldier descended from the alien world, he rushed towards the Beast King with his fist swung. I'm clearly the best in physical attack power, the best in pure strength, so you two should get out of my way. The mission of the three mythical gods is to suppress the Beast King, or preferably to destroy the Beast King directly. Of course, Bai Chen also has his own tasks. Lies of him. BB, let's get started. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Li Zevim. Now that I've temporarily gained this kind of power, how can I not use it well? Bai Chen curled his lips. This was his first time using a power that was almost sub-dragon god level without any side effects. Of course, achieving sub-dragon god level power isn't easy, but if Bai Chen were to fight Shiva, the world's second best fighter, without resorting to any other tactics, using only the power of his bloodline, he could secure a draw. If King of Wisdom Seal and Rimuru are added, Bai Chen has more than a 90% chance of defeating Shiva. This is Bai Chen today. After absorbing Orpheus blood, Bai Chen finally showed signs of transcendence. 0. VR, where the hell did these things come from? Looking at the three mythical gods who were joining forces to beat up the Beast King, Li Zevim stood there in a daze. That's right, absolutely not wrong. These three are all life forms on the same level as the Beast King, but, where did they come from? Why was there no trace of them before? What made him doubt his life even more was that they all seemed to be following Bai Chen's orders to kill him. My time is limited. Can you please hand over the Holy Grail? The black-haired, crimson-eyed boy asked with a smile, a mysterious glow shimmering on his body. The reason for smiling is because of absolute certainty. The Holy Grail is one of the 3 holy vessels, the other 2 being the Holy Cross and the Holy Lance. The Holy Spear is in Cao Cao's hands, and the Holy Cross should be in Hua Bo's hands. The Holy Grail should be in Li Zevim's hands, otherwise he would not be able to resurrect so many evil dragons. Humph. If you can come and get it, then come and get it yourself. Li Zevim had no intention of giving in. At least, that's what it says verbally. In fact, he had already given up when he saw the 3 mythical gods. Wasn't it agreed that the only extraordinary powers in this world were the Beast King, Orpheus, the Red Dragon Emperor, and the God of the Bible? The God of the Bible is dead, Orpheus is missing, and the Red Dragon God Emperor generally does not interfere in the affairs of the human world. In this case, shouldn't the Beast King be nearly invincible? These 3 perverted corpses popped out from that corner. God? Or a being born alongside heaven and earth? Li Zevim felt the priesthood, but it was different from the priesthood in this world. It was a more complex and more powerful specification. But no matter which one it was, at this moment, he really had the intention to retreat. Success. After finally catching the guy behind the scenes, how could Bai Chen let him escape? World-class props, map of mountains, rivers, and states. The already arranged mountain, river, and state map was instantly activated, absorbing Li Zevim, who was still trying to keep calm and think about how to escape. I apologize, Lord Surzex, for robbing your opponent, but I must ensure he cannot escape. Bai Chen smiled and said. No, Chen Jun, as long as we can ensure that he cannot escape and ensure that he is eliminated, there is no problem with the 163. Surzex finally relaxed and gradually returned to his normal state. Of course, he had no objection to Bai Chen snatching his opponent, just like he had no objection to the matter between Bai Chen and Eurifia. It would be better to say that these were things he was happy to see. Of course, Lord Surzex. See you later. After Bai Chen finished speaking, he gradually disappeared from Surzek's sight. It's true that the young are formidable. Seeing Bai Chen completely disappear, Surzek shook his head and looked towards the Beast King not far away. Not only Li Zevim was puzzled, he was also puzzled. Not only is Bai Chen strong himself, but I have also heard Eurifia talk about Bai Chen's abilities before. But what about this monster that was suddenly summoned? An existence on the same level as the Beast King? And, 3 at once? If it is said that before, Surzex and others regarded Bai Chen as the reincarnation of the God of the Bible or an existence equal to the God of the Bible because of the existence of the 12-winged demon and angels. Now, Surzex felt that he was totally wrong before. The God of the Bible? The God of the Bible really cannot suppress the Beast King to this extent. If the God of the Bible was stronger than Bai Chen, he would not have suffered almost irreversible injuries because of the Beast King. After these 3 terrifying things are over, should I ask Chen Jun about it? No, forget it. Judging from Chen Jun's appearance, he is not the kind of person who seeks chaos and war. As long as he stands on our side, it will be fine. Soon, Surzex came to this realization. On the front battlefield. After the 3 mythical gods joined the battlefield, the masters of the 3 major forces all retreated to the second line. Everyone is not a fool. Their attacks could only tickle the Beast King and at most provide a slight hindrance. After seeing the real boss coming, they naturally headed to where they were more needed. Well, where they are needed more. For example, repairing the barrier. When the Beast King first descended, he came from the dimensional gap and directly bit the space and conference room on the other side of the conference room. After that, Aquika arrived. In order to prevent the human world from suffering greater damage, he directly covered Juju Town with the 10 Kong fruit space. The alien space is exactly the same as Juwang Town. As long as the alien space is destroyed, Juwang Town will definitely not suffer any damage other than the initial disaster. This is the limit of what they can do. Basically all the gods do this. No matter how fierce the battle is, it rarely affects the human world. Because the human world is not just the human world of one force, almost all the gods are built on the basis of the human world. If the human world disappears, perhaps only beings above the peak of the Demon King level will have the hope of surviving in the dimensional cracks and trying their luck to find a new world. In a sense, this world is an isolated island, and the human world is the cornerstone of the island. That is why Bai Chen's ability to reach other worlds is so precious to Orpheus. Bang! A punch that shook the heavens and the earth, tearing through the air and crushing the gods, hit the 7 heads of the Beast King head-on with one punch after another. The crown on the Beast King's head also shattered one by one before this all-crushing fist. Perhaps it was a return to nature. The current battle situation was very similar to the most primitive beasts biting each other. The Sky Dragon's slender body wrapped around the Beast King, like a giant ant entwining a beast. Not only that, in addition to the suppression on the physical level, the Sky Dragon also gave a considerable degree of suppression in other areas. Thunderbolt, the Sky Dragon itself is a god known for its suppressive power. At the same time, it has given the Beast King the greatest degree of suppression in terms of physical body, spirit, and strength. It is because of the existence of the Sky Dragon that the Pterosaur and the giant god soldier can attack with confidence. If there were no Sky Dragon, the giant god's fists would definitely not be able to smash as happily and smoothly as they do now. Boom! While suffering a heavy blow on the head, the Beast King's huge body was also being burned by the sun god's flames. The flesh and blood gradually turned into nothingness under the sun god's flames, but because of its extremely strong recovery ability, it slowly recovered. While recovering, it was also burned, making the Beast King feel unprecedented pain. Even when it was sealed by the God of the Bible with endless forbidden spells, it had never felt such pain and humiliation. Yes, humiliation. The Beast King, who shouldn't have had this feeling, actually had it. This was a feeling that even wild beasts would have. However, the fact that this ignorant monster, the Beast King, could have this feeling also showed how powerless Beast King felt about the battle situation at the moment. Oh my God! You should be more careful. Don't burn me. The Sky Dragon, who was accidentally burned by the Pterosaur, complained in pain. Who told you to wrap the ground so tightly? Can't you leave me a little more space? If you wrap it a little more, it will be 1.7, which is equivalent to blocking the way for this guy, understand? Pteranodon said, "This is not my fault. You're responsible if he breaks free. Who do you think you're enjoying fighting so much now? If it weren't for the master's order, I wouldn't have let this guy get away. How could I hold him so tightly?" Sky Dragon retorted without hesitation. Master's orders, master's orders. You just use this thing to pressure us all day long. I get it. The Pteranodon said it very unhappy, but it was indeed more careful when attacking. If the Sky Dragon is burned and hurt, he will just let go. If it's more serious, the Beast King will just run away. How will he explain to his master then? You two idiots, hurry up and finish your work. Watching the quarreling long snake and stupid bird, the giant god soldier grunted and continued to strike the Beast King with even greater ferocity. Long snake, The Sky Dragon does look a bit like a long snake. Not to mention the silly bird, the Pteranodon seems to be talking about him no matter how you look at it. You silly little thing, I'll deal with you when I get back. Winged Dragon and Sky Dragon said in unison. This has never happened before. Pterosaur and Sky Dragon have reached an agreement. The silly little guy is undoubtedly referring to the giant god soldier. Of course, the giant god's head is not small at all. It's just because the body of the giant god soldier is so strong that its head appears small. Deal with me? If you're thinking that now, and you can't complete the task later, you'll see who the master will deal with later. The tone of the giant god soldier was a little gentler, cowardly, than before. But what he said was undoubtedly correct. That's true. The master has a limited time to get us all to show up. If we're not done by then, the master will probably be angry. Sky Dragon thought, tightening his grip on the Beast King's body. We'll discuss this with you guys when we get back. Pterosaur knew time was limited, so he decided not to bother with these two idiots. If they were 30 each, Bai Chen would still be able to make them appear for a long time, but it would take a lot of energy to use up 3 of them at the same time, and even Bai Chen now finds it a bit too much to handle. Just when the wills of the 3 mythical gods reached a consensus, the Beast King, who was supposed to be emotionless, suddenly had an ominous premonition. That was a feeling he had never experienced even when fighting the god of the Bible. The feeling called, the threat of death. The other side. Bai Chen sighed. After entering the map of mountains, rivers, and the state, Bai felt completely relieved. According to Bai Chen's own judgment, in the history of this world, there is only one person who can truly break out of the mountains and rivers and the country with his insight, wisdom, judgment, and powerful strength. God of the Bible. Only the God of the Bible meets this standard in terms of power, wisdom, vision, and insight. Sadly, the God of the Bible is gone forever. Other beings such as Orpheus or the Red Dragon God Emperor only have power. Without sufficient understanding and wisdom, it is impossible for them to defeat Mudu of Shanha society. Therefore, only after imprisoning Li Zuim in the Shanha Shejitu did Bai Chen completely feel relieved. Are you here? The biggest variable in the world. As soon as he entered the Shanha Shejitu, Bai Chen saw Li Zuim waiting for him. It seemed that the other party had been waiting for him. The biggest variable? No, the biggest variable is actually you. Bai Chen said lightly. I will definitely transform the world into what I want it to be, but you will only lead it to destruction and chaos. Who do you think is the variable between us? Bai Chen asked in return. From the perspective of a time traveler, Bai Chen changed the plot, which is of course a variable. But from another perspective, if Bai Chen is sure that he can guide the world into the way he wants it, then he is not a variable. What a sophistry! Chaos? Disarray? Isn't this what the world's most primitive state looks like? Li Zuim continued to defend himself. But you want to single-handedly stop this world from moving towards chaos. You possess such a powerful force, and even servants of this caliber, yet you are willing to become someone else's sharp sword. I haven't become someone else's sword from the beginning to the end, I have always acted according to my own will. Bai Chen interrupted Li Zuim. He seems to have had some misunderstanding. It's a pity you came too quickly. Wally hasn't even finished training yet. Originally, I wanted to give Valor the power to kill you with his own hands. Isn't it a very romantic and fateful way to die, to be killed by this descendant of someone you once looked down upon and who has held a grudge against you for a long time? Bai Chen sighed. He really felt sorry about this matter. Kr. Li Zuim narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he felt that he smelled the scent of his own kind. Bai Chen also seems to be pursuing fun. Moreover, the ill will towards him does exist. First, I want to ask you a question. Were you the one who ordered the capture of the Phoenix family members to be used to create Phoenix tears? Bai Chen bowed and asked one of the things he cared about most. He had some speculation in his mind, but still wanted to verify it himself. Isn't this natural? Before a war begins, we must first stockpile war resources. Aren't Phoenix's tears an important war resource? Li Zuim remembered that he had indeed asked someone to do this kind of thing. I see. Li Zuim understood. So, Bai Chen was doubting him. When did it start? Why did you suspect him? Logically speaking, there should be many forces in the world that covet Phoenix, right? Since you admit it, then let me tell you. Bai Chen curled his lips, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. That's easy, then. Before Li Zevim had time to understand the meaning of this sentence, his body had already grasped its meaning. Boom! One hit. Just one hit. Phoenix's flames covered his body, burning it instantly. Bai Chen, who uses various bloodlines to enhance himself, has become as powerful as Shiva after absorbing the blood of 013 Orpheus. With this kind of strength, one move is enough to defeat a parallel transcendent like Li Zevim. Or in other words, killing it once is enough. Ah, you're really irritable. Li Zevim's body quickly recovered under the light of the Holy Grail, and after a second or two, he was able to start talking again easily. You're so rude that you don't even wait for others to finish speaking, Li Zevim said with a smile, not hiding the sarcasm in his eyes at all. So what? So what if we trapped him? He is immortal as long as he possesses the Holy Grail. Sizzle. After saying this, the next moment, Li Zevim was covered by pure light, and the power of angels instantly purified his demonic body. I told you to at least let someone say it. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. This time it was the power of destruction that annihilated everything and destroyed Li Zevim's body again. And Bai Chen finally heard the voice he wanted to hear. Announcement: analysis of the Holy Grail is complete. Calculations for the Holy Grail resurrection ritual are now underway. The voice of Shar, the King of Wisdom. Bai Chen certainly knew that it would be difficult to kill him, but wasn't it too much of an underestimation of him to think that he was helpless? You really have no manners. Are you really from a high-ranking demon family? Did you ever receive etiquette instruction from a high-ranking demon when you were a child? After being resurrected, Li Zevim was unaware of his situation and continued to taunt. Of course I have accepted it, but I just don't think it's necessary to enforce it on you. Bai Chen paused for a moment and said lightly. Talk about etiquette. Is this something that Li Zevim, who just let the Beast King come and bite without saying anything, could say? Maybe you haven't noticed any changes yet, but don't worry, I will let you notice it soon. Bai Chen grinned. It was quite difficult for King of Wisdom, Charles, to conduct an analysis before Li Zevim used the resurrection effect, but since he used it so many times, it was normal for King of Wisdom, Charles, to analyze the countermeasures. V.E. Before Li Zevim finished speaking, he felt the sensation of death again. This time, the attack was quite direct. A combination of magic and sorcery destroyed his body functions in an instant. His internal organs and body were annihilated together. This feeling, he really can't like it. Hey! Can you please let me finish what I'm saying? Having just been resurrected, Li Zevim could hardly control his expression. Although he could indeed be resurrected, being killed like a chicken made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. If the other party showed an unhappy expression because of his ridicule, he would be happy, but if the other party kept killing him, he would be very uncomfortable. The feeling of death is really not pleasant. Wait. Wait. Just after complaining, Li Zevim finally found something wrong. Oh. Did you finally notice it? Bai Chen curled his lips. Did this slow-witted guy finally notice it? Asterisk. It seems like the resurrection time has become longer. Li Zevim indeed had this feeling. From the previous mode where he could be resurrected almost instantly, it has changed to the current mode where he needs to be resurrected for a while. Was this person the one who did this? Yes, I made the hand. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and raised his hand slightly. The formation arranged in the mountain, river, state and state map was activated. As the overwhelming energy surged, the being named Li Zevim disappeared again. 1 second, 5 seconds, 30 seconds, and a full minute later, Li Zevim's body gradually took shape. This time, Li Zevim could no longer sit still. The resurrection time was delayed to 1 minute in just a short period of time. If this continues, will it be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, several days, or even impossible to resurrect? After obtaining the Holy Grail, Li Zevim felt a feeling of fear for the first time. Isn't it immortal? Why did something go wrong? Is it because of the existence of this person in front of me? Don't worry, you will soon be able to fall asleep forever. Bai Chen smiled and stretched out his hand in the direction of Li Zevim, slowly raising a finger. Tisk, kid, don't underestimate me. Li Zevim held the Holy Grail in his hand, and soul energy sufficient to break through space overflowed from it, and dozens of mass-produced evil dragons were generated behind him. This was enough evil dragons to wipe out an entire pantheon. At this moment, they were summoned out in one go by Li Zevim. Dangerous, extremely dangerous, a danger that must be avoided, a danger that must be eliminated. This was the first time that Li Zevim felt this sense of danger after he had his own understanding. Unfortunately, it's too late. From the moment he was included in the Shanha Sheiji 2, it was already too late. You like to call people, don't you? I like to call people too, but I don't know which side of ours calls more people more powerfully. Bai Chen licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a playful expression as he released blood. Sizzle. The clothes on Bai Chen's back were torn, and 2 wings made of blood grew out from his back. Blood danced wildly behind Bai Chen, weaving into the shapes of human bodies. Yes, it's people. They are humanoid life forms filled with various transcendental auras. This feeling is. Li Zevim reacted to one of the humanoid life forms. Because, he actually sensed a demonic aura from it that was much stronger and purer than his own. The original Demon King. No, it should be a demon that surpasses the level of the original Demon King. Does this kind of demon really exist? It doesn't exist in myths and legends, but actually exists in the real world. Even the highest level demon would find it difficult to move in the space around the giant god. Not only are they pure-blooded demons, but every figure behind Bai Chen possesses a pure and transcendent aura. Angels with 12 rainbow wings, 12-winged fallen angels, pure-blooded dragons, demons, vampires, monsters, world dragons, ice phoenixes, vampires, and so on, more than 10 races of pure-blooded auras. Bai Chen's voice also disappeared in this light. Under this almost absolute crushing of combat power, even Li Zevim fell into complete despair. The more races that absorb blood, the more clones can be summoned. The red, blue, and golden lights converged and turned into the purest gold. A ray of light. Suddenly, the 3 mythical gods heard such a voice at the same time. The same goes for the pterosaurs and the giant god soldiers, all of them returned to Bai Chen's side. I didn't expect you to be such a giant warrior. The light of creation. Oh my god. Why do you have to be the last one to make the move? Are you trying to steal the credit? Who was the first to start? Pteranodon didn't expect that you, the giant god soldier with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would do such a thing to steal someone's head. A voice that all 3 of them were extremely familiar with. Owner. Before the sky dragon could finish its words, its body turned into a point of light and disappeared beside the beast king. Born in this light. A ray of light caught everyone's attention. In the sky, Bai Chen, dressed in white, transformed into a golden ray of light and rushed towards the beast king with the force of thunder and destruction. This is the ability that Bai Chen awakened after this advancement. The giant god soldier concentrated his mind and gathered strength. The sacred and violent aura compacted the surrounding air, and the space seemed to become sticky. At this moment, each clone has the strength of the top 10 in the world. Turn out to be this kind of perversion. Soon, Li Zevim discovered that it was not just that. Furthermore, each of these figures exuded an aura no less powerful than that of Bai Chen thousands of years ago. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Blood of 1 can fully reproduce Bai Chen's peak combat power among all races. Everything. It's almost time to give him the final blow. Help me suppress it. Blood of 1. Outside world. Master, I'm sorry, we haven't. Does it really exist in this world? HT 73. The light of creation. The ultimate light born from the fusion of the powers of the three mythical gods, the pure light of the creator god of light. Under this ray of light, the Beast King's nearly eternal body finally dissipated completely and irreversibly. This day is called the Day of Light Descent. It is a day that is still remembered in the Bible hundreds of years later. After the arrival of the light, the three major forces spread the news that caused a great uproar in the outside world. The three major forces formally signed a peace treaty, and will maintain a consistent attitude and course of action in a large number of subsequent events. This shocked all the gods. The three major tribes that had been fighting since ancient times actually reconciled. But, if you think about it carefully, there seems to be some truth in it. After all, if the three major forces continue to fight, in the end, even if there is only one left, there will be no one left what a powerful force. Even without the intervention of other pantheons, the remaining victors will gradually disappear in the long river of history. However, what surprised other pantheons even more was yet to come. After the three major forces united to establish the biblical pantheon, they actually actively extended an olive branch to other forces. In a short period of time, he had already won over a large number of forces in Fuso and established a substantial alliance with the Norse pantheon. That's fine, but the news that spread today has set the entire world ablaze. They want all the pantheons to attend a meeting there. What? Could it be that the god of the Bible has been resurrected? In the Underworld, the skull-headed underworld god with a flickering soul fire exudes a smoldering breath. No. What appeared before should be just the afterglow of the God of the Bible. If the God of the Bible is resurrected, there shouldn't be no movement at all. What appeared before refers to the light that appeared in the sky above Fuso. That brilliance even surpassed the previous God of the Bible. All the gods were curious about what this light was, and finally, an explanation came from the angels. It is said that this was a backup plan left by the God of the Bible. After paying a huge price, they finally activated the backup plan left by the God of the Bible and resolved the crisis of the Beast King. At least, that's what was announced to the outside world. Bai Chen still needs time, so he chose this mode of action after discussing it for quite a long time. Wait patiently. Develop your power to an absolutely strong, unprecedentedly strong, and absolutely invincible level before taking the next step. Of course, Bai Chen is now able to sublimate a person's bloodline, and there is no problem in directly sublimating it to the transcendent level. However, this would also consume Bai Chen's own essence, which he could replenish a lot of previously due to the initial blood-sucking behavior. Facing Gabriel's question, Bai Chen responded with a smile. This was the situation of Seraphim Gabriel at this moment. After preparing herself mentally for quite some time, she finally mustered up the courage to meet Bai Niao. This deadline was temporarily set at 100 days, so the three major forces announced to all pantheons that a meeting between pantheons would be held after 100 days. Everyone also knows that this kind of thing cannot be done for free, and it is impossible to transform a demon king-level strongman into a transcendent without any cost. Now, as his level gradually increases, even the initial blood-sucking behavior is difficult to make up for, so Bai Chen needs more time. As a member of the Seraphs, Gabriel, the top combat force in heaven, is naturally one of the first candidates to enter the transcendent level. In Bai Chen's room, the blonde angel looked at Bai Chen with a wavering look in her eyes. Well, because Bai Chen cannot accept male blood both physically and psychologically, the only option is for the other party to do more. If nothing else, at least we have to create dozens of transcendents who have the ability to fight against the world, right? Is that so? Gabriel was a little at a loss as to what to do when she saw that this fellow seraph seemed very dissatisfied with her. Mr. Bai Chen, after you suck my blood, will you really tell me your identity? If they were just complaining and joking before, after seeing Bai Chen use the light of creation to kill the Beast King, Michael and the other four seraphim really suspected that Yunong was the reincarnation of the God of the Bible or the descendant of the God of the Bible. Before she could finish her words, Angewoman felt a slight tingling and itching sensation, and then gently closed her eyes. Seeing Gabriel complaining so much even when offering blood to the Lord, Angewoman couldn't sit still anymore and took the initiative to sit on Bai Chen's thigh. Without the power of Bai Chen's blood, Lilithmon and Angewoman usually remain in their complete form to receive energy. Requesting flowers 0. Even. I can no longer look at the boy in front of me with equal eyes. Of course, fresh blood is also needed. After all, the effect is greatest when sucking blood for the first time, and it can also offset many of the side effects of Bai Chen forcibly raising others. Take a good look at it. This is the Master's gift. You just need to accept it with a pious heart. Although Gabriel got the explanation from Michael that Bai Chen is not a vampire, but belongs to a completely new race, he still wanted to ask Bai Chen himself. Let me demonstrate first, Seraph. If you don't cooperate with the Master, I will be very troubled. Announcement based on Bai Chen's will. Fortunately, Bai Chen now has enough blood resources, so one person won't have to bear too much and become weak. But if you think about it this way, Bai Chen is a completely new race that needs blood. His divine attributes surpass those of everyone else, and he already leans towards divine attributes. If you can bind him with divine blood and make him like divine blood, will his attitude and attributes also change? Bai Chen himself does not contain any attributes and is in a neutral and chaotic state. It is only because he has the 3 mythical gods that he can use the terrifying divine power of the God of creation of light. In fact, without this level of analysis, Gabriel would also have great psychological barriers to letting a vampire suck his blood. She was very confused. Why did Bai Chen, who was obviously a vampire, have such terrifying divine attributes? Why was he different from other vampires and possessed all kinds of strange abilities? So, what men cannot give, can only be made up from women. Of course, it's only natural not to hide anything from one's own people, isn't that right? Although the Beast King was destroyed and Bai Chen's identity was not made public due to pressure from the top leaders, Bai Chen had become completely different in the eyes of the top leaders. Of identity? Wasn't his identity made clear? Well, Angewoman. This is the reason why Michael and other seraphim tricked Gabriel into going to Bai Chen. But, this was their misunderstanding. Looking at Angewoman's expression, the blush and drunkenness on her face, Gabriel immediately covered his eyes with his hands. This kind of scene, can she really watch it? Of course, although he was blocking it with his hands, the huge gap between his slender fingers and the golden eyes in the gaps fully displayed Gabriel's nervousness and excited anticipation. Gabriel maintained this posture and watched from the beginning to the end. As for whether she listened to Angewoman and wrote down all the details so that she could cooperate with Bai Chen later, only she knew. Are you ready? Putting the sleeping Angewoman down, Bai Chen asked with a smile. He seemed to have seen this kind of behavior of covering one's ears and stealing the bell on someone before, as if, it seemed that when he was in the room with Amano Yuma last time, Aisha outside the room seemed to be in the 750 posture. Could it be that, all blonde girls with church attributes like this? When Gabriel heard Bai Chen ask her if she was ready, she immediately stood up from the position she was lying on the ground, her face flushed as she wanted to say something. Don't be nervous, it won't hurt. The next moment, Gabriel heard a voice coming from his ear. Before she noticed, Bai Chen had already come to her side. Gabriel's angel heart accelerated to the extreme, a frequency that had never been reached before. Sound of skin being cut. Hiss. Gabriel frowned subconsciously. At this moment, Song had 10 thoughts in her mind. Wasn't it agreed that it wouldn't hurt? However, this thought only lasted for a short time, and soon, it disappeared from her mind. She felt a sense of redemption and peace of mind that could only be felt when the Lord was still with her. The devil sighed. Hey, Sirzex, why did you ask me to reduce my forces recently? Did something happen? The last of the 4 great demon kings, Demon King Falbuin, found the red-haired demon king and wanted him to give a reason. The deployment of troops in the underworld was a matter of great importance, but wasn't it a bit disrespectful for Surzex and Achuka to simply inform him to deploy the troops? You two are indeed transcendent, and you, Surzex, are also the leader among the demon lords, but can you at least give a reason? Sorry, Falbuin, I've been busy lately and forgot some things. Surzex smiled helplessly and began to explain to his old comrade. Of course, he still felt a little bit upset. He originally thought that Aquica would explain to Falbuin, but now it seems that he has not done so. Demon Lord Falbuin is also a genius among demons. Unlike Demon Lord Surzex, who is powerful in destructive power, and Demon Lord Achuka, who is powerful in magic, Demon Lord Falbuin is strong in strategy and combat. During the war against the old Demon King faction, Falbuin's war and strategic talents were unparalleled. After the reform of the old Demon Kings, Falbuin also became one of the 4 great Demon Kings, in charge of the army of the Underworld. Falbuin, it's actually not a big deal. It's just a strategic retreat to avoid any unexpected situations. Chen Jun will be away for a while. Before Chen Jun returns, we must stabilize the situation first, so we can't adopt the previous expansionary strategy. Surzex said slowly. The situation at this time has changed greatly compared to before. This policy change is implemented only for the existence and actions of Bai Chen. This seemed almost impossible in the past, but now it seems quite normal to all those in the know. Chen Jun. You mean Bai Chen? He's going away for a while. Where is he going? When he heard that Bai Chen was leaving temporarily, Falbuin felt relieved. Yes, if Bai Chen wants to leave, the configuration will have to be reduced. I don't know. Chen Jun didn't tell us where he was going, but only told us that he should be back within a week. Bai Chen went to this world to look for the Holy Shroud. Falbuin smiled helplessly and didn't think much of it. In desperation, Bai Chen chose to open the copy world, but he didn't expect that this copy world gave him a surprise from the beginning. To access the dungeon material world, you must collect all the necessary materials within 72 hours, otherwise the material world will not be open to you later. The replica world rejected his body, so he could only use pure physical strength. If he used his original strength, he would be forcibly sent back to the original world within a certain period of time. Bite. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the dungeon world. Bai Chen looked into the distance and started an exploration. He only remembered Bai Chen saying one sentence before he left. Ding. That's all, Surzex. I'll go make the arrangements first. Of course, he had suspected that they didn't want to give him the holy relic and so simply said it didn't exist. But when Bai Chen realized that all the information channels he received were the same, he finally believed it. So, the Holy Shroud really didn't exist? Is that so? Never mind. If he doesn't tell us, what can we do? Of course, I didn't dare to make any fuss about it. Bite. Anyway, let's first see which direction that thing is in. Are you sure you want to go to the dungeon material world? Although he is a demon, he is also a fallen angel, a god, a dragon, and can transform into any race if possible. After getting the answer he wanted, Falbuin had no intention of staying any longer and left to deploy his troops. Bai Chen looked at the question mark in his own world, and a question mark also appeared above his head. When the army mobilization was almost completed, Bai Chen had already left this world. The shroud is the cloth that wrapped the body of the biblical god and is one of the most important holy relics in religion and faith. Of course, Surzex also asked, but Bai Chen's attitude was very firm, so he didn't ask any more questions. While pushing his physical strength to the limit, Bai Chen rushed towards this place. Although Bai Chen was born a demon and was very close to the demons, the 3 major forces now knew about Bai Chen's transcendent nature. This instance of the dungeon contains the material the host needs, the Holy Shroud. The copy world has been successfully opened. Yes. You can specify the target material direction once every 6 hours, please pay attention. An unknown world. Is it possible to be like this? This direction, southeast. However, when Bai Chen asked Michael for this item, Michael told him directly, this item 1.9 has never existed in the beginning. When he comes back, most of the previous problems will no longer be a problem. Although my supernatural abilities are temporarily restricted, it doesn't matter. Bai Chen has now reached the sub-dragon god level solely through his physical abilities. Without using fighting spirit, immortal arts, or sorcery, he can engage in pure physical combat with the previous Beast King. Of course, Bai Chen couldn't do this when he just encountered the Beast King period. However, afterwards, because Bai Chen needed to upgrade many people to the transcendent level, the amount of blood sucked increased greatly, and the original upper limit also increased a lot. This level of strength can basically dominate all the worlds. Moving in the direction indicated by the cursor, Bai Chen saw nothing. Not seen. But, Bai Chen sensed some changes. Many times, the perception called intuition, or sixth sense, is much more reliable than vision. Bai Chen stood quietly, waiting for the changes to reach a certain extreme point. A few seconds later. Click click, click, click. A rather ominous sound came from the space not far in front of Bai Chen. Bang! Just as Bai Chen expected, this space could not hold on and turned into fragments. After the space collapsed, the storm in the dimensional rift was exposed. Looking at the scenery, Bai Chen was stunned for a long time. Originally, Bai Chen was quite familiar with the scenery between the dimensions, but the scene that unfolded before him was indeed quite surprising to him. In the gap between dimensions, a golden, sacred figure shining with endless holy light was confronting a giant beast. Jiang, awe. The familiar being in front of him, filled with violence and chaos, let out a familiar roar. The roar that once shattered countless demon angels and fallen angels only existed as the most primitive roar in a battle of this level. It serves no purpose other than expressing its anger and brutality. On the opposite side was a humanoid body wrapped in golden light. It was enveloped in pure and powerful divine light, forming a sharp contrast with the Zheng Emperor in front of it. Through his own eyes, Bai Chen saw clearly the figure in the endless holy light. It is full of divine aura. If ordinary people see it, they will be attracted by its holiness, and then believe in it, worship it, and become its believers. She is such an existence. That's right. She. Bai Chen was quite sure it was her. Although Bai Chen didn't know what she looked like, her name had already been called out in his mind thousands of times. Of course, it's not just Bai Chen, her name is spoken and worshipped by too many lives in the world. She is the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is a girl. Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It seems, given the nature of this world, this possibility does exist. The Beast King and the God of the Bible. In other words, I'm not in a different time and space now, but in a previous timeline. Bai Chen frowned. How was he supposed to get the Holy Shroud? Was he supposed to create it himself? According to Michael, the Holy Shroud never existed in the first place and was a fiction created by the Bible. From this perspective, it seems normal to teleport him to this time and space. Because the shroud itself is the cloth that wrapped the body of the God of the Bible, so of course it has to come from the body of the God of the Bible. No, that's not right. I think it's more important to first consider whether what's happening in this world will have an impact on my original world. Bai Chen thought of a more difficult matter. The relationship between this spacetime and the spacetime he is in. Is this copy world the timeline before his original world, or is it a completely new world, a completely new world line? If I do something in this world, will it cause any major changes in my original world? In fact, when Bai Chen arrived here, the change had already occurred. The golden figure seemed to notice Bai Chen and looked in the direction of the three people. When Bai Chen was surprised by this fact, Sheng was also surprised by the scene in front of him. Her reaction was similar to Bai Chen's. Bai Chen's attention was drawn to the god wrapped in holy light, and the god was also drawn to the young man with a strange aura. He just stood there quietly, as if he had anticipated their arrival. However, when she and the Beast King appeared there, he did show a look of surprise, which meant that it was beyond his expectations. So what was going on? Sheng had a subtle feeling from the bottom of her heart. She had never cared so much about a stranger before. A pair of star-like eyes seemed as clear as ever, and the pure black pupils revealed a strange charm. Mystery and the desire to explore, such a feeling appeared in the heart of Saint. This was a feeling she had never had before. In the brief moment she and Bai Chen stared at each other, something strange happened. These are so excited. Beast King 666, who had just recovered from his shock, charged directly towards Saint. Sizzle. The ferocious giant mouth instantly swallowed up the holy light figure that was stunned for a moment. The figure with brilliant holy light disappeared in front of Bai Chen. WTF. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Bai Chen couldn't help but be stunned. If you want to fight, just fight. But when you fight, can you be more serious? Don't you know what it means to be bitten by the Beast King? Click. The Beast King opened his dragon head, and a dim golden figure fell from it. It's really troublesome. Bai Chen no longer cared about his previous thoughts. He crushed the space with one foot and grabbed the girl who was falling into the dimensional gap. At this moment, he already understood that the battle situation had changed because of his arrival, so he no longer had to worry about whether to take action or not. According to his memory, the Beast King was sealed in an alien space by an endless forbidden spell. Nua Qian's. But now, Bai Chen could clearly feel the girl's weakness. It was absolutely impossible to seal the Beast King at this level. What the hell is going on? Bai Chen swung his foot again, chopping down the head in the middle of the Beast King. Jiang. Accompanied by bursts of painful sounds, the Beast King was also knocked away by Bai Chen's enormous force and flew towards the distant dimensional rift. Bai Chen's simple physical body was able to achieve this level, which made Saint widen his golden eyes. This kind of physical quality is far beyond salvation, right? God of the Bible, do you still have the strength to seal the Beast King? Bai Chen didn't say much nonsense. If possible, he wanted to minimize the impact. Seal, we can try. Sheng was a little surprised at first, but after hearing what Bai Chen wanted to talk about, he suppressed his emotions and answered seriously. DX03. That's not really good news. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, saying that he was not sure. And he never likes to do things that he is not sure of. In my current state, it's impossible for me to cause any effective damage to the Beast King. Even if I can tear through space, it's still difficult to defeat the Beast King with just my fists and feet. Bai Chen frowned slightly. Is it possible that method should be used? Sheng was also stunned for a while because of Bai Chen's words. Kung Fu. May I ask what you are? If it's me, you can call me Saint. Saint was indeed very confused. After reaching this level of physical strength, could he only use fists and feet? It's come to this point, why aren't there any magic-based moves? Although she had many doubts in her mind, she still introduced herself first. This is etiquette. Bai Chen, my name is Bai Chen, Bai means white, Chen means morning light. Because I'm not from this time and space, I can't use my supernatural powers here. That's why I said it's difficult for me to deal with the Beast King. Bai Chen had no intention of hiding anything and directly revealed his identity. Because, what he had to do next was to make Saint trust him and cooperate with him wholeheartedly. Not from this time and space. Can't use abilities here. Is it because using powers that don't belong to this time and space will be rejected by the world? It seems that there is indeed such a statement. Saint half struggled to get up from Bai Chen's hand and looked towards the position of the Beast King in the distance. So, young man from another time and space, why did you come to this time and space? Also, I see that although you are a little anxious, you have not lost your composure. Do you have any solution? Saint noticed some subtle details. Indeed, what she said made sense, so much so that it was a little unusual. I can't reveal my purpose yet, but I absolutely don't want any major changes to happen in this space and time. Then, judging by your anxious look, has something unusual happened? Saint nodded. Although she didn't quite understand the laws of time travel and world line changes, she understood Bai Niao's feelings about not wanting the timeline to change. If the timeline changes, the time and space where the boy originally lived will also be affected. It is normal for him to not want to see such a thing. Well, it has happened. Bai Chen stared at Sheng. He believed that Sheng already knew the answer. Is this change related to me? Saint looked at Bai Chen's fixed gaze and slightly shifted his own gaze. She had never been stared at so seriously by a member of the opposite S*X before. To be precise, it's related to you and the Beast King. Bai Chen sighed. It would be nice if he could determine whether this world would have an impact on his timeline. If it can be confirmed, there is no need to put all your efforts into maintaining the original world line. It seems that I will destroy the Beast King in the future, or at least seal him up. Saint smiled with a sense of relief. Did she already do it in the future? No matter what the price, did she finally do it? I think you could actually be a little more anxious. Bai Chen smiled helplessly. How come the Saint is in this state, and he doesn't seem anxious at all? No need. I know you should have a way. Saint smiled slightly and cast a questioning look at Bai Chen. She finally met an equal, and she was quite interested in him. She wanted to see what means the other party wanted to use to seal the Beast King. In this world, the only ones who are equal to or superior to her are the Beast King, the Red Dragon God Emperor, and the Infinite Dragon God. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are of the same size. She was very sure that Bai Chen had no incarnation. This was Bai Chen's original appearance. She is the embodiment of light and holy power. She wants to see what kind of existence Bai Chen is and what kind of power he can use. I have a way. No, I don't have a way. Bai Chen shook his head. Gradually, Bai Chen's body dissolved, and all of it turned into golden blood, which slowly merged into the body of the saint. There's no other way. If there's no other way, how can you still be so calm now? After saying this, she let go of all her vigilance and alertness, both physically and mentally, and entered a defenseless state. Bai Chen whispered in Sheng's ear. Transformation, from old to new. Mobilizing the blood in the body, Richen gradually assimilated his body. Bai Chen interrupted Sheng's words. Over 90% winning rate. Fortunately, the Beast King attacks based on instinct most of the time. It is very difficult to defeat it, but it is very easy to delay it. Bai Chen turned his head and saw the Beast King, who had recovered, rushing towards him and Saint. He grabbed Saint's little hand and stepped out of the Beast King's attack range. Saint can feel what she is going through now. Saint raised his head, wanting to say something but stopping himself, his golden hair falling from his ears, revealing his tender red earlobes to the fullest. Even she couldn't help but hesitate when she saw this method. After calming down, she naturally exuded an aura of transformation and transcendence. Good. After a few seconds, after listening to Bai Chen's method, Saint was silent for a long time, looking quite surprised. At this moment, she has returned to her original form, with golden sacred light surrounding her, as if all things in the world are singing praises and cheering for the birth of this existence. A few seconds later. After a while, Saint finally adjusted his mental state, looked into Bai Chen's eyes seriously, and asked. Die tight. Saint showed his decisive side. Okay, let's get started right away. Saint subconsciously wanted to dodge, but she suppressed the urge. She was quite interested in this so-called method. But soon, after a few seconds, she calmed down completely. In fact, Bai Chen was not completely sure, as he had never used this ability before. As the golden blood poured in, an abnormal flush appeared on Saint's face, and his body began to tremble. I don't have a solution, but I will let you find a solution. Daff. However, compared to simply using the physical body to challenge the Beast King, letting Saint assist on the side to see if there is a chance to seal it is much more likely to succeed. Bai Chen didn't say much and closed his eyes as well. Can you win? Slowly, Saint opened his golden pupils and looked towards the outside world. How about it? Want to try it? Bai Chen also gave a positive answer. Transcendence, from low to high. How do you feel? In a trance, Saint heard this voice. It was the voice of the young man just now. The Saint had seen a lot and should have known that this ability would have this kind of function, but she did it anyway. Was it because she felt it was the only way to win? Or was it simply because she trusted Bai Chen? Bai Chen didn't know. However, he had no intention of seizing the Saint's body. Seizing a body? Why do something so regrettable and wasteful? Wouldn't it be better to use it as a medium and blood source? This was top-tier blood source, on the same level as Orpheus, even surpassing the heroines in quality. However, it is really surprising that she is so decisive. Is it because she trusts me? Bai Chen was very concerned. After hearing what he said, Saint gave up all the defenses of her body without any hesitation. Wasn't she afraid that he would have bad intentions? After using this ability to enter someone else's body, Bai Chen could easily dominate the life and death of others, and even take away control of the body. Of course. Bai Chen put aside some of his thoughts and wholeheartedly assisted Saint. Now he was the one who took the initiative. Saint nodded gently, as if thinking about something. Boom! As if a world awash in light had opened up, endless holy light emanated from the magic circle. This was a judgment of holiness and light. Holy power, powerful enough to crush alien space, poured down upon the Beast King's body. The golden light collided with a body imbued with a savage aura, the two negating each other. This level of attack wasn't enough to instantly destroy Beast King 666. It possessed near-infinite healing power and stamina, so the God of the Bible ultimately chose to seal it in another dimension. Of course, inflicting sufficient pain on it was absolutely enough. After the forbidden spell of light dissipated, the Beast King, trapped within the dimensional rift, let out a weak roar for the first time, much weaker than his previous arrogance and dominance. How could it be possible? How could he, having barely encountered an opponent, be so easily wounded? In reality, the gap between the sub-dragon god level and the dragon god level wasn't as vast as that between the demon king level and the transcendent. Even the true crimson dragon god emperor had the guts to challenge him, but the Beast King couldn't understand why he had just gone from an absolute advantage to this state. Could it be that, the life form before him, which it hated, had almost reached transcendence? The truth was that cruel. This was just the beginning. With Bai Chen's assistance, the Saint couldn't even feel the drain on his physical, mental, or holy energy, remaining in peak condition. The Beast King felt a flicker of fear. Beasts are like that, they retreat when faced with a being truly stronger than themselves. As the Beast King hesitated, forbidden spells erupted from the Saint's limbs, chest, head, and other areas, gathering and dispersing in the air like stars falling to earth. Since Bai Chen mentioned a seal, then use this move. A magic circle resembling diamond stars formed around the Saint, forming a brand new magic circle. Even Bai Chen narrowed his eyes at this maneuver. Sure enough, the God of the Bible is still very powerful. He thought that he was no weaker than a Quicca in the art of formation, but in front of the Saint, he was like a child in front of an adult. Although I don't know what your purpose is in coming to this era, but, are our current goals the same? Saint golden eyes shone with light as she looked towards the Beast King. In her opinion, Bai Chen was being completely modest. It wasn't just a 90% chance of winning, it was 100%. Absolutely no problem. In the hands of the saint, a golden magic circle slowly rose. With a flick of his hand, it became a forbidden spell-level magic circle. This was the pinnacle of the God of Scripture's attainments in formations and techniques. I see. This is Bai Chen's method. Actually, it's not entirely consistent. My goal is simply to seal the Beast King. In our time, the Beast King was sealed until he was freed by someone with ulterior motives, and finally killed by me. Bai Chen reminded, Saint, of course, it was just a verbal reminder. Saint sensed her body's condition, it was better than ever before. The terrifying and profound holy power flowed freely within her body. Just by calculating the quantity and quality of holy power, Saint knew she had been strengthened by more than double. It's quite good. No. I should say, I've never experienced such a wonderful state. When she mentioned the word, wonderful, Sheng's voice paused. Having someone penetrate her body was certainly not a pleasant experience. But now she felt better than ever, and all of this was because of that young man. It really is a magical power, Bai Chen, you really are a magical person. The goal is to seal the Beast King, no problem. Saint is undoubtedly the person with the highest and most profound attainments in this world over the years. Perhaps, I can use this move more often in the future. Within the saint's body, Bai Chen felt no repression from this world. This meant that this almost ticket-dodging behavior was permitted. Or, even if it wasn't permitted, it was a loophole outside the rules, and could be used. Since this was Bai Chen's first time using this ability, he wasn't quite proficient. Furthermore, the saint was also a transcendental powerhouse, so Bai Chen needed her to be completely unprepared for the fusion. It seemed the fusion had been a complete success. I feel really strange too. This is my first time using this ability, Bai Chen sighed. He had thought he'd never need this ability, but he hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. By transforming himself into blood and blending it into another's body, Bai Chen could perform many incredible things at his will. For example, he could grant the other party equal strength, significantly enhance the user's essence and power, and even, instantly heal injuries. Sensing the saint's aura and concentrated power, the Beast King didn't even bother to roar, shattering the space in front of him and preparing to flee. If you can't afford to offend me, why not just run away? A perfectly accurate judgment, in line with the beast's instincts. Unfortunately, it was too late. The golden heaven-reaching array had already flown from the saint's hands. As the formation took effect, the golden forbidden spell formation turned into a divine chain of law, tightly locking the Beast King's body. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The golden divine chain split into countless parts and connected to each other. Each magic circle echoed with each other, flashing with mysterious rune light. On the chains, layers of magic arrays reappeared, weakening the Beast King's aura even more. Be exiled here forever. Saint, according to his original idea, was banished by the tightly locked Beast King to a different dimension far away from the Earth. This was the location she had already decided on before the war began. Before the battle with the Beast King, Saint had speculated on the outcome of her battle with the Beast King. Even if she could win, it would be a miserable victory. The most likely possibility was that she would use magic to seal the Beast King semi-eternally. Bai Chen's words also confirmed her statement. If the young man, 190, from another time and space did not exist, the final result should be that she overdrew herself and sealed the Beast King in that alien space. Looking at Sheng's actions, Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Would you like to come with me? Let's go to the heavens and rest for a while. After taking care of all the necessary details, Saint smiled and made an invitation to Bai Chen. How do you know I would accept your invitation? I don't think someone who comes from another time and space would have the time to visit someone else. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Bai Chen once again transformed into golden blood, which flowed out of the body of the saint and gathered into a human-shaped life form. Of course I know, because your purpose is related to me. Saint tilted his head slightly and looked into Bai Chen's eyes, seeking an answer. That's correct. How did you know that? Bai Chen knew that even if he said no, Saint would not believe him, so he simply admitted it. Don't you think the way you look at me is unusual? You don't usually look at others with such demanding and lustful eyes, do you? Sheng smiled sweetly and asked back. Eyes? Bai Chen was stunned. Is there something wrong with his eyes? Yes, your eyes, when you first saw me, you were indeed surprised. But afterwards, I clearly felt the exploratory and longing gazes. It was either a desire for me, or something related to me, but in short, your desire was related to me. Sheng gave a simple analysis that surprised Bai Chen. Is this the God of the Bible? Both his observation and analytical skills are top-notch. Am I being that obvious? Bai Chen touched his chin. He really wanted to get the Holy Shroud from the saint. Holy Shroud, wouldn't it be easiest to take it from the God of the Bible? So, do you want to visit the heaven? If you do, I think we can discuss it. As a reward for your help to me before, I will also try my best to help you. Saint smiled and extended the invitation again. Helping you? It's also helping myself. Bai Chen sighed and agreed with Sheng's suggestion. The creator of the Holy Shroud is right in front of him. If not her, who should he follow? Is this the heaven? Under the guidance of the saint, Bai Chen came to a magnificent and different space. This alien space is attached to the human world, and there are a large number of light spots connecting this alien space and the human world. Bai Chen recognized those spots of light, which were the history of faith. I always feel like you are thinking about something strange. Moreover, unlike what the Lord had told them before that she might die in this battle, Saint's aura was quite perfect, and at most she only suffered some minor injuries. The reason why they said it existed was because they couldn't even tell what race that person was. They just saw him standing next to the Lord God. As long as these angels are female and agree and have their applications approved, they can go to Bai Chen to experience it. There is basically no bad angel as a medium in heaven, whether it is a reincarnated angel or a native angel, they are all quite excellent. Bai Chen thought about the last time he went to heaven. Saint returned to heaven, and the 4 great seraphim also received the news. Of course, it's for the future of the 3 major forces, right? During the conversation, the 4 great seraphim had already led a large group of angels to the front of Saint. As angels of Saint, of course the first person they noticed was Saint. Fortunately, the theater staff helped Bai Chen out of the predicament. What to do in heaven? The experience during that period made Bai Chen feel quite subtle. The seraphim would never guess the reason for this phenomenon, and it was impossible for them to imagine that this young man had merged with their gods not long ago. No, it's your illusion. Of. Because 2.3 they noticed the existence next to the Lord. Lord. However, no matter how doubtful we are, since they are all people brought by the Lord, they must be absolutely safe and trustworthy. Bai Chen shook his head. He felt that if Saint knew that he had gone to the heavens to cause trouble, he would probably look at him with a more subtle look. Saint glanced sideways and asked with great interest. However, after a few seconds, their looks became strange. All the angels looked at Holy with pious eyes. Since the angels have done this, Serzex and the others shouldn't remain indifferent. What did he do in the future? After sucking Gabriel's blood, he successfully promoted Gabriel to a transcendent angel, and gained a large amount of faith from Gabriel. Then, he was invited by the 4 candle envoys to go to heaven. Saint keenly sensed something. When I asked Bai Chen if he had ever been to heaven, he actually showed a dreamy and confused expression. Well, I went there once, and overall it was a good experience. Fortunately, in addition to feeling happy, Bai Chen also gained a certain improvement in his strength limit, so he was not depressed. In fact, he was even a little proactive and was thinking about taking a trip to the demon realm someday. You don't seem very surprised. Have you been to heaven in the future? This issue can be put aside for now, they are more concerned about another thing. The Lord went to deal with the Beast King not long ago. Judging from the current situation, the Lord has definitely won. That's right, at this moment Bai Chen exuded a strong aura of holiness. Why does that human boy also have a strong aura of the Lord? It feels like he is a bull with good seeds being bred. 0. How's it going? I saw that you were very concerned about Gabriel just now. If you want, I can give Gabriel to you. In Saint's private room, in an environment filled with holy power, Saint smiled and said something that was not sure if it was a joke. She noticed that Gabriel's attitude towards Bai Chen was very normal, but Bai Chen seemed to care about Gabriel very much. Combined with the previous judgment, he should have been to heaven in the future, and he and Gabriel are old acquaintances, right? No need. Even if you gave it to me, I can't take it back. Bai Chen smiled and waved his hand. What if I give it to him? Even if you didn't give it to him, as long as he returned to the original world line, wouldn't Gabrielle, such a naive little girl, be easy for him to fool? Can I ask you something? Sheng didn't argue much and asked Bai Chen to sit opposite her. Okay. After all, even if you don't ask, I still want to tell you something. Bai Chen looked into the golden eyes of Saint, and said seriously. You come from the future and come here for something related to me, but you don't want to change the past because of this, right? Right. Bai Chen nodded calmly. Sure enough, Saint is the top level. But that's not entirely correct. I'm not sure if I'm in another world line or a timeline before my original world line. Bai Chen added. If this is another world line, then whatever happens here shouldn't affect my original world. If it happened before my original timeline, then what happened? Did it create a new parallel world, or did it change the future by changing the past? Bai Chen said a lot, and Sheng listened very carefully. Does the time-space paradox make you unwilling to see major changes in the world? Sheng nodded to show his understanding. So, am I the one who bothers you the most? Saint changed the subject and looked at Bai Chen with a smile, wanting to get an answer. When fighting with the Beast King, she first noticed the strange existence of Bai Chen, and then was seriously injured by the Beast King because of her trance. It was at this time that Bai Chen clearly had emotional fluctuations, joined the battle, and finally assisted her in sealing the Beast King. Theoretically, Bai Chen comes from a different time and space, and should do things as best as possible without disrupting history, and then return to the original world. But he used almost all his strength, which means that history has changed, and he wants to use his own power to change history back. So, it can only be because of her. Because of her, history changed, so Bai Chen wants to change it back. That's right, it's because of you. You shouldn't have died in the battle with the Beast King. In history, you died in the battle with the 4 demon kings. Bai Chen's words were so shocking that Sheng's breathing subconsciously quickened for a moment. Did she really meet her death? That's right, when she looked at Bai Chen, she also saw Bai Chen's eyes. If she were still alive, based on her strength and the status of this time traveler, he should have met her in the future. But she didn't read that from Bai Chen's eyes. The 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings. After a few seconds of silence, Saint raised his head again. Is it because I paid a huge price to seal the Beast King that I lost in the battle with the 4 demon lords? That's right. So, you can't die in the battle with the Beast King. Bai Chen nodded. So, do you want me to die in the battle with the 4 demon lords? Sheng lowered his body and looked up at Bai Chen, wanting to get an answer. If possible, that's it. Bai Chen pondered. Only if the god of the Bible dies in the battle with the 4 demon kings, then the great news of the death of the god of the Bible will reach the ears of some people and have the same impact on the world as the original world line. After thinking for a while, Saint finally spoke again. I feel I have a responsibility to take responsibility for your future. So, don't worry, I will die in this war just as you expected. Saint's golden eyes were filled with a determined look, causing Bai Chen to subconsciously frown. From another perspective, if someone said this to him, even if he knew it might affect the future world, he would choose to preserve his own life and would not follow the laws of history. Are you serious? Yes, it's like repaying a favor, isn't it? If you weren't here, I'm afraid I would have died. No, that's not how it works. If I weren't here, you should be able to seal the Beast King smoothly. Bai Chen objected in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud in the end. Actually, this problem is not without a solution. After taking a long breath, Bai Chen prepared to speak his mind. Since the saint has this level of awareness, he should also adopt a corresponding attitude and take corresponding actions. Solution. Your solution is. Before Saint could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of a bell. Buzz 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 buzz. Suddenly, bells rang everywhere in heaven, melodious and loud alarm bells. This is the alarm bell. Woo woo woo. Then came the sound of horns. The rapid ringing of bells and the distant sound of trumpets added a solemn atmosphere to heaven. Ice cream. Saint's eyes became sharp. Only when the highest level of war is being waged will the 7 heavens sound their horns simultaneously. Really? The war is coming. Bai Chen shook his head. This war should also be engraved in history, right? Is it the war you mentioned, Zhao Zhao Hao? Saint asked Bai Chen, a strange light flashing in his eyes. A war that can make the trumpet sound in the 7 heavens will definitely go down in history. And in this timeline, what force will launch a war that will sound the clarion call of war? Sheng feels that the answer is obvious. Yes, this is a 3-way battle between demons, angels, and fallen angels. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and looked towards the underworld. In the underworld, he should have something to do, demon. Regardless of whether it was as he imagined, he felt that he needed to go find it. If it's really what he thinks, then, this must be fate. So, what was the outcome of this battle? Saint asked about the outcome of this war, not only her outcome, but also the outcome of other races. In that war, the gods on the angel side and the 4 demon kings on the demon side perished together. The fallen angels lost most of their cadres, and the demons lost a large number of pure-blooded demons. All 3 major races were severely damaged, and only began to recover in my time. After hearing about the situation of the 3 major forces, Saint also frowned. Of the 3 major forces now, even the angels alone are worthy of the title of top strength. If it is really as Bai Chen said, the 3 major forces will be in a very dangerous position in the future. Let's go and see what's going on. Saint's golden eyes were filled with determination. I was originally dead. Or will he perish together with the younger brothers of the 4 demon kings? What an ironic ending. Since he was able to seal the Beast King, his strength would probably drop to that of a transcendent. At that time, it was very likely that Lucifer, the original ancestor of the transcendent level, would be killed together with 3 half-step transcendents. However, if this is the destiny, then face it. At least, judging from the fact that this boy came from the future, this world still has a future and will not be destroyed by another world in the near future. Let's go. 473 Bai Chen and Saint looked at each other, then simultaneously transformed into a golden light and flew towards the direction of the 4 seraphim. They are very clear about this. Although this war was nominally a 3-way war, it was definitely mainly the demons joining forces with the fallen angels to attack the angels. Because the God of the Bible is so powerful. In fact, If the demons and fallen angels had not received the news that the God of the Bible was going to deal with the Beast King, they would not have dared to start a war so easily. I see you seem a little absent-minded. Is there something important you haven't done yet? Before Saint discussed with the 4 seraphim how to deal with the Demon King, he noticed Bai Chen's absent-mindedness. Yes, Bai Chen noticed another thing at this time. I guess so. Bai Chen sighed and said. Of course, even if this is the case, he will not leave, Saint. Saint is the purpose of his coming to this world. Moreover, although he felt a little sorry for Saint, he would be very troubled if Saint could not be defeated as he imagined, so he had to at least stay by Saint's side to confirm this. Don't worry, since the world is still flowing in your time, then I will definitely follow destiny and make the world continue to move. As if seeing through Bai Chen's thoughts, Saint smiled and comforted him. Alright, I'm being distracted, Saint, I still have some things I want to take care of. I'll leave the matters with the 4 demon kings to you. A hint of relief flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. He seems to have always been doubting, Saint. Judging from the descriptions in later generations and the fact that Saint dared to seal the Beast King alone, she should be a good god, caring about the world, having compassion for the people, and willing to take her own responsibilities. But he always doubted her. Bai Chen knew it was normal for him to think this way, because there were too many things he was uncertain about. However, he also knew what kind of mentality Saint had when he said to him, "Don't worry, I will definitely follow fate and let the world continue to operate." Although she didn't say it out loud, she must still be disappointed in him, right? In that case, then as expected, I'll just act according to my own ideas. Bai Chen also made up his mind in his heart, and he was ready to leave Sheng's side. During the battle with the 4 demon lords, the 2 celestial dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, intruded upon your battlefield. Together with the 4 demon lords and the fallen angels, you defeated the 2 celestial dragons, collected their dragon souls, and crafted them into divine annihilation tools. Before leaving Sheng, he told her everything Xin would do. Are those 2 divine extermination tools called the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet and the White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings? If I were to name the 2 celestial dragons divine extermination tools, I think I would definitely name them like this. Saint asked with a smile. God annihilating tools, yes, if possible, before she disappears, she wants to leave behind more God annihilating tools. Of course, what made her even happier was that Bai Chen's gaze seemed different from before. After giving the necessary instructions, you left first. Holy reunites with the seraphim. The war officially begins. Of course, it was just a war in name only. In front of the saint who was not seriously injured, the 4 demon kings, Azazel and others were no different from kindergarten children. In the fight with the 4 demon kings, Saint perfectly demonstrated his acting skills, showing his weakness vividly in front of everyone. Saint, I guess those people are already thinking about how to harm her since she is weak. In this way, there should be no problem with the script she designed to die together with the 4 demon kings. As Bai Chen expected, she got 2 good things this time. Draig and Arubian's dragon souls, you will serve as the greatest trump card among the artifacts, and as my legacy to the world. Explore the possibilities in this world. After Saint came back, he started making the god-destroying tool with these 2 unlucky guys. These 2 guys broke in during the 3-way battle. Although Tianlong was powerful, he was defeated under the siege of March. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand, the White Dragon Emperor's wings of light, and so on and so forth. 13 of these divine annihilation tools in total. I grant this possibility to humanity. I hope that humans, the creatures most capable of breaking their own limits, can break the limits of the god-destroying tool and reach my level, or even beyond my realm. Saint has already made a decision in his heart. Granting divine weapons and divine annihilation tools to humans. Although humans are not as good as angels, monsters, and gods in terms of innate qualities, humans do have one characteristic. Because the upper limit of human beings is too low, if you want to become stronger, you must constantly break your own limits. It is this ability that Saint values. She hopes that humans can transcend the limits of the God-destroying tool and reach a realm above the transcendent. Only in this way will they have a greater chance of dealing with crises in other worlds. After making up his mind, Saint began to make the God-destroying tool. She has now made many God-annihilating tools, and making them is quite simple. Have you finished your work? Suddenly, Saint spoke into the void. Just as Saint finished speaking, a young man stepped through the space and returned to her. It was Bai Chen, who had gone out not long ago. Yeah, it's done. Bai Chen looked at Sheng with apology in his eyes. It seems, he really is judging others by his own petty standards. Saint is indeed acting, and it seems he's doing it very well. Now can you tell me what you want from me? Saint noticed the change in Bai Chen and asked with a smile. The shroud, one of the famous holy relics, is the cloth that wrapped the deity when she passed away. So, in other words, it's my clothes. Sheng paused, his expression a little unnatural. Clothes. Clothing. The gazes between Sheng and Bai Chen shifted. I had clearly made up my mind before, no matter what it was, I would give it to him. Now that it was time to give, Saint hesitated. As for the holy shroud, does it count as her underwear? Bai Chen, do you have any misunderstanding? There is something subtle about Bai Chen's eyes. Ahem. This should be no problem. By the way, where did you go before? Did you deal with something? Now that you are back. That should be done, right? Saint changed the subject in a rare move. Just now, she showed a different attitude in front of Bai Chen for the first time. There is no doubt that she is a god, but she is also a girl with a girlish heart. It's just that there has never been anyone who can make her show her girlish heart. Now, the one in front of her was undoubtedly a special existence, the only one she felt any sense of. Well, she had some feelings about him from the aspects of his hard power, appearance, and behavior. Of course, it's just a few things, but if you don't even have these feelings, then it's impossible for anything to happen. She could also understand Bai Chen's thoughts. She understood very well that he couldn't completely trust her feelings. After all, he was the one who suffered the loss no matter how you looked at it. In the previous timeline, she didn't dare to act rashly for fear of affecting the later timeline. But as long as she only cared about herself, she could act completely freely and change her own destiny. Her promise should have no effect on him. But in the end, Saint saw Bai Chen's actions, and he completely handed over the right of action to her. He had no intention of interfering, and even went to another place himself. Distrust is normal, but taking such action after both parties have opened their hearts is also a manifestation of trust in her. Did I deal with something? Bai Chen pondered for a few seconds. I'm sorry, I can't tell you, but I feel that this is something I should do and must do. Really? Can't you tell me? Saint pursed his lips and smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. At least Bai Chen himself didn't think it was a big deal. He just went to the border of the Underworld. Not long ago. In the Phoenix's fire feather, Bai Chen once heard the words of Duke Phoenix. Xiaochen, perhaps you also understand the origin of your name. Let me tell you a story. Duke Phoenix's words were the reason why Bai Chen went to the border of the Underworld this time. A long, long time ago, it should be, the time of the three-way war between demons, angels, and fallen angels, right? At that time, the head of the Phoenix family became a thorn in the side of other forces due to the outbreak of war and was hunted down. Because everyone's attention was focused on the God of the Bible at the time, the demon kings believed they could defeat him, so they mobilized most of their forces, and the forces protecting Phoenix were significantly weakened. the Phoenix family was almost completely wiped out, with only our ancestors escaping. Under the siege of fallen angels and demons, our ancestors were on the verge of death. Even with the blood of the Phoenix, they were caught in a life-or-death situation. At that time, a man came and saved my ancestors, and wiped out all the enemies. He is a half-demon, half-vampire. Since then, we have had ancestral precepts and have followed the ancestral precepts passed down through our bloodline. Duke Phoenix's words were interrupted and the fire feather in his hand gradually dissipated. These were the words that Duke Phoenix left for Bai Chen when he returned to Phoenix's house and took Rebel away, 0 request flowers. Today, Bai Chen saw a low-health Phoenix in the Devil's Frontier. My name is Bai Chen. For what I did today, I will seek retribution in the future. I promise to repay you with my blood and yours. When I return from the world outside of time, that will be the day for my return. After leaving these words, Bai Chen returned to heaven. This is what he told Saint, what he was going to do. Alright, the God-slaying tool, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, the God-slaying tool, White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings, done. Soon, Sheng used the Dragon Soul of Air Tianlong as the material to create the God-destroying tool. With good materials, it is easy to achieve this. The 2 Tianlongs themselves are Tianlong-level warriors, and the Divine Destroyer tool made with them as materials can have combat power of at least the Transcendent level or even above. Saint is certainly very powerful. The ability to create artifacts allows humans to gain the power to kill gods. However, in terms of the ability to create strong people, it is still weaker than Bai Chen. Saint at least needs certain materials to create the combat power of the Transcendent level, while Bai Chen, Song, only needs to consume time and blood to achieve this. This is why the 3 major forces regard Bai Chen as so important, even giving him an equal status compared to the gods of the past. Saint, what are you going to do next? As for the God-slayer, in our time we also had the Holy Grail, the Holy Lance, and the Holy Cross. Bai Chen reminded, Saint. The Holy Grail of the Netherworld, the Holy Lance of Dusk, the Holy Cross, the execution platform of the Purple Flame Priest. Among these divine annihilation tools, at least the Holy Lance was made during the time of the God of the Bible. Yeah. Holy Spear. How about this Holy Spear, joining my will? Saint thought for a moment and asked. Correct. Bai Chen nodded. As expected, the one who knew, Saint, best was herself. Then let's start making it quickly. Saint felt that he had found the perfect solution. The perfect solution is to not do anything extra, just make your most authentic and natural choice. Heaven. Today, the heavens were plunged into grief. According to the Seraphim, not long ago, the Lord God fell into the weakest state due to the battle with the Beast King. Although the Beast King was sealed, the God was now weaker than ever before. The angels understood that it was precisely because of this situation that the demons and fallen angels suddenly attacked. And tomorrow people go out again. They went out again with a lot of fighting power. All the angels wanted to do their best for the Lord God, but not all angels were qualified to participate in the battle. In this regard, the situation of fallen angels is much better than that of angels. In terms of the average level of individual combat effectiveness alone, fallen angels are far superior to angels. Because, not all angels are qualified to fall. Only when they have a certain level of knowledge and self-awareness will they have the idea of falling. The lowest level angels will never have such an idea. The remaining angels prayed devoutly in the 7th heaven, praying that their master would return safely. Zitto. Amidst the prayers of all the angels, blood rained from the sky. It's raining. How is that possible? How can it rain in heaven? Touching the red rain on his face, an angel couldn't help but exclaimed. No, it's not just heaven, it's starting to rain in the human world too. And it's even more severe than here. Another angel noticed the situation in the human world. In the human world, heaven and earth mourned together. Rain mixed with the smell of sadness fell slowly, making all living beings in the human world confused. Strange phenomena in heaven and earth. This situation can undoubtedly be called a celestial phenomenon. The first to react was heaven, because something strange had happened to the reincarnation pond and the heavenly realm's formation. The reincarnation pool dimmed, and the golden light turned into dark gold, and continued to dim. Most of the formations set up by the God of the Bible were broken. Those formations needed the power of the God of the Bible to maintain. There is only one way this could happen. The Lord is about to pass away. Just as the angels thought. The Lord is indeed passing away. However, it is not the passing of death, it is just a simple departure. Because he felt the need to leave, he was slowly severing his connection with heaven. Of course, although it did not die, there was no doubt that the aura of the saint had weakened to the extreme at this time. Why do you have to go to this extent? Bai Chen looked at saint, injecting his power into the holy vessel, and a look of emotion appeared on his face. The two of them had just successfully died together with the 4 demon kings, and then, dragging their severely injured bodies, saint rushed towards the 7th heaven. During this period, she directly took out the source of her power, the heart of God, from her body. This is what is necessary to prepare for the future. Saint said softly. Although the voice was very soft, it was full of determination. As she spoke, she divided her power into 3 parts and integrated them into the 3 sacred artifacts. Don't worry, according to the system settings, even if you possess my artifact, you can't use my power. There are only 2 people in my organization who can use my power. Sheng said. Zhao raised his head and glanced at Bai Chen. Is it, you and me? Bai Chen said with narrowed eyes. Saint, she really can do this. Indeed, if her power was placed in the 3 sacred artifacts and set up so that only she and he could use them, it should not have any impact on subsequent history. That's right. If I don't come back by then, my power will be yours to use. Although, Saint, was weak, he showed a smile. Come back, you want to leave, right? Leave this world. Bai Chen understood. Yes, if that was the case, if he left this world, the influence of the existence of the saint on history would be reduced to a minimum. Bai Chen said to the saint, in front of him. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen saw through her thoughts. Yes, so let's go and prepare for the final things. Close your eyes. Bai Chen continued, his voice colder and firmer than ever before. A tingling, itchy sensation assaulted her senses and mind. Before, Bai Chen asked her if she was willing to return to the real world with him, but she, ultimately chose not to go back. No, as long as you have something in your heart, you won't be lonely. With a heavy sound, Bai Chen handcuffed Sheng to his arms. That's right, she wasn't sure about traveling between dimensions. Hiss. Even if one maintains the most perfect strength, there is no guarantee that one will disappear forever in the dimensional cracks. Bai Chen reminded Saint that this was the most important thing. She didn't expect that Bai Chen could see through it. Saint lowered his head. The second time, Wang Zhao, Yuan traveled was in deep water, and it was in such a deep water that one could not see the direction in a thick fog. Then, Saint used the holy spear to prop up her body. In front of her, the space automatically opened up, and the 7th level of heaven was right before her eyes. By then, what awaits her will be drifting alone in the cracks of dimensions forever until death. Do you know the consequences of traveling to another dimension with your current strength? You may never come back. As long as we wait until that time, until the timeline where Bai Chen is, we can minimize the impact between the 2 time points, come over. From today on, are you going to disappear from this world? Don't you think that would be a lonely thing? I leave a will for my children to continue spreading love in this world. Bai Chen stared at Sheng, looking at her fair skin and soft neck, and said lightly. But you, don't be weaker than me by then. She chose to create a different space by herself or find an uninhabited plane, and just waited for time to pass until the day Bai Chen returned. Fighting in the dimensional rifts relies on the original world, which is equivalent to fighting in shallow water. Wow! Saint did not have blue eyes and turned his head to look at Bai Chen. So, before leaving, Saint chose to leave her power and hope to Bai Chen, hoping that he could inherit and use her power. Saint hesitated to speak, but perhaps because she felt guilty for deceiving Bai Chen, she slowly walked towards Bai Chen. Fighting in the dimensional gap is a normal thing, but wanting to travel between the dimensional gaps is as difficult as climbing to the sky. One must have at least the power of a sub-dragon god to be able to travel between dimensions on their own, and this is like a person looking for isolated islands in the ocean. It is easy to get lost in the cracks between dimensions. Saint curled his lips and said something jokingly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the high-level blood of luck, the top-level blood of talent, and the top-level blood of breaking the mirror. You, what do you mean? As the blood gradually disappeared to an extremely dangerous level, Saint temporarily returned from the blood-sucking state. I have to return, because if I continue, Saint will undoubtedly be sucked to death. The body has issued the most serious warning, and the body's mechanism is prompting the return of the Holy Spirit. Sheng, you are a good person, really a good person. So, you can't die here. Stay within my body, this is my solution. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said. As he spoke, Bai Chen continued to suck blood, with no intention of stopping. That's right, this is his solution, a method that he believes is truly feasible and meaningful. You, what do you mean? Saint's consciousness was a little dazed. She seemed to realize something and fell into deep thought because of what she realized. Saint wants to think further. ROJ 710. Her physical condition no longer supports her to continue to perform the action called thinking. Saint's body turned into a golden light and merged into Bai Chen's blood. Just as Bai Chen once turned into blood and merged into the body of Saint also turned into a point of light and merged into Bai Chen's body. Wow! With a soft sound, Saint disappeared, and the clothes on her body slowly fell down because of the disappearance of her owner, and landed in Bai Chen's hands. Pure white clothing, underwear, outerwear, etc., were all stained with the sacred blood. From a religious perspective, there's no doubt that this is the item called the Holy Shroud. Leave the rest to me. As Bai Chen spoke, a golden holy light appeared. The same holy light as holy. As the light rose, Bai Chen's appearance and body posture gradually changed, covered with a layer of holy cloak. My children, I don't have much time left. I'll leave the rest to you. Above the seventh heaven, the God of the Bible left his final words to the seraphim. Grand Master Xinmei. The seraphim could hardly suppress the sadness in their hearts, but in order to prevent the gods from spending more energy to comfort them, they chose to bear this sadness silently. After my death, the war should be over. The three major forces have already suffered too much loss in this battle. The God of the Bible slowly spoke of the will of God, his voice becoming lower and lower, and the power fluctuations on his body becoming weaker and weaker. I love you, my children. Finally, after leaving behind these words, the God of the Bible transformed into the most authentic energy of heaven and earth and dissipated in the seventh heaven. The seventh heaven, starting from today, fell into silence for 7 whole days. 7 days later, the angels slowly came back to their senses and gradually recovered from their zombie state. They changed their goals. If they used to act according to the will of Sheng, now they would act according to the will of Xian, and the preservation of this force. They are the embodiment of God in this world, the agents constructed by God's will. It is their bounden duty to continue spreading God's faith and maintaining God's kindness. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Bai Chen. After successfully faking his death, Bai Chen activated the return program and returned from the copy world. He wanted to see if there was any difference, whether this copy world was a separate copy or a previous timeline related to his world. Ding! Return successful. Current world, DxD world. Bai Chen returned to the DxD world and started synthesizing immediately. Byte. Golden synthesis task, material collection completed. Materials, demonic pure blood of all attributes, earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, shroud of Turin, and body of Osiris. Demonic pure blood of all attributes was the easiest thing to obtain. After Bai Chen achieved a higher status, as long as he expressed his will, it would become easy to obtain. After all, this is about collecting the pure blood of demons of these attributes, not letting Bai Chen suck it out himself. Sucking it yourself would cause problems, because Bai Chen only sucks the blood of females. If he collects the blood of so many races, wouldn't he become a big pervert in the eyes of the people? Ahem. Although he is doing similar things now, he still has to save face. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Everything should be done voluntarily. The holy shroud had just been taken from the body of the saint. As for the body of Osiris, the process of obtaining this synthetic material was quite delicate. There is a legend about the god Osiris, a legend of resurrection of the dead. The god Osiris has another body with religious significance. What Bai Chen got was this body. When it was placed into the system, this divine body was completely cut off from Osiris, and his body could never be taken out. However, he didn't know that this was actually his luck. If he didn't have this divine body, and if Bai Chen didn't want to make things worse for the time being, what he would have lost now would be more than just a divine body. Is it synthesized? Yes. Synthesis begins. As the system interface flickered, the materials Bai Chen had placed inside also disappeared. Synthesis progress, 5%, 10%. Watching the progress of the synthesis, Bai Chen focused his attention on another matter. Another very important thing. Sleeping Beauty, it's time to wake up. Bai Chen stretched out his hand forward, golden blood dripping from his hand. After dripping, the golden blood turned into a soft golden light, floating in front of Bai Chen. As the blood dripped, the soft golden light condensed into the human form of a girl. Tick 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 tick. More golden blood flowed out from his hands, turning into power, light, and holy blood with a purer aura, and merged into this golden dream body. Sure enough, I still don't like this feeling very much. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, but continued to recover. Such behavior does him no good at all and only drains his strength, a feeling he does not like. However, he felt it was something that had to be done. Soon, blood turned into flesh, blood turned into strength, and blood turned into organs. Finally, the soul contained in the blood finally awakened after all the conditions were met. The gentle voice of a young girl made Bai Chen's heart beat faster. Success. The girl with blonde hair and golden eyes woke up in a rather confused state. She looked at Bai Chen in front of her confusedly and perceived this world confusedly. She displayed 10 kinds of charming and innocent expressions that she had never shown before. Bai Chen remained silent, appreciating and recording this extremely precious moment. This was a rare Black History moment. The blonde girl was stunned for a full half-minute before she reacted. Her confused look gradually disappeared and turned into a shy expression. So, I am now, in your timeline. Saint tilted his head, a little confused. That's right, this girl is, Saint. After the divine soul, divine blood, and divine body were all absorbed by Bai Chen and turned into part of Bai Chen's body, they were materialized in the real world. Didn't I say in my timeline, leave the rest to me? After all, I'm a greedy person, and I'm not willing to let go of what I've already obtained. It's so hard to get a high-quality blood donor like you, Saint. It's such a shame that you can only use it once. Bai Chen looked into the golden pupils of Saint, with a rather aggressive gaze. Of course it had to be aggressive. Fortunately, he noticed something wrong with Saint in time, otherwise, she would probably disappear in history forever. Perhaps, people are always pursuing what they don't have. It is precisely because Bai Chen knows that he cannot reach the level of a saint, and it is precisely because Bai Chen knows that he cannot be so holy, so generous and natural, that he does not want the beauty in front of him with such qualities to pass away. Can you please stop looking at me like that? I didn't mean to cheat you on your job. Saint muttered softly. At this moment, she no longer had the intelligence she once had as a god, and it could even be said that she was maliciously being cute. The beautiful golden eyes flickered, and the big watery eyes looked at Bai Chen, as if trying to get away with it by being cute. Because she knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. She thought she had a very clear understanding of the young man in front of her, and knew that this young man would be easily fooled by this trick, so she deliberately took such action. Only Bai Chen would do this willingly. In front of others, there is no doubt that she is the supreme and benevolent God. Okay, this won't happen again, got it? Seeing her like this, Bai Chen sighed and tapped her head lightly, just to put the matter behind him for the time being. Yes, but could you tell me before you did this? I felt really cold at the time. At least you should give me some mental preparation, right? Saint complained about Bai Chen's rudeness. Yes, pretty rough. Without saying anything, he just called her over and started sucking her blood, and even absorbed her blood and her soul. Although I know that he should have some method, but at the end of the blood-sucking state, the feeling of all my existence disappearing and being devoured is really not pleasant. No, this is the best method. If it's you, you will definitely have all kinds of ideas and want to try out various possibilities. Sorry, I just wanted to try this one. Bai Chen said lightly. Because only he and the materials can return when he returns, so only by using this method of integrating, Saint, into his body can, Saint, be brought back in a way similar to using a bug. In terms of physical relationship, the two of them have a negative distance relationship where they have merged into each other's bodies. They are so close that they can't be any closer. Synthesis, almost completed. If she had known in advance that Bai Chen intended to use this method to bring her back to his era, she would have definitely resisted, would have thought about many things, and her efficiency would have definitely decreased. Golden synthesis task, synthesis successful. The fear and awe when facing the unknown. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the synthetic product, Spiritual Dependent, Dark Archmage. The pentagram is a religious symbol that Christians are said to have used to represent the 5 wounds suffered by their Messiah, corresponding to the fact that the Dark Lord was divided into 5 parts. Is the need for the Holy Shroud, because of that statement? Considering the fact that the previous commotion was not small, Bai Chen made mental preparations first. As for the preparations for the formation outside, he could leave it to Saint. After receiving the Holy One's approval, Bai Chen sat down and immersed himself in the synthesis system. Dark Mage. Soul Dependent, Dark Master. The Dark Master from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Possesses nearly infinite dark power. Although this feeling only lasted for a moment and then disappeared as the Dark Mage merged into Bai Chen's body, this feeling did exist. In any case, the relationship between the two has become much closer. If it was an ordinary one, she wouldn't care, but this unknown existence gave her a feeling she had never experienced before. I still need to practice for a while, so I'll ask you to protect me. You can also take a look at this world first. Synthetic materials. This feeling seems pretty good. Using the Dark Mage's soul, one can gain nearly infinite power. This is asking for flowers. But, am I actually just an old mother-like figure in Bai Chen's mind? Sheng feels that this kind of thinking and situation needs to change. Now that we have figured out the reason behind the Dark Mage, what Bai Chen is more satisfied with is undoubtedly the third role of the Dark Mage. Bite. Sheng thought seriously. It seemed like what he said made some sense. Bai Chen looked at Saint for a long time, then smiled and said. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and recalled the origin of the Dark Mage. Perhaps it was because of this origin that he needed the holy shroud of the God of the Bible. But, the Dark Mage? The Dark Mage. The Saint noticed this unknown existence, but since it suddenly appeared from Bai Chen, she did not take any action for the time being. Well, a spiritual relationship. Above Bai Chen, a figure with muscular build and a clown-like face displayed its terrifying presence. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. The holy shroud, the body of a god, and the blood of various demons summoned the Dark Master. The Dark Mage is one of the strongest beings in the duel, only below the creator god of light and the great evil god Zok. The Dark Wizard is divided into 5 parts: body, left hand, left foot, and right foot. As long as you collect all 5, you can summon the Dark Wizard. This coincides with the legend of Osiris and Christian teachings, and is therefore considered one of the origins of the Dark Mage. As a being with infinite attack power, as long as the Archmage appears on the card, the player can be determined to win. Yugi once summoned the Dark Wizard in a duel and instantly killed Kaiba's 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, turning defeat into victory. Even the 3 mythical gods do not have infinite attack power. The Dark Wizard was once used as a guardian spirit to fight against the great evil god Zork, but of course, he was defeated in the end. The Dark Mage and Zok are both immortal, but the Dark Mage's power as an elf is related to the summoner's own power. The summoner's lack of power also makes the Dark Mage unable to exert his strength. However, even if the summoner's power is strong enough, he will definitely not be able to defeat Zok. The physical condition of the game will limit the performance of the Dark Mage, but Bai Chen's physical condition will not. Possessing Dark Mage 30 is equivalent to possessing nearly unlimited magical power for Bai Chen. This is what surprised Bai Chen the most. It seems that you have made some progress. Sheng noticed the change in Bai Chen and smiled. Not bad, quite good. At this moment, she could easily sense that Bai Chen's strength was already above hers. She had no objection to someone being stronger than her. In fact, she really hoped that someone would be stronger than her. In order to face future crises, becoming stronger is a must. Bai Chen said with narrowed eyes. Do you know something about the future crisis? Saint looked into Bai Chen's eyes with a much more serious look. Since you can ask such a question, I think you, Saint, should also know the answer. How about we say it out loud at the same time? Bai Chen asked with a smile. Another world. Another world. The two looked at each other and confirmed each other's meaning. Where did you get this information? Bai Chen was very curious. He knew about the EXE world because he knew the plot. It was just a chance trip to another world. Before fighting the Beast King, I searched for a world suitable for exiling it. Then, I discovered that world, a world in chaos and conflict. Sheng looked at Bai Chen, and sure enough, Bai Chen was pretty good. At this moment, a feeling of relief and joy actually arose in her heart. Bai Chen also knew about this matter, so she was not facing it alone. She was really tired. Orpheus didn't care about anything else and just wanted to kill the Great Red. Jinhong is just wandering in the cracks of dimensions for semi-eternity. Well, there is also a Beast King. Let's not talk about the most annoying one. If it weren't for it, she wouldn't have died in that world line. It's lonely at the top. Saint has experienced this feeling before, so when he saw Bai Chen, who was similar in physique and strength to him and was of the opposite S**X, he was very happy. After experiencing the mutual integration and collision of ideas, this feeling became even deeper. Is this the space created using my divine destruction gear? It looks pretty good. This generation of divine gear users are also very good. Did you misunderstand something? When did I ask you to tell me Cao Cao's location? Based on Bai Chen's reaction, she felt that she was still in a fairly advanced position. Joan of Arc, will never betray my companions even if I jump from here and die here. Joan of Arc had this awareness in her heart. In a different space. But, she would never betray her friends. Joan of Arc felt a little disappointed. It was the first time she saw someone who surpassed her in terms of appearance, intelligence and strength. He also knew that he didn't need Joan of Arc's help. Bai Chen, no, I think you may have misunderstood. It's normal to have a physiological reaction when sucking blood. In fact, if there is no physiological reaction, how can we talk about sucking blood? You probably want me to tell you where Chow Chow and the others are. Humph, I absolutely can't tell you. Saint observed the configuration of this alien space and nodded with satisfaction. Bai Chen didn't know what she really thought, nor did he know whether she would give in if he really tried to force her. Joan of Arc shook her head proudly. Although she had already accepted her fate as Bai Chen's blood source, she even felt that the feeling of having her blood sucked was not bad. After discussing the next course of action, Sheng and Bai Chen decided to do the most important thing they should have done beforehand, recovering Sheng's power. Now, having the opportunity to face it with Bai Chen, she felt a sense of celebration and joy in her heart. Although it cannot be ruled out that the Saint stored his power in the Holy Grail in the original timeline, leaving his power to future generations to create more possibilities, no matter which case it is, retrieving the Saint's power is the first thing to do. Bai Chen looked at Joan of Arc with the eyes of a troubled child. She is certainly a beauty, but she is still one level weaker than the Saint. Within the territory of the ancient Eastern country. Because he wanted to meet Chow Chow, Bai Chen brought someone with him. This existence is the holy. After eliminating Li Zevim, Bai Chen and, King of Wisdom, Charles, promptly stopped the Holy Grail that was about to be transferred according to the system rules. Just now, Bai Chen had returned the Holy Grail to Saint, allowing her to recover 1/3 of her strength. He only knew that Joan of Arc probably thought he was more handsome and treated her better, so she dared to be so tough. Orpheus, I heard someone said it was in the front position. Pleasure, joy, and happiness that the two of them can stay together longer and work together towards the same goal. Sheng knew very well that if it weren't for Bai Chen, she would have died in the past. Bai Chen once asked Saint whether he could sense the existence of his own power in this world, and Saint answered yes. Ms. Joan of Arc, seeing 953 here again, do you have any feelings? Bai Chen asked with a smile, looking at Joan of Arc who was a little depressed in front of him. She, Joan of Arc, is a hero with character and would never betray her companions. Fortunately, there are very few people in this world who are qualified to be with Bai Chen. She is one of them and has already occupied a very advanced position. While being sucked blood, Saint checked Bai Chen's physical condition. The purpose of coming here is, the Holy Lance of Dusk. Bai Chen came to this space with 2 blonde girls. That's right, this is the base of Chow Chow and other members of the heroic faction. Don't you need it? Joan of Arc was stunned for a moment, and her expression instantly became awkward. It seems that she is being too sentimental. Of course you are being sentimental. As if seeing through what she was thinking, Bai Chen grabbed her hand, and the 3 of them disappeared in an instant. Bai Chen at this moment is no longer the same as before. It's not just a difference in strength, but also a difference in cognition and vision. In order to bring Saint to the present timeline, Bai Chen once absorbed Saint into his body. He did not absorb the power of Saint, but he absorbed something else. Well, it can't be said to be absorbing, it should be said to be browsing and copying. Bai Chen browsed and copied the memories and knowledge of Saint. Although it was only recorded as knowledge in Bai Chen's mind, with the powerful computing power of King of Wisdom, Charles, Bai Chen could completely transform this terrifying knowledge into his own within a few days. Just now, when Bai Chen entered this space, he almost saw through the structure of this space and the coordinates of a large number of life forms in this alien space. Only a silly girl like Joan of Arc would think that Bai Chen needed to get information about Cao Cao from her. Cao Cao's stronghold. Cao Cao has not been in a good mood recently. Pa. With a gentle wave of his hand, the teacup next to Cao Cao was smashed to pieces. What's wrong? Are you having your period? Hercules, who was exercising, asked naively. Hercules, if you can't speak, I can sew your mouth shut. Cao Cao frowned and Hercules shut his mouth. He knew that Cao Cao was in a bad mood recently, and he originally wanted to make a joke to cheer Cao Cao up, or at least complain about him together, but he didn't expect to hit the horse's leg. Are you thinking about the light that defeated the Beast King? George shook his head and replied. Although he is serious and doesn't talk much, he should be the person here who knows what Cao Cao is thinking best. Yes, the means to defeat the Beast King is definitely worthy of our highest level of vigilance, but unfortunately, we have no relevant intelligence. This is what made Cao Cao dissatisfied. The authenticity of the information cannot be guaranteed. The so-called great price paid was to use the means left by the God of the Bible, to gather everyone's strength and defeat Zheng Wei. Cao Cao would not believe this statement. If the methods left by the God of the Bible were really used, combined with the top 10 strongest people in the world, then why didn't the God of the Bible destroy the Beast King before? You know, this time the Beast King was completely destroyed, which was not at all the same difficulty as the previous sealed situation. The Beast King was defeated by Bai Chen, but he only used power beyond his limit for a moment, and the top leaders of the three major forces strictly blocked the news, so it is normal that the heroes did not know. Normal people would never want to get involved when a bunch of Demon King level, Dragon King level, and Transcendent level strongmen are besieging a sub-Dragon God level existence. They all stay away, so it is normal that there is no response to the intelligence. This idea is not only held by Cao Cao, but also by many pantheons in the world today. However, because the three forces showed absolute victory and truly killed the Beast King, no other forces jumped out to question it. Why did he jump out? Whether it was true or not, there would always be a way for everyone to question it together in the meeting that the three forces would convene later. Why did he jump out now? Related information. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. While Cao Cao was lost in thought, a voice like this was heard in the room. Ask me personally. Cao Cao was stunned for a moment, then he made the most correct choice and took out the holy spear at the first possible moment. Who? The golden particles condensed into a holy spear, which Cao Cao held horizontally in front of him. The one who brought back the lost girl from your group. Outside the room, a young man's voice sounded. When they heard the sound of the source for the first time, the people in Cao Cao's team looked at each other, prepared for battle within a few seconds, and rushed out of the house. George's eyes almost popped out. How could someone enter here without his permission? And he didn't even notice it. Who on earth is this? Joan of Arc. Cao Cao saw someone he didn't expect. $72 TD. Joan of Arc looked away a little embarrassedly. Given the current situation, she felt it was really awkward for her to meet Cao Cao. Bai Chen, and Joan of Arc, so that's how it is. Joan of Arc disappeared because she was captured by you. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and understood what was going on. However, this person is. He noticed the blonde girl with golden eyes next to Bai Chen. She didn't say anything, but her presence was terrifying. Cao Cao, that's it. There's nothing I can do about it. Joan of Arc lowered her head, looking as if she was being forced. In fact, she was indeed forced, but later on, she was the one who felt that lying down and letting it all suck was not a bad life. Are you the famous Bai Chen? Captain of the DxD team? Cao Cao ignored Joan of Arc and looked at Bai Chen. Joan of Arc's affairs can be dealt with at any time. If possible, he doesn't even want to care about Joan of Arc, who doesn't look like a hero at all based on her current performance. Cao Cao, the leader of the hero faction and one of the leaders of the disaster group. Bai Chen nodded. After the deaths of Li Zevim and a large number of old demon lords, you should have been the one with the most say in the misfortune group. However, I can't see that happening at all now, Li Haozhao. Bai Chen smiled, implying something. After Li Zevim disappeared, the group of trouble temporarily lay dormant at Cao Cao's signal, completely losing its previous momentum. On the one hand, the number of snakes left behind by Orpheus before he left was limited. On the other hand, Cao Cao wanted to wait until the meeting of the three major forces and other pantheons was held before taking action based on the intelligence he had dug up. So, you came here to find me, hoping to eliminate me on behalf of the three major forces? Cao Cao licked his lips, which seemed a little dry. I have to say, looking at Bai Chen in front of him, he was a little jealous. Although his own character is also extremely bad, it can be said that he is very similar to his ancestor Cao Cao. He can easily use and abandon both enemies and friends, and will use any means to achieve his goals. But, perhaps it was precisely because of his personality that he was destined to be a hero capable of achieving success. It is normal for such a self-centered person, who thinks he can look down on all human beings just because he has obtained the most powerful god-destroying tool, to feel jealous when he sees that his peers have talents far beyond his own. At least, the current Cao Cao is indeed such a person. As for the Cao Cao who later crawled out of hell and had evolved in both character and strength, what does that have to do with the current Cao Cao? No, I just came to you to take back what belongs to us. Bai Chen looked at Cao Cao with vigilance and shook his head helplessly. Cao Cao's vigilance was meaningless. What is that? Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and cast a dangerous look. Holy Spear of Dusk. Just as he imagined, Bai Chen said the name of the Holy Spear. Well, he is not a peerless beauty. Apart from his martial arts and brains, the only ability worth others' attention is his gun. You just said, take back what belongs to you. I want to know what you mean. When Cao Cao heard that Bai Chen wanted to take the Holy Spear, he knew that a battle was inevitable. I'm sorry, but the Holy Lance is something he needs to achieve his ambitions, so I can't just give it to someone else like that. With the Holy Spear in his hand flashing with holy light, Cao Cao rushed forward directly. Watching Cao Cao 917's actions, the other members of Cao Cao's team looked at each other and followed Cao Cao. According to the intelligence previously obtained, Bai Chen was clearly confirmed to have a combat power exceeding that of Phoenix's ancestors, in other words, at least at the level of a main god. Although the Holy Lance can shoot down even a transcendent god, Phoenix has extremely strong vitality, and it is unknown whether it will be restrained by the Holy Lance's effect. If they were hit head-on by a god-level attack, it would be a different matter than if Bai Chen were hit by them. Sorry, your opponent is me. Cao Cao was let go for the time being, but the others were stopped by the girl with blonde hair and golden eyes. Hercules was directly pressed into the depths of the earth by a gravity array that fell from the sky. Siegfried was forced back by the wind pressure thrown out by the saint. Even George, who was trapped in the red fog and wanted to jump through space, was kicked out of the alien space by the saint. Joan of Arc, why don't you come and help? Seeing that Joan of Arc didn't react at all, Hercules couldn't help but shout. BB. Joan of Arc, daft, stood there motionless, looking around in confusion. Can I say that I think most of you will kneel down, and if I take action, I will kneel down too, so that's why I don't want to take action. Joan of Arc witnessed the horrors of the world in Bai Chen's room. The 12-winged fallen angel, who goes to bite Lin Ali in the morning every day, the 12-winged angel, who wants to protect Bai Chen's Aisha from Lin Ali every day, the main god of the Greek pantheon, the dragon king Tiamat, and even the current queen of the devil Lucifer. These are all powerful beings she has seen during this period. What's even more terrifying is that these people are just members of Bai Chen's blood bank. From this perspective, she is a relatively low-level existence among them. Don't dare to move, don't dare to move at all, just wait for them to deal with it. Sorry, I'm under restrictions and can't move around freely. After giving an irrefutable excuse, Joan of Arc stood there and watched the show with peace of mind. "Why are you laughing?" Cao Cao, who was fighting with Bai Chen, noticed Bai Chen's smile and was very concerned. "No, I'm just sighing. You guys have good talent, but it's obviously not enough to carry the banner." Bai Chen changed the subject. Of course he was laughing at Jean, forbidden. Well, there should have been some restrictions before, but after the power of Bai Chen's family was greatly strengthened, Bai Chen took back his blood. Joan of Arc no longer has his blood in her body, and there are no other restrictions. In an environment full of demon kings, how could Jean possibly escape with her strength? Looking at her reaction now, Bai Chen knew what she was thinking, so he smiled. "Isn't that enough? Why do I feel like it's absolutely enough?" Behind Cao Cao, 7 balls of light flashed with magical light. This was a subspecies forbidden technique he had researched on his own in order to cope with more diverse battles. He said it was enough because although his own strength was not enough, he had mastered the method to weaken the dragon god and control infinity. If Orpheus hadn't disappeared, he might have already obtained the power of the infinite dragon god, possessing the power to move completely freely in this world. No, that's not enough. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and grabbed the tip of the holy spear that was attacking from behind. The tip of the holy spear stayed in Bai Chen's hand, unable to move forward any further. "Humph! You've walked into this trap yourself. Long spear." Seeing that Bai Chen had no intention of escaping, Cao Cao immediately began to chant the "Release the God-destroying tool." It turns out that there are humans who can do such a thing as not dodging in front of the holy spear. O true holy spear that pierces through God! Absorb the dormant ideals of the overlord within me, and dig open the gap between blessing and destruction. You! As Cao Cao chanted, a terrifying light condensed on the holy spear. If the chant succeeds, even the 4 great demon kings of the underworld, excluding the 2 transcendents Achuka and Lucifer, will perish due to God's will. Still not avoiding it. Cao Cao curled his lips slightly. It seemed that the other party was indeed very arrogant. He has an arrogance that is equal to or even surpasses his ambition. Do you think you're Orpheus? You didn't even dodge the attack of the holy spear. Well, can you hurry up? This is the last treat I'll leave for you before I take the holy spear away. Let me let you feel the power of the holy spear one last time. With Bai Chen's current strength, before Cao Cao even took action, the route he was going to take had already been revealed to Bai Chen through his muscles, energy flow, eyes, fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and so on. Humph. Pay the price for your arrogance. Cao Cao didn't say much, he decided to let the facts speak for themselves. Expound your legacy and turn it into glory. Endless brilliance emanated from the holy spear. Asterisk is. Then. And then nothing happened. It was like a toy that released light. After releasing this light, the holy spear seemed to have completed its mission and dissipated all its brilliance. What? The 7 balls of light beside Cao Cao disappeared instantly, and he couldn't even feel the connection between him and the holy spear. Is this the limit of human consciousness and human power? After losing the God's grace, are we so powerless? Bai Chen looked at Cao Cao's frightened expression and couldn't help but shook his head. Is this the extent of human possibility? Regardless of the correctness of this statement, at least Bai Chen does not see anything like the endless possibilities of humanity in Cao Cao. Before reincarnation, Bai Chen was also a human being, so he naturally had a natural affinity for humans. He even recognized that most of his soul was also human. Although humans are at a disadvantage in many aspects, there are indeed species called heroes. There will be some perverts who dare to challenge the gods. Those were the heroes of the old days, who used the powers of humans or demigods to accomplish great feats. The descendants of the hero have developed to the present day. If one is afraid of challenges simply because of one's own inferior, 683, position, can one still be called a hero? This is the quality a hero should have. Premise: a tyrant is also a kind of hero. The world of high school is just so bullshit. Forget about the angel forces, the demon forces, and the fallen angel forces. These forces are the villains in other works all year round, but here they are the existence of justice, the righteous people with a bright future. And a hero is a terrorist in heroic guise. Maybe, this is what they call a changing of the times. Holy. Bai Chen casually threw the holy spear to Saint. Saint grabbed the holy spear and felt the power within it that belonged to him. It's time to return. Even when under siege, Saint began to absorb power right on the spot. Good opportunity. Go. Siegfried froze in his tracks after seeing the Saint obtain the holy spear. He instantly exerted force while holding the devil sword Emperor Grimoire and charged towards the Saint. Perhaps even he himself did not notice that the Grimoire in his hand was trembling when facing the blonde girl with golden eyes. Here it comes. Forbidden move. Superman's malicious wave. Countless cannonballs and gun barrels appeared behind Hercules. Amidst Hercules' excited roar, all bullets were fired. Boom 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 boom. The smoke cleared. According to the law of smoke without injury, picture, a complete and intact body emerged from it. Even if he gave away almost all of his power, Saint was still a former dragon god-level powerhouse with the strength of a top-level transcendent. Moreover, before coming here, Saint had already recovered 1/3 of his own strength, and was almost able to return to the strength of the sub-dragon god level. How could he be defeated by someone at the Demon King level, or even someone who had not even reached the Demon King level? This is... Chow Chow's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw the changes in Sheng. Is that so? Is that so? Is this why the Holy Spear refuses to acknowledge him? Because the true owner of the Holy Spear is right here. This person is. Could this person's identity be? Chow Chow looked towards Bai Chen, wanting to get an answer from him. Bai Chen didn't say anything, just nodded. I see. Yes, that's the only reason. Chow Chow smiled self-deprecatingly. Is it true that the power of mortals is so insignificant in front of gods? He was speechless with astonishment at the shocking facts that appeared one after another before him. That person seems to be the god of the Bible. Theoretically, only someone of Orpheus's level could withstand the holy spears, Bahue, without taking any damage. Of course, this is hard to accept, and Chow Chow even wants to deny it the first time he thinks of it. Bai Chen actually caught Bahue. Because he didn't need the Holy Lance of Dusk right now. The Holy Lance of Dusk was meaningful to Bai Chen only as one of the synthetic materials. A simple god-destroying tool was no longer effective for Bai Chen. He had used magic to heal his injuries as quickly as possible, but because the battle ended so quickly, he had just come to his senses when the battle was over. This is no longer a question of jealousy or not, this is completely a difference in level. He heard Bai Chen address the blonde girl with golden eyes as Saint, and saw Bai Chen's attitude towards her, as if they were equal friends. George came to Chow Chow with a bruised face and nose, and asked in a very annoyed tone. Chow Chow narrowed his eyes and didn't intend to reveal this news. Bai Chen actually took away the holy spear. After experiencing this series of changes in his mood, Chow Chow really couldn't hold it anymore. He finally understood now. To provoke two beings of the same level as the Beast King without Orpheus's power is simply courting death. Chow Chow, who are these people? Bai Chen, you should know him. As for the person other than Jeanne d'Arc, I'm not sure either. Bai Chen actually cut off contact with the Holy Spear. It was precisely because he realized this that Chow Chow felt very disappointed. Among the synthetic materials, there is one that cannot be obtained in this world. No matter how Bai Chen thinks, it is not something that exists in this world. Before he can find a way to obtain that thing, the Master Shinchi is meaningless to Bai Chen. But Bai Chen's performance was indeed like that. Judging from the fact that he had taken on the holy spears, Bahue, alone, he was already an exceptional level existence. Is Bai Chen equal to the God of the Bible? Cao Cao wanted to say something, but he didn't know what he should say. He just stared blankly in Bai Chen's direction. Countless waves arose in his heart again. Seeing that the saint had retracted his power, Bai Chen did not accept the holy spear, but threw it directly to Cao Cao. Cao Cao acted decisively and made a decision that was from the heart. Here, your holy spear, don't be like a little brat whose toy was stolen. His toy is gone, and he can't get it back, so he just sits there and becomes withdrawn. Bai Chen actually caught the holy spear with his bare hands. Just now, he was blasted out of the fog with just one strike. Because his body's power was too weak, he lay dead until the end of the battle. Bai Chen needed the holy lance of dusk, but he threw it to Cao Cao. Issuing my order, from today onwards, all members of the heroic faction of the Misfortune Group must withdraw. Without my order, you are not allowed to act alone. Is that man really the God of the Bible? The holy spear actually took the initiative to show affection towards that blonde girl. Bai Chen actually wanted to catch Ba Hui with his bare hands. What means were left behind by the God of the Bible? It was clearly the God of the Bible himself who took action. It is very likely that together with Bai Chen, who is an equal to the God of the Bible, the Beast King was eliminated. The human world. The human world is peaceful recently. As if to cooperate with the three major forces to hold the meeting as scheduled, all actions of the disaster group stopped, and the world fell into peace. Of course, most people think this is just the calm before the storm, or just talk about what actions they should take that day. This is a consensus. Only Bai Chen knew that Cao Cao would never take any further action. At least, that's definitely the case until the end of today's meeting. Ha ha ha, isn't this Lord Hades? What a rare guest. The decadent fallen angel uncle saw the skeletons and the coldness emanating from them. As one of the most powerful people in the world, Hades, the god of the underworld, is unscrupulously releasing his inhuman aura. And the one who went to meet him was none other than Azazel. He was assigned part of the work of receiving external gods. In fact, Azazel is more suitable for handling these matters, such as the negotiations with the vampire tribe in the original world line and asking the god of destruction Shiva to take action against the Beast King. These were all handled by Azazel. So it's the 30 crows that have been calling out to me. It's been a while since we last met. How did you become a foreign guest? Hades showed no mercy. The underworld is below the underworld, so he called Azazel a crow, and as for the devil, it was a bat. The underworld is not only populated by demonic forces, but also by fallen angels, and Hades has always been quite unhappy with these two forces. Facing such an important guest as Lord Hades, we naturally have to show our sincerity. Azazel smiled slowly. He is really a foreign guest. However, the locals were willing to welcome this foreign guest. Anyway, he has someone to support him now, so he can just act like a foreign guest and do nothing. He won't bother attending any meetings and can just watch the development quietly. It's a sign that the three major forces are sincere. Lead the way, Azazel. Azazel had said this much, so Hades didn't want to argue any further and followed him in. Aha! As he walked, Hades suddenly felt something was wrong. Yes, something is wrong, very wrong. The meeting was held in the first heaven of heaven. Besides him, there were gods from all over the world. The matter of the Beast King was of great importance, and coupled with the buff of the disaster group, it attracted the attention of the whole world. It was something Hades had expected to encounter gods from other pantheons, but what really concerned him were matters concerning angels, fallen angels, and demons. Too much, too many. It's not about the quantity, but the quality is surprisingly high while having the quantity. Demon King level, all of them are Demon King level. So far, none of the beings he encountered were lower than the Demon King level. Whether it's an angel, a fallen angel, or a demon, it's all like this. The three major forces brought out all the old Demon Kings to maintain their status. No, that shouldn't be the case. He clearly saw a lot of young demons in it. That Rias Grimoire, Sona Sidi, Sikvera Agars, etc., these are the new generation of young demons announced by the Underworld not long ago, right? I heard that according to the plan of the Underworld, they were going to have a rating game, learn from each other, and improve each other, but due to the problem of the disaster group, this plan was temporarily postponed. How come these people have become powerful demon kings now? He's made such progress in the battle against the trouble group. Isn't this rate of progress a bit too ridiculous? Ahem, however, it really is just that bullshit. In fact, even if Bai Chen was not there, according to the original plot development, the protagonist Hayadu Issei would have surpassed this level of strength and raised the strength of some of his companions to a terrifying level. But mass-producing powerful demon kings? Nix. But it was only for a moment. After taking a look, she withdrew her gaze. This is truly a sound that comes from hell. Hades took the most direct action and walked directly towards the goddess of night, Nyx. Only then did Nyx shift her gaze to Hades. No, it's a god. Nyx. Hades didn't say anything, but just called the name of Nyx, the goddess of night. It's just that Bai Chen is more perverted. It is difficult to promote some people to the transcendent level, and it consumes some energy. Well, although his face was made of bones, at this moment Azazel felt that he could really tell that he had a dark face, and he almost couldn't help laughing. He wanted to ask Nyx what he had been doing during this period of time and why the messages had stopped coming in without any sign of a reply. The cold fire in Hades' skull trembled for a while, and then he just stood there. Nyx. Speak. He didn't think that Nyx's 803 was playing any stealth game. He had also heard of the captain of the DxD team. He was analyzed as a master with the strength of a main god. With the blood of the phoenix, he could even go head-to-head with the transcendent level. Suddenly, Hades noticed someone. This little skeleton, Hades. Of course, not only Hades, but all the gods who came to the scene noticed this horrifying scene. I know. Ah, Lord Hades, you are talking about this, Azazel touched his chin and explained very seriously. Not all gods are at the level of main gods. A considerable number of gods are only at the level of demon kings. Being received and surrounded by such a group of beings of the same level, most gods feel a little scared. For Bai Chen now, it is as simple and natural as eating and drinking water. Nyx. Seeing that Nyx didn't seem to hear his voice, Hades raised his voice a little. The person followed a young boy, wearing a maid outfit, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a businesslike smile. What was Nyx doing in a place like that? If he was not mistaken, she should be with the so-called DxD team leader, right? Although a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart, Hades still believed that he was in the top 10 in the world and took the most brutal action. He should be able to see Nyx's identity, so Nyx is definitely not playing any games or anything like that. However, as soon as he entered Bai Chen's range, Hades knelt down due to the instantly increased pressure. Nyx? Why is Nyx here? And, dressed like this? Hades said with a dark face. Bang! These are clothes from the human world. They have a working purpose, and in special circumstances, they can also serve as a source of pleasure. After Bai Chen's self-discipline ability was automatically activated, he looked towards Hades' location. The ability to act autonomously refers to the mechanism set up in the body, and Hades triggered one of these mechanisms at this time. The pressure of the Sky Dragon. As long as someone shows hostility towards Bai Chen within a certain range of Bai Chen's self-regulatory system will be activated, using the pressure of the Sky Dragon to suppress the opponent. At the same time, Bai Chen's body will also make corresponding protective measures. Because Hades's malice towards him had reached its peak, the pressure generated was extremely terrifying and suppressed him in an instant. Bones? Hades wouldn't kneel because he was made of bones. That didn't exist from the beginning. Hades was pinned to the ground because the sky dragon's pressure relaxed for a moment. Bai Chen touched his chin. Could he say, he didn't mean it? Who could have thought that someone could so easily harbor such great malice towards him? However, isn't this underworld god a little too stingy? Bai Chen could tell from the level of pressure he was now releasing the extent of Hades's malice towards him. Hades, why don't you have a meeting first? Seeing Hades kneeling directly in front of Bai Chen, Nyx couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, a little bit unable to hold it back, and gave Hades a look to signal him not to meddle in other people's business. What exactly do you mean? A meeting first? I think it's more important that you give me an explanation first. Hades got up from the ground and looked into Nyx's eyes and asked. However, at this moment, from the footprints on the ground, it can be seen that he still has a considerable degree of malice towards Bai Chen, but he is just barely maintaining it. If the person looking at him at this moment was not the goddess of night Nyx but Bai Chen, perhaps he would have been forcibly suppressed to the ground because of his hostility and malice. At this time, 100 days had passed since the Beast King was eliminated. After absorbing Orpheus's blood, Bai Chen successfully broke through to the Demon King level. After extensively absorbing the blood of the three major forces for a period of time, Bai Chen has been promoted to the middle stage of the Demon King level. He can purify his bloodline to the Subdragon God level. With the superposition of multiple bloodlines, he can burst out the combat power of the Subdragon God level. After returning, Bai Chen also focused on improving his own realm. Under this forced accumulation, Bai Chen reached the peak of the Demon King level within 100 days. However, Azazel has become accustomed to being introverted, so he doesn't really care. After all, he has become a Buddhist now. Everything is for the future. Although the demon's orders were not as powerful as those of the saints, and they could not allow Bai Chen to choose angels as easily as choosing a concubine like the saints, the number of demons was quite astonishing. Especially during a competition and after learning the reason why Saint did this, the 4 demon kings further promoted this policy. The 4 great demon kings all held this determination. Then, after the blood evolves, continuing to provide Bai Chen with high-quality blood will also be beneficial to Bai Chen. The competition between the demons and angels was fierce, while the fallen angels were a little withdrawn. After that, he stayed in the dungeon world for a while and successfully made another breakthrough with the blood of the saint, reaching the late stage of the Demon King level. Paying blood and gaining strength is such a balanced thing. How can the demons and fallen angels accept that the heavens are having such a great time? Even the saint of the human world, the top nun Griselda, dedicated herself under the guidance of the saint. Putting aside those whose blood had been sucked away, those who had not yet been sucked away were also given the hint to leave by the patriarchs of the major families. Reformist demons will not force others, but will only give hints in various aspects, and in the end, they will have to engage in blood-sucking behavior voluntarily. Surzex and Achuka knew that Saint wanted to win over Bai Chen in this way, so in order to fight against Saint, they had to use magic to defeat magic. Fallen angels are angels who have fallen due to various reasons, among which many are due to lust. Bai Chen is quite picky about food and can smell out the smell. Naturally, there are very few ingredients that can be used. The current Bai Chen can easily elevate a being with a little talent to the level of a Demon King, and it only takes a few seconds to reach the peak of the Demon King level. The saint had just returned, and the number of angels hadn't recovered much. The demons had an absolute advantage in terms of total numbers. With the full support of the 3 major forces, within 100 days, Bai Chen experienced a frequency he had never experienced in his life and broke through to the peak of the Demon King level. In other words, these girls themselves have certain qualifications, and their blood is brought into perfect form through Bai Chen, even beyond the limits of race, and then flows back into their bodies, allowing them to reach the top in one step. Saint did not force anyone, she just issued the will of God, and all the believers, Noah Wang Zhao, voluntarily showed up and chanted. Azazel really can't afford many people. How could it be? How could we lose to the angels in this regard? It is impossible for a saint to misjudge a person. The Lord God will never make a mistake. One must have the spirit of devoting oneself to the Lord God. This is why Bai Chen has been able to indulge himself so much during this period. The number of fallen angels is the smallest among the three major forces. Although they can be called elite, there are too few people who can use them. Of course, it's enough to use as a legitimate excuse to indulge myself in the future, ahem. Bai Chen also finds it quite interesting. This kind of effort and reward seemed quite equal to Bai Chen and Saint. There's no way, no matter how hard I try, I can't win. Doesn't that mean I'm just a Buddhist? Of course, the transcendent is also possible, but the price paid by Bai Chen is not negligible. The blood quality of the donor is required to be very high, and he also has the willingness to donate blood for a long time. Besides, in addition to the original demons, as the force that first introduced the chess piece system, the demons also have a more terrifying number of reincarnated demons that cover a wider range and can be used. Vampires. No one from the three factions used the concept of vampire to define Bai Chen anymore, because from the very beginning, they might have mistaken Bai Chen's race. There is no other way. With the return of the saint, the heaven realm is like Bai Chen's back garden. Basically, all angels with certain potential have contributed to Bai Chen's evolution. If this policy can be implemented globally, it would be like Bai Chen is a parasite lying on this world, absorbing the power of this world. It is equivalent to the recipient absorbing the power of the world and storing it in the blood, and then, through the act of bloodsucking and the medium, it is transferred into Bai Chen's body. Bai Chen is no longer the same person as before. Among the top 10 people in the world, excluding Orpheus and Saint, perhaps only the semi-transcendent god of destruction Shiva can withstand the pressure of the sky dragon. Therefore, it is normal for Hades to be suppressed. Explain, do you want an explanation? The expression of the goddess of night, Nyx, was a little unnatural. She really couldn't say in front of Hades that she was doing it voluntarily. But she did it voluntarily. Voluntarily submit to Bai Chen, voluntarily accept Bai Chen's power, voluntarily accept Bai Chen's will, and voluntarily execute Bai Chen's will. During the long period of imprisonment, Nyx, the goddess of the night, did develop a Stockholm syndrome similar to Joan of Arc. There is only one person who can see you and provide you with security, so you will naturally shift your focus to this person. Besides, the feeling of having your blood sucked is also good. It is a novel and comfortable feeling that I have never experienced before. After Joan of Arc first declared her loyalty, Nyx, the goddess of the night, finally chose to surrender, as if to fight against the betrayal of Joan of Arc, the girl who had always been with her. The will to surrender has always existed, but as time goes by and Bai Chen softens, this will has been growing stronger. In addition to the catalytic effect of Bai Chen's special blood-sucking behavior, King of Wisdom, Charles, also played a good role. King of Wisdom, Charles, can analyze Nyx's emotional changes and thus come up with the best response method. Of course, this is not a strategy guide, it is more like 10 types of PUA. Under the catalysis of multiple elements, the goddess of night, Nyx, voluntarily surrendered. Of course, wearing a maid outfit is not voluntary, it is just for Bai Chen's interest. But after she announced her surrender, she no longer had the final say in such matters. The explanation is simple. She is my maid now, not the goddess of your pantheon. Of course, if you want to take her back, I welcome that. Just declare war on us. Bai Chen said with a smile. Nyx. Answer me. What have you been through? Didn't you come to this country for a mission? What did this person do to you? Are you still the Nyx I know? Hades didn't seem to want to talk too much with Bai Chen. He mainly wanted to get answers from Nyx. Did anything? When talking about what he had done, Nyx's eyes were a little vague. What did you do? Did you enjoy something new and different than what you had experienced before? Indeed, the pleasure generated by the mating act and the blood-sucking reaction was so intense that even Bai Chen could barely contain himself. How could a mere goddess of the Lord God level resist? Of course, although Bai Chen cannot completely control himself, the situation like before where he almost sucked someone's blood to death should not happen again. In order to overcome this reaction, this most fundamental reaction, Saint, even trained Bai Chen specifically. In Saint's opinion, if this behavior and desire is not curbed and suppressed, it will probably become one of Bai Chen's weaknesses in the future. After analysis by Saint and King of Wisdom, Charles, there are two methods that are most effective. First, the enhancement of Bai Chen's own strength should have an effect. Secondly, Bai Chen gradually overcame this weakness through training. Well, exercise. The number of angels is astonishing, and because of the return of Saint and the restart of the reincarnation pool, the number is still increasing. With the accumulation of quantity, Bai Chen has grown a lot and basically will not lose his mind anymore. Perhaps, can be summed up as follows: the more you experience, the less you see things. Before Hades could finish his words, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Or is it that coercion, malice, spreading terror and chaos, is this the essence of the god of the underworld? Bai Chen said with a smile. Well, will you please leave my maid alone, Hades? Can't you see she doesn't want to bother with you? Fortunately, Bai Chen has the ability to transform fallen angels into angels, so the holy angels will not suffer any losses. System. At least that's what the data currently shows. Humph. You won't tell me, right? Nyx. Now is not the time to play around. Whether you are threatened or not, return to the Greek pantheon now, or I will consider you a traitor. Sheng, I don't believe you. How dare you say you're not enjoying it? A considerable number of angels had fallen from heaven because of this, and the rate of angels falling during the training process was much higher than before. However, even if Saint knew this, she didn't care about this matter for the time being. Betrayed the pantheon? Although Bai Chen doesn't want this title. Fallen. What fallen? As for the issue of falling. Bang! Holy, gave the teachings and faith to the holy son of Bai Chen. Doesn't failure mean that Bai Chen can't stand up to the angel? If he can't stand up to the angel, then he definitely can't stand up to her. Aren't angels created according to her aesthetics? Isn't she the ultimate and transcendent angel? Is this the expression and reaction that you, the goddess of the night, Nyx, should have? Anyway, this kind of training is not inevitable. Compared to this, if it can really make Bai Chen gain XP in this area, Saint thinks it would be quite interesting. Although in theory the son, the mother, and the father are a trinity and are equal, Bai Chen always feels like he's been taken advantage of. Well, this doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Anyway, weren't these Hades gods originally planning to unite and rebel against the pantheon to form the Hell Alliance, which belonged to the Hades gods and the Dark gods? Bai Chen, I said I suffered a loss, do you believe it? I am serious. Nyx didn't answer, but just groaned in place. Get lost. Who do you think you are? I'm asking her now, not. In front of Bai Chen, a godlike beautiful and strong arm appeared, firmly grasping Hades in its palm. Now, you, Hades, actually want to say this? When Hades saw Nyx showing a shy attitude that she had never shown before, the fire in his soul instantly became restless. Falling from the heavens is a phenomenon that occurs when angels develop selfish desires. They follow the will of God to serve the Son of God, so how could they have any selfish desires? I'm afraid, only angels at the level of seraph can be completely unaffected and avoid falling from heaven. Of course, because the pleasure generated was too intense, it was inevitable that some angels had selfish desires. After all, this was a feeling that even Bai Chen could hardly resist. Success is good, but failure is no harm, right? Ka. As Hades clenched his giant fist, a rather ominous sound emanated from his body, the sound of bones rubbing against each other, almost breaking. I say, when you're in someone else's place, shouldn't you respect the owner? Lord Hades. Bai Chen asked with a smile. Bai Chen raised questions, however, the people he asked the questions to were not able to answer them. His entire body was tightly grasped in Bai Chen's hands, making a series of cracking sounds. Hades. The Greek gods noticed the situation on Hades' side and hurried over to check. Mr. Bai Chen, Hades has always been outspoken, please forgive him. A middle-aged man came from not far away and said hurriedly. Normally, he was a very kind god, and he had been chatting and laughing with Azazel before. But now, he didn't even dare to breathe. What happened? What exactly happened? Why could Bai Chen, considered a master god, suppress Hades to this degree? To be able to suppress Hades to this degree, he must be in the top 10 in the world. Although he was shocked, Zeus put the matter aside for the time being. Hades may be an outcast, but he's still a Greek god after all. He can't help out, but he still has to plead for mercy. Lord Zeus, please take good care of the gods of your own pantheon and don't let them disturb everyone else. Bai Chen said without saying much, smiling. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant fist that was holding Hades slowly loosened, and a tall skeleton fell from it. I understand. Thank you for your mercy. Zeus felt a little tired, and was reconsidering Bai Chen's level and his attitude towards Bai Chen. Is there another one among the top 10 strongest people in the world? Moreover, he should be on the same level as the 3 Indian gods, and even comparable to the number 1 god of destruction, Shiva. Otherwise, Hades would never be so passive. Zeus didn't know that his thinking at this moment was completely unnecessary, because he would have to think again soon. Top 10 in the world. When Bai Chen got engaged, he already had this level of strength. Nix, at the end of the meeting, I'd better give everyone an explanation. Zeus sighed, left a word, and left. Nix is on Hades' side, and he doesn't want to get involved if possible, but he needs to give everyone an explanation, otherwise the unity of the pantheon and his prestige will be affected. If the master agrees, I will. Nix said softly. Explain. After the meeting. When she heard that she would be given an explanation after the meeting, she knew that she didn't need to give an explanation. These gods need to hold on until the meeting is over. Is this person? Aquino your choice. Not far away, a tall, bearded man narrowed his eyes and watched the development of the situation quietly. Yes, Baichio, he is my choice, isn't it? Opposite the bearded man, a girl with black hair in a ponytail and wearing a shrine maiden costume asked with a smile. Mr. Chen. Well. Mainly because Rias's real fiancé also said that she didn't care, so of course she had no right to say anything. Himejima Aquino looked quietly at the man in front of her. Seeing that the man was stumped by her question and looked at a loss, she couldn't help but smile. So, Master Baichio, is this all you want to say? Master Baichio, do you think you know more about Qinjun than I do? I've known Qinjun since before he showed any special qualities, and I believe I know him much better than you, father. To the fallen angel. Himejima Aquino turned her head, her face visibly excited. I feel very happy. I don't need Lord Baichio to meddle in my affairs. Lord Baichio, do you think this answer satisfies you? After experiencing the fact that she couldn't have it all to herself a few times, Aquino also came to terms with it. Baichio sighed, feeling a little tired, but still tried to speak earnestly. Aquino, could you come over here for a moment? Azuna, you. Himejima Aquino said calmly. This is necessary for the future. Besides, I don't think I'm worthy of Qin Jun on my own. If a high-ranking demon can have a castle to keep him captive, why can't Gongjimakuen? Furthermore, Bai Chen's ability to enhance everyone's strength and his ability to absorb the blood of all living things to evolve meant that it was difficult for him to be monopolized. Baichio looked at his daughter with wide eyes. As Akino spoke, she spread out her 12 fallen angel wings, staring at Biden in front of her in shock. Because she has grown up, because she already has her own partner, and because she has the strength and qualifications to face her father head-on. Just as Baichio broke out in a layer of cold sweat and his squinted eyes narrowed even more, a young man's voice came from the side. Wasn't he so majestic when he killed those who killed her mother? Why did he become so weak and helpless now? According to 1.8, based on the information he had obtained indirectly and his understanding of his daughter is not that kind of person, right? Of course she thought about wanting to monopolize Bai Chen. The shrine where she lived was turned upside down that day, and she took a whole week off after that. However, Bai Chen acted as if nothing had happened. This was one of the hard conditions that could not be ignored. How ironic. Is this the man she'd always been afraid to face? Is this the man who abandoned his wife and daughter? These questions. Akino has the answers in her heart. If this is the extent of Baichio's knowledge, then Baichio is underestimating her. Azunai, you have to know that this man is. Azunai, how much do you really know about this man? She also knew that Bai Chen went to the demons first and then to the fallen angels. So what? But he soon realized that after Bai Chen came, the fallen angels had gained a lot of high-end combat power, so it was normal for Zhu Nai, who was Bai Chen's bedmate, to receive preferential treatment. So what if I was received by the fallen angel? I know, what do you know? Before Bai Chio could finish his words, he was refuted by the black-haired girl in front of him. But that was a long time ago, and even if she wanted to have him all to herself, it would be impossible in a realistic sense. Himejima Akino knew what Baichio was going to say, so she felt that there was no need to listen any further. You know, not long ago, he came to the fallen angel's base, and then Azazel brought the already selected. Mr. Chen, you must have a lot of things to do today, right? Why don't you take care of your own things first? Akino suppressed her joy for a moment and said with a smile. The matter of Akino right now is the most important thing to me. Bai Chen looked at Himejima Akino who came to his side, stretched out his hand, touched Himejima Akino's black hair, and Bai Chio who was not far away was staring with his eyes wide open. Oh my God! Boy, what are you doing? Master Baichio, it's been a while since we last met. Bai Chen bowed slightly and said with a smile. Humph, what's going on between you and Akino? Baichio's words were mixed with dissatisfaction and sourness. Sour gas. He noticed the difference between how Zhu Nai treated him and Bai Chen, which was a world of difference, making him a little jealous. Excuse me, Master Baichio, in what capacity are you speaking to me? Bai Chen did not respond, but asked Baichio a question. What kind of identity? Of course I used Akino's father's. Baichio got stuck halfway through the sentence and couldn't finish the second half no matter how hard he tried to say 30. Yes, when facing Bai Chen, he should only have two identities. The first one is the fallen angel who is in charge of the fallen angel force, the son of God's watcher. In this capacity, Bai Chen should face him as the joint leader of the three major forces. The second is Himejima Akino's father. In this capacity, Bai Chen should treat him as his father-in-law. The only connection between their second identity is Akino Himejima. But, now Himejima Akino doesn't acknowledge him as her father, so how can he have a second identity? It was because he remembered this that he stopped abruptly. Master Baichio, I believe you have your own difficulties, but if you don't express them, who will understand them? Bai Chen smiled and shook his head. It seemed that Baichio had understood something. Is Baichio unhappy? Is Baichio a little jealous? He's still unhappy. You, Baichio, are a coward in front of your own daughter, and you even speak in a daze. But when he met me, he put on a bad face. I was being nice to you out of respect for you and Aquino, but you ended up coming to question me because you got mad at Aquino. Face is given to each other, okay? 04. Himejima Aquino lowered her head when she heard Bai Chen's words. In fact, she had discussed this point with Bai Chen a long time ago when they had a heart-to-heart talk. Now that Bai Chen said this, it was obvious that she wanted her father to explain and apologize to her properly so that she could save face. As long as Baichio is willing to apologize and explain, then she will have reason to forgive him. When Bai Chen first discussed this matter with Zhu Nai, she was very hesitant and didn't know whether she should forgive her father. As time went by, she also understood and analyzed some of her own feelings. She knew that the reason why she resented Baichio when she was a child was because she needed a pillar of support. After her mother's death, she needed a new support, and she absolutely did not want this support to be her father. Soon, she found this support, her resentment towards Baichio. This pillar supported her as she grew up. Later, she had a new pillar, Bai Chen, and as time went by, Bai Chen's weight in her heart increased day by day. With the arrival of the new pillar, the old pillar, the resentment towards her father, seemed less important. So, she can now face Baichio with a more relaxed attitude, and even argue with Baichio head-on. Mr. Chen, is this really all for me? Aquino's conversation with Bai Chen flashed through his mind. Yes, Bai Chen did this only for her. Otherwise, Bai Chen would have no reason to have any interactions with Baichio outside of work. After realizing this, Himejima Aquino finally made up her mind. If Baichio is willing to give in, it is not impossible to forgive him. This is for her own sake and also for Bai Chen. In Himejima Aquino's opinion, Bai Chen is a person who is related to the whole world. How can he keep focusing his energy on such a place? As for how much you forgive him, it depends on how much he apologizes. Baichio, why are you still standing there? Why don't you apologize? Suddenly, a magic circle of light flashed beside Baichio's ears, and a very small voice came from it. Is this Azazel's voice? Baichio and Azazel had been together for so long that he could naturally recognize Azazel's voice. That's right, it's me. Could you please stop taking so long? If you want to apologize, do it quickly. Azazel almost blurted out what he said when he saw his old friend's slowness. He was taking such a huge risk, especially in front of that kid Bai Chen, which was basically the same as yelling at him right in the face, and he still didn't know how to act. Apologize, to Aquino? Baichio hesitated to speak. He actually still had some male chauvinism. Let me tell you one thing. If you apologize, you can be forgiven. It all depends on your attitude. Chen has paved the way for you. If you don't know how to cherish it, then there's nothing I can do. After saying this, Azazel unilaterally cut off the call. Having said this, Baichio was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into great enthusiasm. Aquino. Please, could you give me a chance to explain? Baichio looked at his daughter with unprecedented excitement, and Aquino could even easily see the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Zhu Nai didn't say anything, but turned his head and gave Bai Chen a questioning look. I'll arrange a cubicle right away. The blonde loli with twin pigtails beside Bai Chen hurried out and said. Understanding Bai Chen's thoughts, helping Bai Chen express his will when appropriate, handling some trivial matters, etc., these are what she should do. Thank you very much, Ravel. Bai Chen smiled and nodded. Now, Libel had become his secretary in name only. The kind of secretary who does things when there is work to do and does not do other things when there is nothing to do. Master Baichio, Miss Aquino, please follow me. Rebel showed her virtuous business ability and directly arranged a compartment for them that was wrapped in a magic circle. Brother, do you think they can reconcile? Ravel was a little worried. If Bai Chen intervened, then Rebel believed that no matter what the problem was, it could be handled. But what Bai Chen showed now was that he wanted Zhu Nai to solve this matter himself. Well, just watch. Bai Chen smiled and said. He's already done a lot, and if he gets involved further, it would be like half-forcing Akino. Ultimately, Akino should resolve this matter herself. Bang! Not long after, a loud roar erupted from the compartment where Akino and Baichio were staying together, attracting everyone's attention. A 10-winged fallen angel flew out from it. It seems like it was successful. Bai Chen smiled and said. He saw this fact from the smile of pleasure on Baichio's face caused by the abuse. After all, Baichio is a sadistic person. Mr. Chen, please give me more guidance in the future. Himejima Akino walked out of the compartment, her originally gloomy face now filled with a charming smile. Ah, of course, isn't that what we always do? Bai Chen smiled with satisfaction as he saw that the problem had been solved. Please give me your guidance in the future. This should refer to the fact that she has untied the knot in her heart and will be a brand new her, the new Himejima Akino who wholeheartedly regards him as her support. Then Chen Jun, why don't you go and do what you should do first? I'll leave first. Himejima Akino knew that Bai Chen still had a lot of things to do today, so she pecked Bai Chen lightly on the face and left with a smile on her face. Onia-sama. Why don't you hide for a moment? Rebel, who was beside Bai Chen, was about to pop out her eyes, but because of her current status, she really couldn't say anything. You must stick to your duties as a secretary. This incident was just an episode for Bai Chen, but it was much more than that for other pantheons. They didn't know most of the people in Himejima Akino, but they did know Baichio. Later they learned that Himejima Akino was Baichio's daughter, and that due to some coincidences, the two had a bad relationship. Bai Chen was concerned about their reconciliation, while the other gods were concerned about the terrifying strength of Baichio's daughter 360. 12 wings. 12-winged fallen angel. The 12-winged fallen angel has at least the strength of a main god. Is this really something a teenager can achieve? Originally, this should have been something that shocked the world, but here, against the backdrop of the overall environment, it seemed quite normal. In a place where demons roam everywhere, the appearance of a powerful god-level warrior is nothing big, right? All the gods understood that this situation was definitely not an isolated case, because here, as long as the three major forces appeared, they were all masters at least at the Demon King level. The Demon King level is still the most basic, and there are many main gods of the pantheon whose strength cannot be seen, which really shocked the world. Brother Bai Chen. Brother Bai Chen. As he was walking, Bai Chen was stopped by a voice. This was a voice Bai Chen had never heard before. Bai Chen turned around and saw a loli with golden animal ears rushing towards him. Please keep your distance from Master Bai Chen. Phoenix flames burst out from around Ravel, keeping the blonde, animal-eared loli out of Bai Chen's range. Rebel, we've met this person before. Yes, during the daytime. Rebel understood Bai Chen's intention and retracted the flame. Brother Bai Chen, is it Brother Bai Chen? The blonde loli with animal ears tidied up her burnt hair and rushed towards Bai Chen. Well, Kunu, what happened? Bai Chen touched Zhuchong's hair, which smelled of burning, and made it smooth again. Through this action, Bai Chen sensed Zhuchong Shuai's anxiety about breast engorgement. Bai Chen and Zhuchong did know each other. After the three major forces announced their alliance, they also conducted cultural exchanges with other forces, including the Nordic Pantheon and the monster forces in Kyoto. The representative of the Kyoto monster forces is Yasaka, who once attended the meeting between the demons and the precision monster forces as the captain of the DxD team. However, since the plot had changed greatly at that time, the disappearance of Li Zui made Cao Cao directly wilted, and he cancelled most of his plans. Yasaka, who was originally going to be kidnapped by Cao Cao, was not kidnapped. And the current situation. Brother Bai Chen, Brother Bai Chen. Mother has been captured by the bad guys. There's no news at all. Mother is missing. When her mother's condition was mentioned, Kunu could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears began to fall down her face. Yasaka. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. Yasaka was kidnapped. Who kidnapped you? Bai Chao Chao. No, Bai Chen was able to grasp Chao Chao's actions through the artifact system shared with Saint, so it was definitely not difficult for Chao Chao to move. Brother Bai Chen, can you find Mother? They said Brother Bai Chen can definitely find Mother. Zhucheng revealed that the reason she came to find Bai Chen was because of someone else's advice. Yasaka. Don't worry, I will find her. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Although he said so, he actually didn't have much confidence in his heart. In fact, there is not much Bai Chen can do. The most he can do is to mobilize the intelligence departments of the three major forces and friendly forces to collect intelligence, and then he can spy on all the artifact users through the artifact system to see if anyone has relevant information. Of course, for Bai Chen, this was just a matter of this degree, because he was not absolutely sure. Well, I believe Brother Bai Chen. Zhucheng wiped away her tears and forced a smile, as if she didn't want to show her weakness and make others worry too much about her. However, the more you behave like this, the more lovable you become. Asking Libel to arrange for Zhucheng to rest for the time being, Bai Chen slowly walked towards the meeting room. The conference room is located in the center of the first heaven, and a large number of gods and followers have arrived at the scene. All the pantheons had some guesses about the purpose of this meeting, to unite or to confront. There were only two options. Because they had a record of destroying the Beast King in the war against him, even if it was said to be a miracle achieved by using the backup plan left by the God of the Bible, almost all pantheons are full of curiosity and a little fear about the existence of the three major forces. Sarzex, you are quite impressive. You have surpassed your demon ancestors and reached a whole new realm. You can even say, you have transcended the demon race. Below the highest of the three positions, Shiva offered his praise. He was a handsome young man with black hair with a bluish sheen, about 14 to 15 years old, with regular features. Although he is known as one of the top 10 masters in the world, along with Indra, Fenrir, Typhon, the god of light Luger, etc. The top 10 levels in the world are the assessment for the most powerful and top-level transcendence. Shiva is in it, firmly holding the second place. Just like no one would ever describe Orpheus as one of the top 10 in the world, no one would ever describe Shiva as one of the top 10 in the world. He is ranked second in the world and already has semi-transcendent strength. Although there is a gap of almost one dimension between him and the first-place Orpheus, he cannot be compared with Orpheus, but he can still fight much better than those below him. In the original plot line, Azazel and others decided to look for someone who could stop the Beast King, the god of destruction Shiva. In Azazel's eyes, Shiva is a god who clearly has the power to stop the Beast King. After Azazel provided Shiva with all the information and conditions he had, Shiva finally agreed and promised that if 666 escaped to another world, Shiva would stop him or even defeat him. This is Shiva's status and strength. At this time, facing Shiva's praise, Sargex gave his own response. Lord Shiva, in order to form a new world order and to unify everyone's strength, our world must have pioneers and leaders. That's right, pioneers and leaders. After hearing this word, Shiva understood 80% of the purpose of holding this meeting. It has to be said that the three major forces, which now have at least 5 transcendent-level combat forces, still have a lot of say. Sarzex, Achuka, Bai Chen, the celestial dragon Tiamat, the celestial realm that can use the means of the biblical god, and so on, can together destroy a large pantheon. Although Michael's own strength has not reached the level of a transcendent, with the help of the system left by the God of the Bible, he can exert strength far beyond that of an ordinary transcendent. This is also the reason why even after the death of the God of the Bible, no one made a move on the heaven which was like a huge treasure and contained the legacy of the God of the Bible. You have to be pioneers. But can I ask you a question? Shiva, who was in the form of a young boy, spoke in a tone that was very inconsistent with his image. Well, the biblical pantheon is certainly powerful. But after the death of the biblical god, his Hindu pantheon never feared anyone again. He himself is the second strongest person in the world, with a strength that is beyond compare. At the same time, Vishnu and Brahma, who are also the three gods of India, are not much weaker than him. According to the world ranking, Vishnu and Brahma are ranked third and fourth after him. Although the concept of third and fourth place has not been clearly defined, it is indeed recognized that they have strength that is above the top 10 strongest people in the world. The three gods of India, in mythology, are mutually restraining and controlling. How could it be possible that one god's power far surpasses the other two? Excuse me. Sarzek smiled and said, anyway, their mission has been completed. All the large pantheons and the top pantheons above the large pantheons have come here. These pantheons have basically been frightened out of their wits by the terrifying reserves of power, right? However, Sarzek knew very well that this was only a reflection of Bai Chen's abilities, and that Bai Chen could do much more. Are you planning to integrate the entire world's pantheon? Shiva asked, narrowing his eyes. He directly asked about all the speculations about the gods without any intention of hiding anything. No, we don't have such an idea. Sarzek said with a smile. The truth is indeed the truth, the absolute truth. Why would Sarzek have such an idea? As the demon lord Sarzek Lucifer, the only we can represent are the demonic forces. How could the demonic forces have the idea of taking over the entire world? Even if they did, they couldn't do it. The only ones who had this idea were Chen Jun and that saint. These two people exist as transcendental forces. Judging from the current situation, saint tends to be angelic, but can still accept other races. Bai Chen has strong ties with the three major forces and is at most closer to the demon side, forming a very stable situation. No. Really? Then is it okay for me to sit here? Shiva shook his head and walked towards the three highest seats. At the highest point of the conference room, there are 3 seats that are at the highest position above the entire conference room. Shiva felt that there was no doubt that it was the seat prepared for the 3 of them. He had already looked at the specific seating arrangements, and the reception staff arranged the seats based on a comprehensive consideration of the strength of the pantheon and the strength of the gods. So, as a pantheon with the second, third, and fourth most powerful people in the world, sitting at the top shouldn't be a problem, right? No, that's my place. There is also a gap in strength between the transcendents, and it is even more difficult for the demon king level to intervene in the battle of the transcendents. From the place where the outer part of the heavens connected to the dimensional gap, a series of ominous sounds came. From the first layer of the heavens came a very ominous sound. But, so what? However, Bai Chen's next words and what was about to happen made him lose his composure instantly. Bai Chen's words had just fallen. Ouch. How could Shiva not see that most of the transcendents were fake ones? From the aura around them to their own actions, they were completely like newcomers. It was easy to imagine the strength they could exert. There, the red-black energy seemed to overflow and destroy the entire moon space, splashing towards the outside world unscrupulously. Shiva was rushing towards that location when he was stopped by a voice. What did he hear? Hearing this, Shiva temporarily decided to let Bai Chen go. Are there many transcendents? Shiva glanced sideways at Bai Chen. That big guy is referring to 000. Aha. Just like how Sarzek, a fellow transcendent, could brutally crush Lisvim, Shiva was confident that he could defeat these counterfeit transcendents with a single blow. Shiva looked towards the crack in time and space. So, is this young man who just started out saying this is his place? This young man's strength is certainly good, but based on his observations at the venue, he has not yet reached the level of a truly powerful person with a qualitative change. Kachakakaka. If you can take care of that big guy outside, How about I admit that you have the qualifications? It seems that Lord Shiva is not in a clear mind. Shiva didn't say anything, but just smiled lightly, thinking that he had heard the young man's reckless words. This is the gap between level and background. Although Indra doesn't get along well with him, Indra is also a god in the Indian pantheon. It can be said that after the three gods, Indra is basically the strongest. Ha! Well, the gap between levels and background, Shiva soon saw what the real gap between levels and background was. Shiva turned his head and cast a puzzled look at Bai Chen. If Lord Shiva wants to sit there, I think it's not impossible. Apart from Indra, other gods in the Indian pantheon also possessed extremely strong powers. From the very beginning, they did not take the three major forces that had lost the God of the Bible seriously. He was sure that he had not heard wrongly. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. He also admitted that there were many more Demon King-level strongmen on the side of the three major forces, and there were even quite a few transcendents. This energy is dream energy. Shiva recognized this very recognizable energy, the energy of dreamlike nature. From ancient times to the present, only one existence possesses this energy. Anyone who is strong in the world must have heard of its name. As for the existence outside, because it has long wandered in the cracks of the dimension and has not been recorded in the human world, it is a dreamlike existence. Its name is, True Red Dragon God Emperor. Great Red. The Red Dragon God Emperor. Why is the Red Dragon God Emperor here? And he doesn't seem to be in a good state. Surzek spoke the name of the powerful being that had descended. That's right, at this moment, the Red Dragon God Emperor's body was emitting red and black dream energy, and its terrifying energy was almost bursting the dimensional gap. If this continues, the excessively pure dream energy will burst this space, and all the accumulated dream energy will be enough to completely erode the human world in the extremely short time of 550. Dream energy? No, this is definitely not so-called dream energy. It's the remnant of the power of the Red Dragon God Emperor that I once obtained. That was pure fantasy, even mixed with beauty. It's completely different from this collection of malice now. Akwika's eyes were also unusually solemn. Indeed, we can't call it the power of dreams anymore. Perhaps, calling it the power of nightmares would be more appropriate. Bai Chen also nodded. The Red Dragon God Emperor had originally planned to go look for her with Saint and Orpheus after this meeting, but he didn't expect her to show up uninvited. We can't let him continue like this. If the power of nightmares continues to accumulate, both the heavens and the human world will burst and degenerate. Akwika analyzed the results very accurately. Then, as I just said, if Lord Shiva, no, if the Indian pantheon can resolve this situation, I will give this position to you. As for me, I have some things to deal with right now, so please hold off for a while. After Bai Chen finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared in front of everyone. Michael stretched out his hand, but stopped in mid-air, feeling a little awkward. Fortunately he stopped in time. If he had really called out the Son of God, the situation would have been a little awkward. Although we had planned to confess today, it was still inappropriate for him to reveal it. He was also quite surprised that Bai Chen had slipped away first, so he lost his composure a little. Anyway, let's deal with the Red Dragon God Emperor first, right? If this energy, known as nightmare energy, bursts the dimensional rift, it won't be a good thing for us or the human world. Humph. Leave it to us. Shiva said calmly. Lord Shiva, Chen Jun was just joking just now. Lord Shiva, please don't take it to heart. Akwika gave an awkward but polite smile. Of course, he didn't believe that the problem could be solved by relying on the Indian pantheon, but he felt that it would be better not to let the Indian pantheon go up to deliver it. It is obvious that the current situation of the Red Dragon God Emperor is not normal. He has come here and it is obvious that he has bad intentions. Apart from the biblical pantheon, this is not something that one pantheon can solve alone. I understand, but if you can't even face the Red Dragon God Emperor, who is trapped in this state of chaos and confusion, how can you talk about transcendence? Shiva narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the Red Dragon God Emperor. He also noticed that the Red Dragon God Emperor was not in a good condition, and that was why he took action. Now is the best time. Besides the fact that Bai Chen had indeed inspired him to fight, he also wanted to pursue a breakthrough. He had already touched the barrier of that level and was trapped in the second level. He had been in the second level for so long, how could he not want to try to break through? Aquika suggested. 2.3. Although the Red Dragon God Emperor's power has become stronger and more tyrannical, he has also lost his exquisite control over his power. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of the Beast King is dead, Orpheus is missing, and the Red Dragon God Emperor has fallen into this state for unknown reasons. Is that really the case? After doing this, Bai Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Serzex also stood up. Then it settled. Our actions will be based on preserving our own strength and aiming to protect both the human and heavenly realms. Regarding the Red Dragon God Emperor, we'll have to wait for the return of the Saint's son or the god to figure out a solution. Bai Chen could roughly determine the result from the recovery of his physical functions and the fluctuations of his mental strength. But blood transfusion. However, the purpose this time is not to suck blood. Should we wait for the Lord God and the Lord Holy Son to return before taking action? I'm leaving first. After reaching this conclusion, the top leaders of the three major forces also rushed to the outside world. According to the original plan, the Bible God should have been basically dealt with, but he hasn't returned yet. Although theoretically it was impossible to break the Jiangshan Shejitu by force unless his strength was much greater than hers, he was still a little unsure. After all, the Shanha Shejitu contains basically the entire world's high-level combat forces and the Red Dragon God Emperor. It should take half a minute to wake up, right? Bai Chen bit the blonde lady's fair neck. That's fine, but Bai Chen, a warrior capable of dealing with the God of the Bible, actually ran away first. Only an opponent of this level could bring him such an opportunity for a breakthrough. As the powerful demonic power emerged from her body, the blonde lady uttered a groaning sound, but unfortunately, she did not seem to be waking up. Yeah, theirs isn't set up properly. Bai Chen was indeed going to do something very important. Let's go and assist them first. At least we should preserve our top 10 combat power. It's not a good idea to let our strength disappear in such an internal struggle. After absorbing a little bit of blood, Bai Chen injected the purified blood back into the body of the blonde lady. It shouldn't be broken, right? That's what I thought. After saying this, Shiva took a step forward and left the meeting. The other side. Seeing that Shiva went straight ahead, Michael shook his head helplessly. Aquika touched his head with a headache, 0. A few seconds later, when Bai Chen reappeared, he was holding a blonde lady in his arms. First, in the outer layer of the heaven, a scroll slowly unfolded, and this dimensional rift and the heaven were taken into the dimensional rift. Within the map of mountains, rivers, and the country. Guess who I am? Jiuchong, who was in a panic, was suddenly blinded by a layer of darkness. Who are you? Having lost his vision all of a sudden, Jiuchong fell into a state of panic. Who am I? Can Xiao Jiuchong guess it? The voice sounded playful. It's brother Bai Chen's voice. This time, with some mental preparation, Jiuchong recognized Bai Chen's voice at once. Congratulations, Jiuchong, you guessed it right. If you guessed it right, there will be a gift. You can guess what the gift is. Bai Chen smiled and dispelled the black fog in front of Jiuchong. Brother Bai Chen. As soon as the spell was lifted, Kunu immediately turned around. Then, her golden pupils widened instantly, and she could no longer suppress her inner excitement and surprise. Mother. It's Mother. Jiuchong recognized the blonde lady in Bai Chen's arms and stood on tiptoe frantically, wanting to see what was happening with his mother. The call of "Mom" became the best alarm clock. Hearing her daughter's call, the blonde lady instinctively woke up from her coma. "Are you awake?" She heard a familiar voice, but she couldn't remember whose voice it was. It was not until she opened her eyes completely in a daze that she recognized her current situation. Mr. Bai Chen. And Zhechong. Yasaka clearly saw herself being held like a princess, and her beautiful figure exposed by being held like a princess was in close contact with the man in front of her. This was a big shock to Yasaka, who had never had such close contact with the opposite S***X. The nine-tailed fox clan adopts a parthenogenetic reproduction model, which can well ensure the continuation of genes. It seems that our sleeping beauty has finally woken up. Bai Chen slowly put Yasaka down. What on earth is going on? I remember Yasaka left the warm embrace with some reluctance. She didn't know why, but this feeling came to her naturally. In order to stop herself from thinking too much, Yasaka quickly changed the subject and mentioned what happened before she fell into a coma. She remembered the scene before she fell into a coma very clearly and remembered that she summoned the big red thing. How come I saw Bai Chen when I woke up? What happened during this time? Ms. Yasaka, I found you in Kyoto. You were still in your nine-tailed fox form. Since you were in a poor condition when I found you, I performed a blood exchange to help you wake up as soon as possible. Please forgive me. The act of blood exchange? What it means is... Yasaka had already thought of something, and her face became even redder. As an ally of the three major forces, she had also heard about Bai Chen from some strange channels. Even the Demon King and the Seraph have sacrificed themselves, so her situation can't be considered an exception, right? Should be, right? Yasaka was still panicked for a while. On. At this moment, a sharp dragon roar was heard from the outside world. This dragon roar made Yasaka's expression change drastically. Because, she heard the same sound before she fell unconscious. Mr. Bai Chen, this voice is. Bai Chen stretched out his hand towards a certain place. Just like giving Athena power, she would beat him up without hesitation, just like he and the saint had no relationship, yet the saint still gave him the priesthood of the Son of God. Anyone who believes in the relationship in myths is a fool. How Zhao. After realizing that it was the Great Red that attacked the meeting, I remembered what Kuna had told me before about your disappearance, Miss Yasaka. Bai Chen looked in the direction of the true Red Dragon God Emperor. Originally, Yasaka was still a little dazed after watching Bai Chen crush a god with his bare hands, but after hearing these words, she temporarily came to her senses and held Kunu in her arms. Erebus is the dark god in Greek mythology and one of the primordial gods. Most importantly, he is Nyx's brother and a god of the Hell Alliance. Lord Bai Chen, I remember that there are many underworld gods, and even the highest-ranking god of death. Bokeng still remembered what kind of force had held him hostage. From. In Fusang, Bai Chen got some information from the Hell Alliance, and he already knew the solution to the problem. After checking the feng shui conditions of Fusang and Kyoto, I basically figured out the results. As expected, I found you, Miss Yasaka, at the convergence point of the earth veins in Kyoto. Bai Chen said with a smile. A giant, dark fist instantly formed in the air, grabbing the male god who had suppressed his aura to the minimum within the barrier. You mean this of course, after asking a few questions, you killed them? Are you going to keep these so-called gods around and let them cause trouble? Erebus? Nyx's brother? Also, could this god come over here for a moment? Mr. Bai Chen's words, should be able to solve the problem, right? At the same time, an unprecedented sense of security arose in her heart. R.O. She had just seen the huge red-black dragon outside. She recognized that magnificent being. The Great Crimson, the true Crimson Dragon God Emperor, is just, not quite right now. He's become ill for some reason. This is. Erebus? Yasaka recognized who this god was. As the winged dragon divine flame erupted from Bai Chen's hand, the deity's body and soul disappeared between heaven and earth. However, he only behaved himself in the face of Bai Chen's near-absolute strength. In the original plot, he was not a teacher at all. Ms. Yasaka, I'll leave Kunu to you. I should probably go take care of things over there. Bai Chen smiled and shook his head. The highest-ranking god of death. He must be referring to Pluto, right? The dead Pluto. The only one left should be Hades. Standing on the wrong side. If Bai Chen believed in this kind of relationship with his brother, he would be a real fool. According to his and Saint's original plan, if many of the relationships in the myths were confirmed, he would be very troubled. This is a male god in his 20s with black hair, black armor, and a black cloak. Yasaka opened her red lips slightly, no longer caring about the blood exchange, but showing an expression of great surprise and concern. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and counted the Hades gods he had killed in Kyoto. Together with Erebus, the Hell Alliance had basically collapsed. Bai Chen just went out for a while and basically figured out the cause of the illness. He took Sonalin and Greyhill away to Japan to cause trouble, intending to destroy the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who was protecting various parts of Japan and let the dark forces run rampant in Japan. He had a decisive battle with Issei in the simulated space of Kyoto created by George, and was defeated. Even after being defeated, he cast a spell before falling into a coma to seal the Sekirudii Drayag in Issei's body to prevent him from materializing. He is a god who is quite capable of causing trouble, and in some aspects, he can be said to be quite talented. Yasaka doesn't know Bai Chen's true strength yet, she only knows that he has some special abilities. Originally, she thought Bai Chen should be at the Lord God level, or at most at the Transcendent level. But after seeing Bai Chen crush a main god with ease, she realized that she had guessed completely wrong. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Watching Bai Chen's gradually disappearing figure, Yasaka bowed slightly. It seems that we can consider the idea of Tori-kun being Kunu's nominal father. It's really not good for a child to be without a father's love. After Bai Chen completely disappeared, Yasaka thought about this problem very seriously. The monster forces in Kyoto can now form closer alliances with their allies. Ahem, it's for the monster forces in Kyoto, and for Kunu, ahem, not for herself. Yasaka gave reasons in her mind. Well, with such a reason, she has even more motivation to act. Chen Jun should agree, right? After all, it was he who initiated the blood exchange. Yasaka felt that if he just wanted to save her unilaterally, he could just use the most basic healing magic. Although it certainly doesn't have such magical effects as it does now, having the most basic effects is actually enough. Since Bai Chen took the initiative to do the blood exchange, he should also have this tendency, right? As she thought about it, a hint of red appeared on her fair and tender cheeks. Mother, your face is a little red. Jochung reminded his mother with an extremely concerned look on his face. Did his mother have any sequelae after being captured by the bad guys? Jochung, let's go take shelter first. Being seen by his own daughter in his fantasy, Yasaka tried to hide it with an abnormal expression. In a hurry, she took Jochung's hand and left. At this time, the outside world. The power of nightmare is gradually eroding this space. Soon, the first level of heaven will completely collapse. In front of the true red dragon god emperor, the three-eyed young god opened the third eye on his forehead, and the world-destroying divine flames burned the nightmare power that protected the red and black dragon. Not far behind him, the young god, transformed into a savior white horse, was also galloping on the body of the true red dragon god emperor, burning the spreading power of destiny with the flame of salvation. In addition to Vishnu and Shiva, Brahma also used almost all his strength, vowing to hold Jinhong here. There is no other way, if you can hold it up, you have to hold it up. Given Shiva's personality, it's impossible for him to take back what he said. If Vishnu and Brahma stopped, Shiva would most likely die. So how could he stop halfway? Akwika, is there any news from Chinjun? Transformed into the purest destructive force, Surzex appeared beside Achuka. He was responsible for handling some of the overflowing nightmare power, so as to prevent the nightmare power from affecting the human world and the heavenly world before the Trinity could no longer hold on. In the process of stopping the Red Dragon God Emperor, everyone clearly realized the gap between them and the extraordinary strongmen. Although the Red Dragon God Emperor has basically lost his mind and is only acting on instinct and malice, even so, a large number of the world's top 10 strong men are worried. Not yet. Who could have thought it would be such a coincidence? A quick aside. That the Lord God was unavailable was part of our plan, but I never expected that Chinjun would need to leave for something urgent. The absence of Saint and Orpheus was part of the plan. Originally, Bai Chen's strength alone was enough. But how could he have expected that Bai Chen would actually trick Shiva into carrying it while he slipped away first? Bai Chen, ahem. I didn't run away. I just went to fulfill a little girl's wish and bring her mother back. It looks like we can hold on for a long time. As soon as Akwika finished speaking, he heard such a voice. Mr. Chen, where have you been? Have you finished the things on your side? Akwika recognized Bai Chen's voice. I'm going to deal with the culprit of this incident. Do you have any thoughts on this, Lord Hades? Bai Chen smiled and turned his head, casting his gaze towards Hades who was paddling. He calculated, Dafk, apart from some minions, the only one left now is Hades, right? I wonder if Hades got this happy news. This time he and Erebus came to the meeting site to investigate and act as an insider, while most of the other members of the Hell Alliance were in Kyoto, Fuso, to clean up the mess. Bai Chen turned around, looked at Hades, who was somewhat doubting his life, and said calmly. You are the guardian of the Obelisk. When your name falls from holiness to evil, you will return. The spirits sing, the eternal power governs all things. The highest and most ancient God, the God of life and immortality, manifests himself here. Life dies here. Life will also be rekindled here. He hadn't expected that before things on this side were resolved, Bai Chen would actually go to Kyoto and deal with everyone first. His life, his soul, and even his body. Obelisk as giant God soldier. God descends. Ah, I think I have some idea. At least. I can't see this in front of Bai Chen. He who calls your name is your lord. No, not yet Lord Hades, who do you think is the culprit? Bai Chen didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, just looking at Hades with a smile. Behind Bai Chen, a golden god appeared from the void. God descends. Most of the soul fires possessed considerable divinity, and more than half were powerful beings at the level of the Lord God. Akmana. One of the 6 demons in Zoroastrianism. The name means, malice. I don't know, what's the idea behind singing? Hades' voice remained calm. Tartarus. The god of hell in Greek mythology, the incarnation of the abyss, and one of the primordial gods. Lord Hades, you only need to answer me one question. etc. Did something happen in Fuso? Looking at these familiar soul fires, Hades instantly lost his composure. Has the culprit been punished? Hades' soul fire was burning as usual, without showing any abnormality. Several soul fires emerged in Bai Chen's hands. And Pluto, the highest-ranking god of death in the underworld, is under his command. After being thrown out by Bai Chen as a group of miscellaneous soldiers, just like throwing out the disruptive trio, the main phantom god dealt with the Red Dragon God Emperor and the overflowing nightmare power from different angles. God descends. Engra Mainyu. The greatest evil god in Zoroastrianism. The creator of the forbidden demonic dragon Ari Dahaka. Hades now looked nothing like the stubborn look he had before. He who calls your name is your lord. Ares winged dragon. Sky dragon of Osiris. Before I tell you all my thoughts, let me first deal with this matter. Hades did have some doubts about life. The god of the underworld. The god of war. And, the sun god. No, it shouldn't be a god. It doesn't have the divine nature that is unique to gods. Pterosaur, ahem. Actually, I just don't have the godhood prescribed by this world. I still have it in other worlds. Seeing the three mythical gods appear, Cerzex and Achuka breathed a sigh of relief. They were quite familiar with these three big guys. They had previously suppressed the Beast King to the extreme, giving Bai Chen the opportunity to make the final blow. If he could suppress the Beast King to that degree, he shouldn't be able to lose to the Red Dragon God Emperor either, right? This level of combat was beyond the imagination of Cerzex and Achuka, and they could only give a rough definition. Bai Chen sighed. After hearing Bai Chen's words, Hades' soul fire trembled for a moment. Lord Hades, you only need to answer me one question. These are Bai Chen's original words. To be able to ask such a question, Hades felt that Bai Chen must have absolute confidence. Confidence to this extent has already made him want to turn against his allies and run away immediately. Bai Chen's every move now is undoubtedly directed at him. Plus the souls of those gods. Bai Chen's goal is to take away his soul, or to achieve the fact that he is dead as the god of the underworld. Lord Hades, you just need to answer me where the fallen dragon Samuel is now. You just need to answer this question. Bai Chen asked with a smile. As soon as Bai Chen said this, Hades' soul fire instantly began to waver uncontrollably. Without the slightest hesitation, Hades used a powerful strength and speed that he had never used before in his life. Just now he saw very clearly the owner of the dark arm that had pinched him. It is undeniable that the power Bai Chen displayed before was indeed powerful. But Hades had an idea. Could it be that most of Bai Chen's power actually came from those three powerful beings? If he could have been suppressed using his own power, then he wouldn't have needed to use the power of the Black God before. Hades, holding this fantasy. In other words, Hades could only act with this fantasy in mind, otherwise he knew that his actions would be absolutely fruitless and would never be achieved. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. Bai Chen's reliance on the three mythical gods has decreased significantly. Simply using the power of the three mythical gods wouldn't even be enough to reach Bai Chen's current limit. Before, Bai Chen used the power of the giant god to control Hades simply because he thought it was appropriate. He really didn't want to fight with Hades, a gentle and tough skull. Hades' actions were based solely on his own judgment, and it's no problem to call it a fantasy and a suicidal move. First, Hades' power and body created a powerful explosion. The terrifying power of Hades poured out from Hades' body. No, not pouring, but exploding. Hades chose to self-destruct. As his body was self-destructing, his last bit of strength tore through space, and his soul fire prepared for a space jump. Unfortunately, long before Bai Chen left, this place was already off limits. The mountain, river, state and state map has blocked off this area of space. Oh, Lord Hades finally admitted that all this was your doing. Bai Chen came to Hades slowly. What? At this time, Hades also realized his embarrassing situation. He couldn't get out. He couldn't get out no matter what. This space had long been sealed off by someone. Even when he had a divine body, his chances of escaping were slim, let alone in his current state. Let me tell you the answer, Hades. Bai Chen waved his hand, and a powerful holy force began to wash over Hades' soul, causing him to let out an unforgettable wail. This is a holy power that is even purer than the holy power of saint, and is far beyond what Hades can bear. In just a few seconds, Hades' soul fire was purified from its peak state to a weak soul state. Bai Chen just waved his hand, and Hades' soul fire was firmly imprisoned and flew into Bai Chen's hand. 0 request flowers. The fallen dragon Samuel is now inside its body, right? Bai Chen pointed at the angry red dragon and asked calmly. The fallen dragon Samuel is a powerful weapon against the dragon clan. After the death of the god of the Bible, he existed only as the greatest malice towards the dragon clan. For the existence of the dragon clan and for some things that might happen, in order to deal with the crisis caused by the supreme dragon clan in this world, the gods chose to seal him in hell. And Hades is the one who holds the highest sealing authority over Samuel. Of course, the highest authority is not all authority. It is not realistic to directly control Samuel, as that requires the consent of the gods, but it is entirely possible to temporarily lift the blockade. Just unseal Samuel and throw him in front of the dragons, and Samuel will destroy all the dragons in front of him. If it were thrown into Tanning's territory, perhaps the news that the dragon gathering place in the demon realm was completely annihilated would spread throughout the world the next day. And now, the fallen dragon Samuel is the servant of the Zhilong god emperor. It was precisely because of the forced fusion of Samuel that the red dragon god emperor underwent a transformation, and the power of dreams turned into the power of nightmares. Upon hearing this, Hades knew that it was useless to say anything, and the fire of his soul dimmed a little. Yes, Samuel is in the body of the red dragon god emperor, and he is the only one with the highest authority who has the ability to use Samuel's power without telling the gods. I have to say, you really can stir things up. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that, Saint, was just busy with some things and temporarily didn't deal with Samuel's affairs, but the other party used Samuel's power to cause such a big thing. According to your original plan, you wanted to capture the power of the red dragon god emperor, right? Now that Orpheus is missing, this is the only weapon you can use to fight against the Beast King's feet. It's a pity that the red dragon god emperor isn't as weak as you think. Bai Chen could see that at this moment, within Jinhong's body, her strength was still struggling against Samuel's dragon-killing power. Is this truly the current pinnacle of this world? Even facing the nemesis of their own race, they still possess such strength to resist. Remember, Orpheus was instantly crushed to his knees by Samuel's power. Yes, something unexpected happened. So, you just threw Jinhong into this space. That's really irresponsible. Bai Chen came to this conclusion when he was in Fuso. The fox, the power of feng shui, has had an inseparable relationship with the power of the dragon since ancient times. The red dragon god emperor's whereabouts are elusive, so he must be summoned to a prepared location before action can be taken. This location was temporarily set in Kyoto. Bai Chen's idea was to integrate all forces in this meeting, eliminate most of the opposing voices, and unite the forces of this world. I didn't expect that they would directly want to use Jinhong as the most terrifying weapon. After the advent of True Red, the gods of the Underworld wanted to use Samuel to absorb the power of True Red and create a dragon god-level master belonging to the Hell Alliance. Unfortunately, without the True Red's 3-4-3 technique, they had no power to resist. After killing several gods, the gods on the other side had no choice but to resort to the ultimate measure, injecting Samuel, the purest and most powerful poison, into the body of the red dragon god emperor. It turned out that they were half successful, and the red dragon god emperor was indeed happy because of Samuel. Unfortunately, they couldn't control the red dragon god emperor in this state, so they finally chose to drop it here like a bomb. Short-sighted. Really short-sighted. From Bai Niao's perspective, there is nothing wrong with calling this behavior bone-climbing cup. So, Bai Chen gave these traitors the treatment they deserved. Cool. With a gentle sound, all the soul fire in Bai Chen's hands dissipated forever in the world. There was no need for a chance to explain, and Bai Chen would not give him a chance to explain. He simply let him return to dust. Stay. What for? Stay and wait for the invasion of the EXE world, waiting for these military gods who may still harbor hatred towards me to rebel. Although it was only possible, it was definitely something they could do, and Bai Chen chose to nip it in the bud. The top 10 in the world, a few transcendents, and a few main gods are all there. It would take Bai Chen less than 10 days to create them. If the blood source is of high enough quality, Bai Chen can even create it within a day. Okay, time to solve the problem here. Bai Chen clapped his hands and turned his attention to Zhenhong. True Red Dragon God Emperor, Great Red, these are the titles of the Dream Dragon in front of him. In the early stage, the True Red Dragon God Emperor was the absolute ceiling, a dragon god with infinite dragon power that could defeat all invincible dragon gods. Speaking of which, Mr. Chen, has the matter with the Lord God not been settled yet? Just like the realm breakthrough of the protagonist in a fantasy novel, the top characters in the early stage may just be used as supporting roles in the big map. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, and the light in his eyes finally disappeared. This time, Bai Chen used it in the pure blood state, activating his blood to the extreme. It was precisely because he knew this would happen in the future that Bai Chen united all the gods today and acted decisively to kill all the rebellious underworld gods. If the original invasion time was 30 years later, then after the plot was changed, all the time from the time of the change until 30 years later is a possible invasion time point. Ah, we really can't leave that side after all, that person over there absolutely cannot be let go. In my opinion, letting Saint and Orpheus act now will have far more serious consequences than the nightmare that overwhelms the first layer of the heavens. But now Bai Chen is going to use it in another way. As Bai Chen spoke, his body began to activate. If can really be defined using the concept of blood. The Red Dragon God Emperor also lost her prestige as the plot developed. During this period of time alone, with the full support of the three major forces, Bai Chen reached the peak of the Demon King level from the early stage, and gained the power to suppress the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor with just his own bloodline. The last time this trick was used was in ancient times. What if we extend the time and expand the scope? If the biblical god or Orpheus were here, there would be no need to wait for Bai Chen to come back to solve the problem. Using this move, Bai Chen merged into the body of Saint, strengthening Saint's spirit to the extreme, and finally successfully defeated the Beast King and sealed him. When using this move to deal with beings that are far weaker than oneself, one can even directly destroy the opponent's body, memory, existence, soul, etc. Along with his soul, Bai Chen's entire existence was completely transformed into pure blood. 3.2 is a move that catalyzes Bai Chen's strength, spirit, soul, etc. to the extreme. It is for this idea and possibility that today's recollection is held. Pure blood. Previously, Bai Chen used the power of other races in his physical body, and slowly increased his own power to the dragon god level. However, things like ceilings are always meant to be lifted up. In the future, the EXE world invades the DxD world. The top powerhouse from the magic science world, which has colonized the world with more technology, beheads the Red Dragon God Emperor with just one blow. If you have no ability to resist at all, and the opponent uses water drops, like a deus ex machina against conventional weapons, you can just lie down and do nothing. I never thought that I would have the chance to use this trick again. What if Bai Chen's realm reaches the level of a transcendent or even a sub-dragon god? Seeing Bai Chen finally arrive, Aquika breathed a sigh of relief. 0009 550 8130 Filu 0134333321. But, in Bai Chen's view, there is a gap between the two worlds, but this gap is not inevitable and can be caught up. As long as all hopes are placed in his hands, he will be sure of this. The so-called erosion of existence is just a way of using this power. However, although this method can be said to be the ultimate of the Minotaur, Bai Chen himself has no interest in the Minotaur, at least not now, so he temporarily sealed this state. It's not about transforming one's own blood into the blood of another race, but about integrating the advantages and characteristics of another race into one's own body. Being invaded and colonized by another world is unacceptable to any world. One thing is certain, the actions in the EXE world have deviated from the original plot to a certain extent.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account, If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.